Hello, everyone. Welcome to the eighth round of FIDE Candidates 2022 and your commentators for today as the same as yesterday and 2 days ago. Anna-Maja Kazarian and Daniil Yuffa will be with you till the very end of today's games. And
Yeah, I'm really excited to be commentating together with you again, Daniil. Today we have another set of exciting games. I really hope they will be exciting, but at least the pairings are really something I'm looking forward to today.
yeah, let's remind the prize fund. Uh, I think we've been a bit puzzled like how the prizes should be shared because the prize fund it said it's €500,000. And the first prize, the winner of the event receives only €48,000, so it's less than tenth part of all prize fund. And like mathematically wise, like seemingly I mean, the more than a half of the prize fund is going somewhere just absent, and uh, I don't know how the prizes are distributed till the eighth place, and I know, for example, in previous candidates tournaments, players received 3,500 somewhat like dollars or euros. I don't remember for half of a point. So I guess in
Yeah.
so 500,000 euros is not only distributed between the places, but also players receive some additional bonuses for the points scored. So far so good for mm, Jan Nepomnyashchy scoring 5.5 out of 7. It's not that difficult to calculate how much money he earned for less than a couple of weeks, and that's a nice promo for you starting playing chess on professional level. So be like Jan, win a lot of games and gain more than 3,500 euros every day.
Yeah, that's yeah, it's that simple sometimes. But yeah, Jan has been doing really well, and yeah, I think he has won quite a lot of money already. But I'm sure that he is aiming for the top prize to win the whole event, so he will be able to participate in the World Championship once again.
Yeah. Actually, I think it's a nice topic of discussion. I mean, how do the players earn? How do they gain money? And in my point of view, well, I think every grandmaster can make a living of chess if he's not only engaged with playing like open tournaments, because open tournaments probably is the worst thing for any chess professional ever. Well, usually, obviously, the best thing is leagues. The best thing is whatever it can be, like coaching, making training sessions. I mean, because in open tournaments, there's a lot of players and not a lot of prizes, and the prizes are usually so tiny. And obviously, like the ratio of gaining the prize is not that high. And like, despite the
Yeah.
fact you can be one of the top seeds, so you have to perform on your level at least to win some money. And I think statistically speaking, like maybe top 100, maybe even top 50 players feel more or less fine in terms of the prize money, so they can easily make a living of the tournaments, of winning the money in the tournaments. And uh, well, that's one of the most unpleasant things about chess because in comparison to other kinds of sports, let's say tennis, football, like football is absolutely overpaid in my point of
Yeah.
view, because I remember a very nice quote from one of the like biology scientists when the pandemics just started. So, and of course, it's been a slight note of the person being a bit jealous because when the pandemic started, obviously the ban on the medicine mm, uh, rate like raised drastically, and
Mm-hmm.
it didn't affect the salaries of football players because usually football teams and ge- uh, like they earn a lot of money selling the rights for the broadcasts and etc. for the like for some merchandises and so on. And I think one of the biology scientists was complaining to Messi, probably earning 400,000 euros per week, but saving approximately zero lives in comparison to them. So it has
Ooh.
yeah, it has a very clear point. I mean, in terms of, uh, well, I don't know even how to explain it. So I just wanted to find such a picky topic for at the beginning of our broadcast, and I think I've done it pretty good.
No, it's definitely an important topic, and you're absolutely right. It's really difficult to live from open tournaments because you spend so much money on hotel and traveling, and it's really difficult. You really need to play your absolute best in those tournaments.
Yeah, for sure. Like probably it becomes a bit easier when you became Grandmaster because usually you're getting some conditions and
Mm-hmm.
at least the organizers cover like a small part of your expenses during the tournaments. But I think if you're like 2680, 2700 rated player, you can easily make a living of chess. I mean, at least at some level, let's say like 4 or 5 thousand euros per month. It's not a very small money indeed.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So, yeah, on that note, Daniel, we have the first moves on the board. We are going to have a look at the game between Jan Nepomnyashchy against Ding Liren. What are your expectations of this game?
Well, now I see the first moves. Well, so I think it's kind of Scotch or four knights. Maybe it's even like I think it's like four knights because if
Mm-hmm.
it would be the Scotch if white took on c6, b takes c6, c5, and etc. And Jan started with his third knight c3 instead of d4. So I think he opted for a very solid line, and he has a clear reason to do it because he's leading. He's ahead of Caruana for half a point, and Din Liren is one of the opponents whom you have to be careful with. So I clearly understand Jan's decision to pull out some solid stuff that early, and I think it's not a bad strategy. Still, it will depend on his level of plays, but let's see if his seconds prepared at least some kind of check of some kind of trick in this very, I would rather say, dry line.
Yeah, he has not much to lose. Yeah, he obviously wants to play it safe and a draw. I think he is more than happy to take a draw. As we saw yesterday, he was opting for a repetition, but his opponent decided not to go for that and was punished for that heavily. So, yeah, I like the opening choice of Jan, and it looks pretty normal and pretty comfortable to play. But I have to say that I do like Black's position as well, and I'm pretty sure this is preparation,
Mhm.
but Black has a really nice position, open position, and is able to develop their pieces really easily.
Yeah, yeah, right. I think it's been a very recent game between Arjan Tari and Magnus Carlsen in Norwich chess, if I'm not mistaken, where Tari opted for more or less similar line, if not the same, and managed to win his first Armageddon in the tournament against Magnus. Well, besides he won against Van Hao, but I mean his victory against Magnus was remarkable because I think it's been the first one in all of their matchups.
Mm-hmm. So it's interesting to see that Ding is spending his time now. Do you think Queen of Three is in a new move, or is this from the same game? Okay, he has
I
made
don't
a
I don't
move.
know. It may transpose. I mean, I'm not very familiar with such kind of. I wouldn't hesitate to say this word again, dry stuff, because it absolutely doesn't suit my style of play. And Well, he pulls out the bishop on g5. Well, like black still has a plenty of moves, and black is super fine with white taking the knight on f6, taking with the queen, and opting for an endgame, which is kind of comfortable with a pair of bishops for black. And like it's not a rare case for white trying to solidify at all, trying to make a draw, and sometimes allowing, like making little inaccuracies and kind of yielding a bit in every move and even losing the game with white. So it's important not to yield in that kind of position. So still, you need to be very precise.
Absolutely. Do you think in this position, bishop takes c3 is a move to consider? Because you might say, okay, you're ruining the pawn structure and you're giving up the bishop pair for it, but um, perhaps it is a move to consider.
Well, bishop c3, like strategically wise, could be a considerable move, but somehow I don't feel it will be played because, like, you allow the pair of bishops I take with the pawn, and then if you play h6, I think at least I have a plan to put my bishop on d4 or c5. Well, besides, I have bishop h4, but I think white will try to keep the bishop pair on the board if you take on c3.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Makes a lot of sense.
yeah, well, it can be played, but somehow I believe like bishop e6 or even, yeah, like rook e8. I don't know what is the most played line in this particular position after bishop g5.
There is a possibility that it's maybe simply retreating the bishop to e7 to eliminate the pin and yeah, to not have any problems. But such a retreating move is difficult to play, and yeah, it would be pretty much a waste of time.
Yeah, I mean, like I think black playing this line and pulling out bishop on b4 have to be pretty much ready with that sort of pin. So I think it's there. They have to be fine with playing bishop e6 because bishop f6 is not a very dangerous threat. Obviously, it's quite difficult for black to start like directly playing for the win. But once again, if your opponent starts yielding some crucial points, some crucial squares in the center of the board, it can easily turn out to be quite unpleasant position for white. Well, I think,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, there is pretty much nothing to talk about in this particular game. I would rather switch to, I think, well, Nakamura Caruana has to be quite interesting, but somehow I
Mm-hmm.
believe Nakamura will not lose with white. I don't remember him losing with white pieces, like last maybe 10 years, maybe five.
Is that because of the Berlin or?
No, no, I think it's because of his style of play. Like he knows his own lines
Mm-hmm.
quite well. He's quite a very, very solid player.
Yeah, I think it's a funny stat because I think I saw that between Hikaru and Fabiano they played 33 draws, so it's quite a big number of draws. So I don't think they will opt for a draw today that easily, but it's quite a remarkable number.
You mean it was like in the row or
No, no, I
overall?
think in general, I think overall, yeah.
Okay.
That
Well, but
would be
like
even more
no, but
impressive.
33 draws, considering that they've played more than 100 games, it's not a lot. I mean, on such level,
Yeah, okay, that is true. That is true.
like if they had like 90 draws in 100 games, yeah, then I would be kinda surprised. Well, let's switch to Nakamura against Caruana. Like, not looking at the board, what do you expect in terms of opening between Nakamura and Caruana?
Hmm. Um, I'm expecting something solid, but yeah, I think the where we will see the Roy Lopez.
Your bet is Rui Lopez. I
Yes.
bet on, well, you might be closer because Nakamura only played e4 in that particular tournament. But I would be like, I can't say I would be brave, but I'll take some risk and bet on Queen's Gambit declined or
Oh.
Ragozin because Caruana already played Ragozin. But knight a5, his move against Ding was killing the line at all. Anyway, we're switching to Nakamura against Caruana. Let's take a look.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for some technical stuff to appear. All right,
Mm-hmm.
we've got it. Yeah, and I think you were absolutely right. So it's 1-0 in your favor.
Oh, who would
No,
have
no, no. Don't,
guessed?
yeah, yeah. Don't. I mean, don't hurry. We have two more games to look at. So,
To guess.
yeah, yeah.
I'm already very proud of this. But yeah, knowing that they've been playing the Berlin so many times, I did not expect the Berlin per se, but more like Rue Lopez kind of positions. So
Yeah, that's an open line, open
yeah,
variation.
yeah.
Bishop e6, c3, bishop c5, knight d2, castle, bishop c2, and Nakamura repeats the recent line of Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, where, yeah, I think Vachiev won against Caruana. I mean, just the same, it was the same position. Queen d6, bishop e3, bishop f5, bishop b3, rook a8, queen e1. Yeah, that's somewhat that in my opinion was slightly better for white. I mean, this position, because I mean, all the time it's a little bit easier to play with the pair of minor pieces against the rook because they're kind of like the connection of minor pieces is always dangerous. Knight b7, rook e1,
Mm-hmm.
c5. Wow, such a nice plan by Caruana, and I'm curious how much time he spent for that plan. So like both players were pretty much listing everything out. Knight b7, rook e1, c5. So like rook e1 just took 9 seconds for Nakamura to play, and c5
Wow.
56 seconds. Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah. Black's position looks really pleasant. In the sense that the pawn majority on the center and the queen side, it looks pretty crushing. However, there is some material difference, some imbalance because black has two rooks and white has, in return for that, the bishop and knight, and the rook. But yeah, it looks very interesting position, and I think I would consider taking the black pieces here for the simple reason that black has the center and white's pieces look a little bit awkward to me.
Mhm. Well, but yeah, you're right that this like the pawn fist in the center looks very scary. It may punch anytime, and black is aiming to play king h8 and probably push d4 pawn first. Like it seems very, very logical. And white has to respond very quickly after c5. I think they have to shake in the center somehow, playing queen g3 probably first.
Right.
It's like queen g3, but then you have some rook fe8, and it's not quite clear how white proceed. Probably bishop g5, then knight e3. So we have to disturb the pawns in the center, forcing them to play e4 first, probably.
Yeah, it's not so easy to see how black could make progress from this position right away because every pawn move will be punished because another square will be weakened and you will not get very far. But I think on the long term, it could be very beneficial.
Yeah, yeah, probably. But he played knight g3 instead of queen g3, so probably it's even a better move. Because I
Mm-hmm.
was a bit puzzled with e4. Like it's a bit unpleasant to move the knight from f3, but we can start with knight f5, rook f5, some then some move. But still, I don't know exactly which one.
Hmm.
Maybe knight f5 is not needed. We can play knight d2 or knight g5 first. Like knight g5 is not that bad. So we're attacking the bishop, and after bishop g4, we can consider rook g, knight g e4, like knight 3 e4, knight 5 e4. I don't know. So it's not like 100% clear.
Yeah, and we're not afraid that our queen is hanging because knight takes e4 is also attacking the queen, and his pawn on d5 is pinned.
Hmm.
So yeah, we're not afraid that the rook and the queen are in the same file from White's
Not, yeah,
perspective.
not yet. I mean, like,
Mm-hmm.
still white has to be is to play in a dynamical way, and black has to play in strategical way because they have full compensation for a couple of minor pieces. I think, like, material-wise, they're even a pawn up because, like, as far as I remember from my early chess education, early chess career, like, rook usually costs 5 pawns,
Mm-hmm.
and knight costs 3, and bishop costs like 3.25. And rook plus pair of pawns means equals 7. 7 against 6.25 say that probably, like, strategical wise, black has 0.75 pawns advantage.
Yes.
So we have to prove black like wrong. So yeah, like, we've sacrificed some material, we have to play in a dynamical way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's difficult to see how White could improve the position because the pieces are now developed um, on decent squares, but the black is controlling so many squares. It's really hard to access any sort of square for White and find a clear idea because it's really difficult to get past the pawns in the center.
Yeah, that's correct. Like, anyway, we have to play in a very, I would say, sur surgical way, like play knight g3 at once, then push the other knight to g5 or h4. We have to push, like, to press on e5 pawn and force it to move to e4 and weaken some black squares. Yeah, white has to be very, very fast. Otherwise, if black solidifies and then plays king h8 g4, like, I mean, the situation may become very devastating for white.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, knight g3 is on the board, and it's Caruana to think. Probably he's choosing between various lines. Probably knight bishop g4 or bishop c8 are possible moves.
Yeah,
Maybe,
I would consider bishop g4, but then you might face. Are you concerned about the move h3? Because there might be a capture on f3 if White is not careful.
yeah, good question. After bishop g4, black has to take into account knight e4 jump, and the pawn on c5 is kind of hanging. Maybe not exactly there, but it's an option to consider. If we start with h3, as you said, I think black's more or less fine with capturing the knight, and
Mm-hmm.
now, like, white's king becomes very, very vulnerable piece. It's like we
Yeah.
can play king h8, think first, then push c4 and d4.
Mm-hmm.
Well, still it's not like 100% clear, but I would rather pick black to play.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, White's pawns on the king's side are also very weakened now, so they could become targets any moment too.
Hmm. Yeah, right. Um, Other predictions. So,
So,
Rapport against Duda.
ooh,
Rapport has second white in a row, and no, no way, too early.
what?
I mean, like, the board appeared, but initially I wanted to ask you what is your prediction for the opening.
Oh, the opening. Oh, that's
You know,
unfortunate.
I will take a lot of risk and say probably e4 knight c3 g3 would be played in this game.
Very good guess.
Well, now we're switching to Rapport against Duda. Oh, such a pain.
Yeah, I was going to say that knowing from Rappert's performance yesterday, I'm slightly concerned about his psychology for today's game because, yeah, yesterday's game was devastating against Jan Nepomnyashchy, and it is difficult to overcome that. Typically, you need a rest day for that to come back from such a loss, but he has to play his next game right away.
Yeah, that's a good point, but personally, like, for you, Do you like rest days during the tournaments?
Sometimes, but most of the times I like to continue. But sometimes I'm like, okay, if I had like a very bad first half, then I really need the rest day to come back and relax. But if I had a good first half or decent, then I want to continue.
Wow. Well, that's a fine approach. You know, like I hate any kind of rest days.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because like you can easily be out of shape no matter if you've been doing great or you've been doing awful. Like if
Mm-hmm.
you're doing great, there is absolutely no need to have a rest day. But if you're doing awful, like all the time, like at least my nature is trying to bounce back, and like waiting for the game more than one day, it's too much for me. So I'm trying
Mm.
to get back to the game as soon as possible, and like that's a little torture for me.
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, yeah. I've had mixed feelings with it. Sometimes it's really nice, and I tend to like visit, for example, the city or like some well-known area in the neighborhood. Because like you visit another country, but yeah, typically it depends on how my tournament is going.
Hmm. Well, it means it all depends how it is going, right? But well, yeah, I'm a very tilted player, so all the time
Oh.
trying to bounce back.
I mean, it's good to have like fighting spirit, despite, for example, losing. That you have this energy to fight back.
You know, like probably the worst like feeling, at least for me as a chess player, is losing before the rest day. Because all the next day you just think about your loss. I mean,
Yes.
yeah, it's so devastating, and I mean, like the feeling of anxiety never leaves you. Yeah, it's so bad.
Yeah, and I think losing on the last day, last round is even worse. Like to finish the tournament on a bad note, and then yeah, you will think about this game for a long time.
Yeah, I remember when I was younger, I used to like literally I freaked out when I've lost the last game in the tournament. So like even throwing phones to the door, like tilting so much, just well, like I can't say I ever had some kind of suicide related thoughts, but like nothing in this life was making me feel a bit happier. But now, like with aging, you become more philosophical, and you try to so you're getting over any kind of loses losses, so like
Mm-hmm.
easier, like year by year. So yeah, I mean, like I because some of my like chess friends are like even more tiltier, maybe twice or thrice than me. Obviously, I wouldn't name them, but like later on, I'll show them the broadcast, and I think they'll find some truth in my words. And some of them are very like having very good mindset, and like taking I mean any kind of loss with like philosophical like from the philosophical point of view. That's the thing I'm trying to learn from people who are not like tilting that much, because chess is just a game. Like
Mm-hmm.
even if you're like very ambitious player, you have to understand how to get over some painful moments in your career.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. I mean, me myself, I've also like been through a lot. Every chess player goes through a lot because we all have like our worst losses and everything. Um, from my experience, like every time it's like the very day, I feel terrible if I lost the game, like in what way, one way or the other. But typically, like the next day, I'm already moved on and. I think about the next game, and for some reason, this has stayed with me for like a
Hmm.
long time because this was like already the case when I was very young. But yeah, I think it's good in some way to be tilted to a certain extent because it means you care about the game. Like if you don't care, if you're like nah, whatever happened, it happened. then you will take chess also like less seriously, and you will not like look at the game as much. You don't want to know what the mistake is and blah blah blah. So I think it's good in a way, but yeah, as you said, you need to find a way to like control it and move on a bit quicker.
So how do you like how do you resist I mean how do you feel after some painful losses, and what do you normally do in order to avoid such kind of like depressive feelings? How do you get
Um,
over it?
It's really difficult. It just for me it happens automatically that like on the next day I'm fine, but like the evening or like the same on the same day, it's really difficult for me. And I try to distract myself. Like okay, like first of all, like quickly looking at the game and then see what I did wrong and what I should have done better. And then I just like I just try to like distract myself, like either have some like ice cream or something, like some good food, or I just do something completely different, like for example watch a movie, like anything else, and just like get my mind out of chess for a little bit.
Yeah, that's a nice approach. I agree with you. Having a good, having some sweets, having a good movie, having a glass of good wine, and having a good sleep is always like the best pill for any kind of chest diseases.
Hmm. Yeah, and I also try to like learn from my mistakes, and yeah, I mean it's different from if you're like the whole tournament goes very wrong, but if like I lose one game during the tournament, then I still feel like okay, like there's still a few rounds left and I can still like turn it around, and one loss doesn't mean anything just yet. And even though some losses can be really painful, um it's like it really like it gives me motivation to like play better in the next games
Hmm.
basically.
Yeah, that's nice approach. So I think like your spirit, your chess spirit is quite good in a long term if you are able to look at some chess problems from the like philosophical point of view.
Hmm.
I mean, it's very important to like not to put yourself in the into the like a big tilt. Just calm down. Just like have a breath, and then like calmly like analyze your game, analyze what the mistakes been done, and try to avoid them next time.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And I think it also helps that if you play actively, like that one loss is not going to define that much. Like for me, I haven't been playing super much lately, so if I like play one game and I have a terrible game or like I didn't win or something, it's like I lost a few rating points, and yeah, it hurts a bit more because you're not playing the next game like tomorrow or like in a few days. So
Hmm.
that makes it also a bit more difficult.
Yeah, definitely. We've got a very unusual setup from
Yeah.
Rapport.
Yeah. This is well, so Duda has a like Italian opening setup, but
Hmm.
Richard Rapport has some completely different setup. It almost looks like a close Sicilian setup.
Yeah, or ready or whatever it may be.
Yeah.
Was but the pawn was on b3. I mean, like b3 move seemed to be to me a bit mysterious. I mean, probably he was a bit afraid of like from the strategical point of view of a4, of a5 a4 move. Yeah, but like b3, castle h3. I think computer would be pretty much swearing on Richard because like it shouldn't be an advantage for white, obviously. Only black is the side who can be better in this position, but Rapper decided to play his firm chess to avoid any kind of theory, any kind of like theoretical battle on the board. Just
Mm-hmm.
just be off road from the modern lines. That's a very nice approach. I mean, especially for him, with a player with such kind of like such a great imagination, such a great. I mean, he's full of ideas and he can implement them on the board on almost every game. Like
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to figure out what will be the upcoming setup for Richard after h3. Like probably knight goes to h4, then king goes to h1, then f4 are the moves.
Yeah, that seems very logical, and I'm still puzzled what to think of the move b3 because maybe he wants to put the bishop on b2 actually. Now that you're pointing out this idea, pushing f4, maybe he is confident about bishop b2 and he will be able to put pressure on this pawn on e5.
Yeah, easily. So you mean like he can start with bishop b2 as well?
Mm-hmm.
Well, but it all depends. Like I think h6 was played to prevent some bishop g5 stuff. So we can try out bishop e6, and if knight goes to h2, black can even try d5,
Mm-hmm.
just to simplify everything on the board.
Yeah, and white will not be in time to play f4, so
No, 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 obviously not.
yeah, white has spent quite some time for this setup, and I'm not entirely sure what Richard's plan is, but I would definitely take the black pieces here as well.
I mean, black's setup looks more or less common. It's easier
Mm-hmm.
to understand where the queen goes, probably to e7, then rook to d8, and then some kind of pressure on the center and the queen side.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't believe in any kind of attack with white pieces, so I think it might be a very good chance for Duda himself to put Rapport even at on -2, like making him lose 2 games in a row. Obviously, it sounds quite, I mean, suspicious to say the least, but I mean, when if you are tilting, you can tilt. You can never get out the tilt. So, and this opening setup just means that Robert is not very comfortable after yesterday's loss against Nepomnyashchy.
Yeah, exactly, and it shows that he's playing something different than usual. How do you feel yourself? Like, do you tend to play different openings when, like, for example, you like have bad memories from like a certain game or like a bad opening? Do you tend to like just play something completely different, or do you usually stick to the same lines more or
I
less?
can say that my opening repertoire is like quite wide. Obviously, I'm
Mm-hmm.
trying not to repeat like the same lines I've played recently, even in like even twice. So I'm trying to shuffle the lines all the time. But well, if I see that the position is quite interesting and it's easy to make a mistake, and if the position is sharp, so I more like sharp positions, I would rather opt for this one. Like no matter what is the like my standing in the cross table.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a flexible approach, so probably I need to bend somehow. I mean, after losses or after victories, I have to like make some little adjustments. But yeah, I'm s- I'm trying to somehow I still play the same no matter what is the situation like in the tournament.
Yeah, that's very understandable. Yeah, for me, at some point, I was losing every opening with e4. So at some point, I played a few games with the first move g3, and it went pretty okay considering I didn't know much theory in this alliance. It was switching often to d4 openings or English openings, but yeah, I used to like switch up a lot. Now I have the same. I tend to do like bit random things and see what happens. But yeah, generally like I have some lines and then I'll based on the opponent I'll see what I prefer to play.
Mhm. Well, like I also had a period when I liked first G3 as well, and I've got some good results even against like 25, 2600 players. But then like mm, I didn't feel any sort of consistency in that kind of openings because it can turn out in any direction. So like I gave advice for myself to play like the most principal lines mostly, especially against the players who play some who don't have like a very consistent and very solid opening repertoire. And usually it pays off. I mean, like people are very lazy to um, learn like the first lines of computers by heart. They try to invent something from their own, and usually it doesn't. Um, it doesn't work well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, gotta be careful with that.
Yeah, yeah. So I decided just to play the main lines, like with black and with white. Maybe not the worst approach. But Rapport like
No.
is absolutely like vice versa. He tries to surprise his opponents even like with black pieces after e4 with move 5-6, like plays some kind of mm, like extraordinary Taimanov lines. Tries to prove that these lines are quite playable. He shuffles the lines mm, like pretty much because in order
Mm-hmm.
if he repeats the same line, I think his opponent is gonna be prepared because most of his lines are not quite playable to say the least. And he has an absolutely different approach. So he's kind of making his opening like vision wider and getting his opponents off the road of the or like certain knowledge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it could be a good strategy.
Yeah, I mean like but he is kind of unique in that because on such level being in top 10 he's like probably the only guy uh who plays that kind of pod me crap so much.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but he's a very
I
strong
hope
chess
it.
player, so it pays off
No,
for him.
absolutely. No, absolutely. Yeah, we'll have to see if it pays off today, but yesterday it clearly didn't. So we've yet to see if he can bounce back from yesterday's loss.
Yeah, we can at least we may expect very entertaining game from Robert as always. He like he's one of the most pleasant players to take a look at, and
Mm-hmm.
well, it's never boring when Robert plays like against like no matter whom.
Absolutely, yes.
Well, like the last remaining game that we've missed yet, Alireza against Teimour. Let's make a bet. So first we make a bet and then we switch the board.
Yes.
I think
Let's see. Yeah,
Ali,
you go first.
okay, I think especially after Radjabov's yesterday decision to play c5, a6 first moves. Well, probably it's been a very like specific prep against Caruana because he was afraid of Caruana opening repertoire and his knowledge certainly. I would rather expect Alireza playing e4 than d4 because after d4 he lost against Caruana himself, and like position wise, he's not been doing great. So I think Alireza opting for e4 against Teimour.
I agree. I also think there's going to be e4 on the board. I have a feeling Tamer will still go for the Sicilian, but maybe you're right. Not for the same line as he played against Fabiano. Um, which Sicilian should I go for? Maybe simply Taimanov.
Maybe Taimanov, but I would rather say it's been like martial or anti-martial line in Neru Lopez.
Hmm.
Yeah, let's
Okay.
take a look. I'm
Okay.
very
Let's see.
curious.
Ah,
No, we were both wrong. So it was Gioco Piano or Italian, as it said as well.
but
We
you're a bit closer.
well, I mean, I've only guessed like first couple of moves. Okay, yeah, only couple of moves. C3, yeah, with h6, knight d2, a6, v4, bishop a7. and I'm very curious why. And as I said before, I'm not very familiar with that kind of pawn structures. Obviously, I understand some like easy plans, like putting the knight on G3 or E3, like
Hmm.
pushing A4, A5, like trading the black squared bishops, pushing D4. But I'm not very familiar with this order of moves, and I'm very curious why White decided not to castle that early.
Yeah, this is how I typically play in online blitz.
Hmm.
I don't really like. I do tend to play this line quite often. I switch between Real Opus and Italian, but this is typically not the setup I'm opting for in a classical. So it's really interesting to see that Ali Mirza is going for this in the candidates. It gives me a good feeling because it feels natural to play this when you like play a fast time control
Hmm.
because well you push the pawns on the queen side and you are threatening to you're attacking the bishop so yeah it feels very aggressive and it feels really good but the problems will always be there that you cannot really push b5 because there's always going to be knight a5 and if you push a5 then b5 is a bit difficult to play so yeah, it has its drawbacks, and I'm curious to see what Alireza has in mind in
So
the next few
just to
moves.
make a conclusion, I'm very curious. How do you think could it be that Alireza had stolen your opening repertoire ideas? Looking at your online blitz games.
I would really love to take credit for that, but I think he will get very upset by my play.
Well, but at least in terms of opening.
Yeah, I don't know. It would be interesting to see if like the game would match with one of my online games because this is typically what I go for.
Like, would you be surprised after like possible Alireza interview and like him coming out with declaring that he's stolen the opening ideas from Anna-Maja Kazarian?
I would definitely be surprised and also very flattered. I mean, it doesn't happen every day that grandmasters look at your games and get inspiration. But yeah, I don't think it will be the case for this opening. But I'm curious where he like found the inspiration. To be fair, because this is not very common to play. It's more common to go for the traditional line with knight f1 and either bishop e3 or knight e3 or maybe knight g3. There's many ways to develop in this position. Um, so yeah, I'm curious how he got to this line at first.
And like black is potentially aiming to double on F file, creating some sort of attack. Could it be dangerous ever?
You mean black's attack?
Yeah, I mean like putting the queen on G6, playing
Mm-hmm.
rook F7, rook AF8. Like how dangerous it ever can be.
It can get really dangerous with the knight going from f6 to h5 and then to f4. That can be really annoying. Typically, knight h5 is not a move because there's always knight takes e5 tactics. But in this position, that's absolutely not possible. So I can definitely see Radjabov going for knight h5, knight f4, and creating a lot of threats because you don't even mind that the bishop could capture the knight on f4 whenever that's possible because you can simply recapture and still have a really nice attack.
But I'm starting to believe that it's true that Firouzja decided to take a more profound look on your games because you just mentioned knight f1 if he've done the same move.
It would be very funny to see how similar the line would be with my games,
Yeah,
but
so let's predict, let's bet on the move for black. Like we'll see how
um
Rajabov is familiar with your online blitz games.
I think knight h5 is the logical move here. It stops knight g3. It stops. I mean, g3 is not a preferable move to play
Hmm.
in this game in this position. And you're simply threatening to play knight f4, and that could be really annoying because it's really hard to remove this knight from the square.
Well, knight h5, all bets were
Going all in.
yeah were made. Let's wait for a move to appear on the board. And knight h5 is played indeed.
Okay, I made the good choice to go all in here.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah,
Okay.
it makes perfect sense.
And now, if I recall correctly, you've proposed bishop e3.
Yeah, yeah. I think bishop e3 is makes sense because if bishop takes e3, then you could consider taking with the pawn, and then knight f4 is not possible anymore. You could also simply take with the knight or the rook, but I think if you do that, then you have to face the consequences after knight f4, and I think you would want to avoid that as much as possible.
Yeah, I fully
But
agree.
yeah, but I don't think bishop takes e3 would happen. So let's see if Alireza actually plays bishop e3.
Okay, if
But
Alireza
would
plays
make
bishop
sense.
e3, we claim that you had a training session with Firouzja before the candidates tournament.
The secret
Yeah, just
second, yeah.
to make something hit the fan.
I did play a few games of Blitz and Bullet against his brother, Mohammed. He also streams sometimes.
Hmm.
So we did play a few times, and he is not obviously not as strong as Ali Reza. He is, I think his FIDE is around 2000 or something,
Hmm.
but his online chess skills are incredibly strong. Like he's very fast and very accurate, and it terrifies me absolutely his level of play.
Well, let's see. Yeah, it's getting so funny. It's like you predict him off, and like Radjabov and Firouzja both making them instantly. Well, I may understand that you just understand this position like even much better than me, but I mean you're guessing the exact you're exactly getting all the moves.
Yeah, it's I've played this line I think almost all my life. I mean, I've been switching between Real Lopez and Italian, and with Italian I come also to like the same position pretty much. Like there's not a big difference, but like there's only a few small differences between the two lines. Depends on how you play the both lines, obviously. But for me, it always comes down to putting the bishop on b3 and c2, or
Mhm.
trading on e6. It really depends, but it's the same ideas in both lines.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm very curious in considering D4 move, like if it
Hmm.
is possible at once. Like the thing that makes me feel a bit like anxious. That's the b4 pawn is hanging. That's the first thing, and the other one is like the possibility of some exchange sacrifices, like rook f3. Maybe rook f3
Yeah.
is not a good idea at all, because black only has one pawn for sacrificed exchange, and like knight on h5 looks a bit like awkwardly placed.
Yeah. True.
Well, but somehow I feel like bishop e3 will be played.
Yeah, the thing is, so you typically want to play d4, but especially with the pawn on b4 now, you don't really feel the need to play d4. And the drawback of pushing d4 at the wrong time is that it becomes a big weakness,
Hmm.
and it will be very difficult to deal with that because if you lose the pawn on d4, black will have a huge advantage because there will be very little to play for white.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. And also, I'm a bit interested whether b4, b5 is possible, because I do see the possibility of bishop f2 check. Uh,
Oh, yeah.
That's a very common tricky stuff in that sort of positions. And after rook a1, we have again a very unbalanced in like material wise unbalanced position, with white having a pair of minor pieces against the rook and a pair of pawns. So once again, material-wise, black is almost pawn up, but the position is no, but rook a2 is played, and
Okay, I give
probably
up.
no, no, no. You don't give like it's not like giving up. It's like probably like bishop e3 would be played next move. He only prepared the soil for cultivating some plants. So rook a2 is also can be useful because now b5 is a threat and we take on f2 with the rook. So
Mhm.
I like it's a very versatile move and well, this is somewhat I like from Alireza. I don't believe he's like 100% familiar with this exact position, despite the fact it looks very common in like in Gioco Piano. Like rook a2 is a very useful move, I think.
Yeah, it's an unexpected move, but the idea makes a lot of sense because you're protecting the pawn on f2, which is a big target, and yeah, you remove all sorts of ideas of bishop takes f2 check, and potentially you could yeah, you could, I mean, you could help support some like if there's going to be an attack on the king side, you can support it with the rook. And yeah, I think he's just trying to take it slow, and perhaps he is considering to move the knight from f3 to, for example, h2. I don't think it will go to h4 because it wouldn't be able to do much there,
Mhm.
but knight to h2 and bring the knight to g4 or queen to g4. So yeah, like this, the rook is defending pawn f2, and there's not much to worry about for white.
Yeah, without a doubt. Knight h to knight g4, I think, yeah, it can be possible. Somehow I'm trying to understand how we can get rid of the pin. I mean, get rid of the pressure on the f2 pawn, but like seemingly the only way to do it is to play bishop e3.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, just to mention your online blitz idea, which can be played in Firouzja against Radjabov. No, of course, I'm kidding. Yeah, but I mean, by all means, bishop e3 looks very normal. And I think after bishop e3, let's imagine black making some kind of yeah, let's say like rook f7. Yeah, rook f7 is kind of provocative because you cannot take on e5 because the knight e5, queen h5, and there is a lot of funny stuff, including rook takes f2, and I'm not very like sure that white has any sort of advantage. But knight e3 is simply giving
Mm-hmm.
like huge advantage for black. That's why knight e5 is not possible. Like I'm trying to realize the consequences after pawn taken on e3, and then we can start some g4 rook g2 plan. It looks a bit like strange to say the least, but who knows? Maybe it works.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting because opening the g5, I think with the especially with the rook on g2, I think it will favor white a lot because it's clear that white will have an attack, and yeah, I think black is way too slow to start an attack themselves in this position.
Yeah, that's why knight f4 was played, probably the most logical option.
Yeah.
Yeah, and white has pretty much plenty of moves. Maybe
Yeah,
bishop.
the thing is, yeah, I think bishop e3 needs to be played here because the threat is queen g6, and after knight g3, you will simply lose the knight on g3. Queen takes g3 will happen.
Yeah, you're right. Well, so bishop e3 or bishop takes f4. Two
Mm-hmm.
valid options. Maybe there is something else, but it will probably it would look less mm, promising for white.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like bishop takes f4. It may be the top engine move, but I don't really like it because it allows black to have a clear idea, and this bishop on a7 will become very strong because there's no dark squared bishop to trade it or to block this bishop on a7, and the attack on the king side will become much more clear as the queen will go to g6 or h5, and the rook will follow. Other rook will follow on f8.
Yeah, the absence of dark squared bishop vis-a-vis would cause some problems for white for sure. Still,
Mm-hmm.
I would consider this position to be mm, as absolutely unclear. But strategically wise, I think it has to be super fine for black.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, it's just a playable position, very double-edged, very common in terms of Gioco piano pawn structure, and I think it's a good time to move on
Sounds good.
to another game. For example, Nepomnyashchy against Ding Liren, because was one of the most boring games.
Who knows? There could be another repetition offered already.
You mean like it's a kind of a bite for Ding Liren to go all in and to discover Richard Rapport's fate yesterday.
Yeah, you never know, and I think Ding could be really dangerous. He hasn't had a great tournament so far, but you never know when uh, when he comes back. So.
I mean, like statistically wise, it would be very difficult to bounce back for everyone, obviously, except
Mm-hmm.
Fabiano Caruana because he's chasing and he's just behind for half a point. And even for Nakamura, I mean, something really marvelous has to happen in order for him to chase down the leaders. So let's take
Yeah.
a look on Nepomnyashchy against Ding. We are switching the board, and here we go. Wow.
Wow. It's close to what I
Yeah, yeah,
expected, but
yeah. It's like I feel your pain, bro.
wow. Okay. Well, I think this will be like I don't know in the other games how much. Okay, I think we're actually seeing a repetition now.
Like, how would you evaluate that sort of position?
I think White has some potential because the pawn on g3 could go forward, but yeah, I unfortunately for White there's still a pawn f5, so yeah, there will be a capture happening. So yeah, I guess this is very very close to a draw.
Yeah, I took my words back. I mean, after saying that was a boring game, no, it developed quite quickly. And yeah, I think we shouldn't disrespect Young, in, like by all means, in
No.
any at any regard, because he is a sole leader, and it's a good thing to keep some sort of energy because, like, even with black pieces, he's receiving quite double-edged position, like every game. And it's not a bad decision to make a quick draw with white pieces less than an hour and having a good rest in one of the best Madrid hotels, like probably going to some spa or like wellness center,
Mm-hmm.
who knows, or probably visiting Santiago Bernabeu Stadium. Probably he will not because I know he's a Football Club Barcelona fan, so it would be a
Ah.
place like prohibited for like visiting for him. Yeah, and well, I think it's not a great idea to take a look on how this game developed, but like
Mm-hmm.
anyway, let's briefly scroll it on. Queen
Yeah.
f3, bishop d6, rook a1. So I'm trying to get the difference, like why rook a1 was played instead of rook fe1. Probably. So that was the plan. So to put the knight on d1, h6, bishop takes queen, pawn, b3. And white almost received some sort of fortress. f5, knight e3, f4, knight f5, like forcing black to take on f5, leaving a pair of opposite color bishops on the board, and basically zero chance to win for both sides. So yeah, pretty much everything been traded, and the players agreed on draw. So that was
Mm-hmm.
a very quick game between Nepomnyashchy and Ding. Mm, well, I'm a bit curious how Ding will try to bounce back. Actually, he didn't even try to. Even he understood that. Even if he understood that he's way behind Jan, it's not a bad idea to try to get some sort of uh, unusual play in their direct encounter to make Jan feel somehow uncomfortable. But he opted for a very solid line, and like he only earned half of a point. Well, not it's not that bad for Ding, but somehow he needs to switch on because tournament it's already over, like
Mm-hmm.
almost over for him. Not already, but almost. So I'm very curious when the
Yeah.
players will switch themselves on.
Yeah, there's 6 more rounds for them, and yeah, I think it's very fair that Nepomnyashchy is playing so safe because he has nothing to lose. It gives Fabiano more pressure to win his games because, well, he's still a half a point behind, and now, well, basically a full point, but Fabiano is still obviously in his game. But yeah, Nepo is just giving a very clear sign that he's not willing to risk anything just yet, and he doesn't have anything to risk either. And what is really impressive is that he is saving so much time on his clock. Like he's barely spending time, and it makes me think like, okay, is there a chance that he has spent over the tournament so far? He has spent less time on his clock than, for example, um, a player in one game fighting on to the very end in the very end game
Yeah,
because he has spent so little time so far.
and all the games he won were was with queens on board. I mean, like
Hmm.
they were. I mean, those games were middle games. I mean, they've ended in the middle game stage, and yeah, I'm very curious. That's a good point to mention. I mean,
Yeah, and yeah.
I somehow I don't have a like a great feeling, a good feeling for Jan because usually it's psychologically wise, it's easier for the player who is chasing the leader, let's say for Caruana to reach the leader than for the leader to maintain the like the gap between first and second place, like the between him and the runners up. And also taking into account that they haven't played their second game yet, and Caruana having white pieces. I mean, I think like statistically wise, the chances between Nepomnyashchy and Caruana are pretty much mm, equal in my
Hmm.
point of view.
Yeah, no, I think that's very fair. I'm really curious to see how the tournament will develop from here because, as I mentioned, there's only 6 rounds left, and yeah, I mean it's clear that there's two players fighting for the title. It there could still be a miracle that could happen. That, for example, Hikaru Nakamura could still fight for the first place, but he's down. I believe like 2 points behind Nepomnyashchy now, maybe 2.5. So yeah, there's a lot to fight for, and I'm really curious to see how Nepo will do in his next few games because at some point he need to play more risky. But I think he's just waiting and going to see how Karana will be doing because in case Karana loses, he will be ahead of full point already, so that will give him a clear edge and even less to risk.
Yeah, without a doubt.
So yeah, I think well, good job to Nepomnyashchy for well, first of all, winning another 3,500 euros,
Yeah, yeah.
and yeah, saving saving a loss because, well, a draw is a draw, and it helps to climb up on the scoreboard. And you also spend very little effort for this game, so.
Yeah, I mean, like it's a very, I can say it's controversial because, like if you're a sole leader having +4, every draw means that you're climbing up the scoreboard. But if it's a beginning of the tournament, it means you're like crawling. I mean, you have to, like the best way is to make the draws in the very end of the tournament when
Mm-hmm.
you're a sole leader. And psychologically it's still, well, I changed my mind. I think it's a bit still controversial because for Caruana, knowing he's just half a point behind of Nepomnyashchy, like the aim and the objective is quite near, and this is the very moment where some like stranger things may appear.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll have to see what happens next.
Yeah. And yeah, thanks for Jan and Dink for making our duty being uh, less difficult.
Yeah, it saves us some time. Absolutely.
And yeah, I think all the remaining games were quite interesting. We can move on to Caruana because it's in his like clear in his full right being the leader of the remaining games, like still
Mm-hmm.
playing.
Yeah, let's have a look how the game progressed there. Okay, we see quite a few moves have been played right now.
Mhm.
Okay, a couple of moves, not a lot.
So Nakamura decided to move out his queen from the F file. Somehow he decided that it may be dangerous at some point. Queen d2 was played after bishop d3, and then c4. So like one of the fewest reasonable options is to play bishop d1. Also bishop c2 is an option, but also it's not that clear if c takes b3 is a threat.
Yeah. Hmm.
Well, in
Do
terms of
you? Yeah, I'm wondering who would prefer to trade off those bishops because, yeah, for example, if bishop c2 and bishop takes c2, queen takes c2, I am curious if this benefits white or black because black has still this very aggressive pawn structure. But the more pieces are removed from the board, the less those pawns become powerful, I feel like.
Mhm. Yeah, that's an important question to solve out because after normally when you trade the pair of bishops having a bishop pair, so if you lose one of the bishops, it's getting worse for the side who had a pair of bishops. So uh, like like in terms of that, it has to be in the black's favor. But mm, particularly in this position, I'm not like quite sure that black is gaining something after the bishop trade because the only drawback, like the only difference between um, like that position and the position without the bishop is that black already pushed c5, c4, potentially weakening d4 square because after c4 they no more have e4 and the only way to proceed in the center is to push d4
Mm-hmm.
at some moment. So mm, like c4 is somehow stretching black's opportunities, and even bishop c2 is a possible option for white. I mean, even strategically wise.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Well, you can make a very like nice ring of the bishop on d3 and the pawns like c4, e4, d5, playing e4. But obviously it has its own drawbacks connected with the weakness of the d4 squares, some black squares as well in the center. So you would rather prefer, I believe, like capturing the bishop and extra protecting the pawn on e5, like rook e8 or maybe even rook d8.
Yeah. Yeah, it will be interesting to see if Fabiano is able to move the pawns after all. Because for now, Hikaru is defending the square d4 really well. And yeah, if you play e4, I mean, the problem is that this bishop will not be able to do much. It will just stay there, and you don't have a clear plan just yet because you're fixing the pawn structure pretty much like this.
Yeah, this pawn structure looks flawless for black, but it's not quite obvious like which pawn to push. Maybe bishop
Mm-hmm.
d1 even looks more flexible in terms of and bishop d1 is played. So he decided to play according to the rule to keep the pair of bishops at the board on the board and you try to use the bishop pair.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not pretty sure what will be the next white's move. Maybe bishop g5 or even some sort of slow move like h3. Like I'm not like quite sure. Maybe h3 is not a good idea because of e4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a bit difficult to see because it's like white has too many pieces. But obviously, if you remove a piece, then it will be very difficult. Like, ideally, you would want to trade pieces, I feel like, because it's difficult to see where, for example, this light squared bishop is heading to. And this bishop on d3 is really well placed. And I think it will be very difficult for white to play around this bishop. So bishop c2 seemed logical to me, but I'm curious to see what Hikaru has in mind after bishop d1.
Yeah, clear point. I'm failing to understand how to proceed with black pieces. Mm, as well as for white, it seems like for me, in like my point of view, it's impossible to play with for both sides. And now like the like tic-tac-toe game begins. So probably like rook d8 and just preparing some sort of d4 breakthrough. I don't know. I mean, uh, I'm not pretty convinced that black has a clear plan as well as white.
Yeah,
So we can see some random moves further.
yeah, indeed. It's hard to see if a plan for black as well. Maybe you could consider playing b4, and try to open up the b file so that a certain rook could like infiltrate. I meant with the black pieces.
Mm, well, but let's make a move for black and then we can try out b4
I
because
meant b4 with black.
with black, sorry.
Yeah, yeah, no worries.
Yeah, so you mean like you push b4 and you're
Mm-hmm.
like okay with sacrificing the pawn?
Yeah, yeah, so we can play d4 easily.
Yeah, I'll be greedy. I'll take the b pawn. You play d4 probably, and
Mm-hmm.
then like bishop g5 is one of the fewest considerable options. Maybe bishop f2, keeping
Yeah,
the
now I
pressure.
guess you're forced to play rook e8.
But then somehow I believe white is doing fine because you also gave me e4 square.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Not like winning, but for sure white is doing like super
Yeah, a
fine.
bit better.
Bishop
Yeah.
a4, knight a4, knight e4. Yeah, so b4
Mm-hmm.
maybe a bit like it's probably too sharp. I mean, like maybe there is no necessity to make the game being forced because white. I mean, somehow like white setup is so shrink. Uh, they just have a little shortage of moves. Maybe bishop g5 is the threat, and that concern I would suggest h7, h6 to be played, just to prevent from bishop g5 and net g5 ideas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's a really interesting move.
So I mean, you just try to tie down the pieces just to hold any kind of active play to hold off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it's very difficult to see what white can do otherwise, and this move bishop g5 is definitely something that white could consider. So, if he can stop it, then it will make white's task even more difficult to find a plan here.
I think one of the possible plans is to transfer the bishop to g3. Let's say putting the knight on f1, playing bishop f2, and then bishop g3.
Mm-hmm.
I think now it just becomes the game of plans, the game of some sort of like restrictions. So I mean, like I mean, like moves like h6, kind of holding off any kind of active play. Yeah, that's
Mm-hmm.
interesting, but in terms of tactics, this position is super boring. So it's not that sharp as it seems to be at the first glance.
Yeah, I think so too. So this might be a long game because this could still go anywhere.
Yeah, obviously. Um, yeah, so at least the position is unbalanced, and we cannot blame players for making a very like dry draw. So like no matter what happened in the game will be rich of interesting stuff.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And I think the fact that there's like some imbalance in this position already makes it interesting because, for example, it's clear that black has more space than white. But in return for this, white does have more minor pieces, and this could benefit in some positions. But for now, we've yet to see how white will proceed. And yeah, it's difficult to see. Like, I mean, the pieces are so tied down together. So, yeah, we have a plan to maneuver the bishop to g3, but yeah, it's difficult to see like what's next after that because the pieces will still be tied down together.
Yeah, I fully agree. And I think we can implement the rule for that sort of positions. Like the more pieces on the board you have, the more valuable the like the bishop and knight pair against the rook is. It's like if we take most of the pieces of the board, I think the rook will be much stronger than it is in the current position. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
the rook will be valued more than the pair of minor pieces.
Mm-hmm.
But with an abundance of minor and major pieces, I think this position still has to be mm, like it feels to be a little bit more pleasant for white to play because of a little uncertainty of black's plan. Because like d4 is connected with some sort of risk, and e4 weakening the black squares is not what black willing to do voluntarily, at least. So yeah, that's getting interesting, and I think we should pay more attention to this game afterwards. But let's take a quick look on other games as well, like
Sounds good.
Rapport against Duda. There's been some kind of extraordinary opening stuff.
Okay, it's like a hedgehog from White's
Yeah, it's
perspective.
like a hedgehog.
Yeah, Richard is taking it very easy today. It might get very difficult for Duda to create an attack on the king. It's like that's how safe Richard is playing. But in any case, yeah, I feel like Richard is taking it a bit too slowly. So I feel like Duda has much more ambitious plans and much more chances in this game too.
Yeah, fair point. Mm, well, talking, I can't really agree that's on Rapport being like very slow in that particular game. I mean, it's just the position. The position demands that sort of moves like a3, like
Mm.
preventing against some bishop b4 stuff like b5, a4, and etc. I mean, obviously, computer would say that black is like super fine, maybe better, but from humans' perspective, it's not. mm, It's always so unclear in that sort of positions what to do
Mm-hmm.
because there is an absence of like normal chess patterns because the position is not normal itself.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see that Richard decided to play bishop e3 instead of the idea that we pointed out, bishop b2, was the idea to push f4 after knight h2. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the idea was behind b3 then, but perhaps he was simply preparing for this setup that after move like a4, whenever that's possible, you will face it with b4,
Hmm.
or at least you can capture it at some point.
With the
But
knight.
yeah, so perhaps that was his idea, and yeah, it feels like it's much easier to play this position with the black pieces. However, the question is, do you want to play d5 in the near future? Yes or no? And I think it's possible, but you have to be very precise here.
Yeah, obviously. And note this question if you like to play some sort of King's Indian positions, because me personally, at least like 5 years ago, I wouldn't hesitate taking on d4 with the bishop. After some sort of move like bishop e6, like bishop d4, probably would take with the pawn because there is no necessity to give up the bishop on d4.
Hmm.
Then I play knight e2 or knight b1. Maybe knight e2 is even more flexible because I'm attacking the pawn, and after queen b6 I have knight d2, and then I push like this, like
Mm.
f4, g4, and etc.
Yeah, that looks really interesting.
Usually computer is not very happy with that kind of stuff because he tends to underestimate mm, the the scare of King's Indian attack, I would rather say so. But from the human's perspective, usually that sort of positions, even if it is -1 for white, it's very unclear to play for both sides. But
Hmm.
like for King's Indian players, maybe it's quite clear because you just push the pawns and then the game will show whether you've done everything right or wrong.
Yeah, and I think for computer it's also easier to defend positions like that, and for from a human point of view, defending against such a pawn march on the king side will be much more difficult to deal with. So
Hmm.
yeah, computer is much better in defending than us. So that's why the attack is also often underestimated.
Yeah, that's unquestionable. I agree. I mean, because that's very explainable because from the human's perspective, when you've under attack, you try to mm, all the time you try to like pull out more pieces to protect your king, but sometimes there is just no necessity to do it, and computer can like protect calmly and
Hmm.
uh, ap- like and correctly. While sometimes it's not that easy. Like it's easier to attack and it's more difficult to defend only from the psychological point of view because normally you tend to overestimate your attacking chances and you tend to underestimate your defensive chances.
Hmm. Yeah, I agree.
So a3 is played, Rapport being very tricky, very crafty player today, and not only today. Obviously, he's one of the sneakiest player all time.
Hmm. Yeah. So both players have spent quite some time
Mhm.
already, which is interesting to see. It shows they're, I mean, more or less out of their preparation and thinking on the board what their plans are. So yeah, it's interesting seeing like different contrasts. Like one game we see that both players have, a preparation of like 20 moves on the board, and in this game it feels like it's happening very intuitively, and yeah, I feel like Richard is just going for a solid line.
Yeah, yeah. I believe Duda is considering more or less two or three options. Like the first one is just to swap everything off the board, like knight takes then
Mm-hmm.
bishop takes. Like if queen takes, then after d5, black is just great. Black is doing great there because d4 is coming, and now black receives some sort of very pleasant uh, type of king's Indian play because you play d4, then a4, ex- you explode the you expose the queen side, and
Mm-hmm.
you're much faster than your opponent because your king is kind of safe. And if pawn takes e3, then I'm not like quite sure whether white is aiming to play d4 and d5. Then it's like
Mm-hmm.
from the structural point of view, obviously black is better, but it's a bit unpleasant because of the pressure on f file.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, black would want to play d5, but it won't really like do so much as much as you would want. So yeah, this position seems really balanced.
Yeah, that's true indeed. It's balanced
Yeah.
but quite unusual.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
I would rather expect this position to occur in some like 1700 players game, but on the top level, it's like we are back to 19th century.
Yeah. True. Yeah, I agree.
Well, let's take a quick look on I think Alireza against Radjabov, the game we are missing.
hmm Let's see how that game developed. Okay, the bishops are off the board. That's
Yeah,
something.
something that you've predicted. But
Yes.
Firouzja decided to include the king h2. So he
Okay,
decided to
interesting.
wait for queen to be on uh, f7, then bishop e3, bishop takes knight e3, king h8, knight g4. I mean that sort of pawn structure is so complex.
Yeah, and this knight on g4, it's defending really well, but I'm failing to see how it could be useful as an attacking piece because you're not able to sacrifice on h6, for example, or on e5 in one way or the other. This knight on f4 is really disturbing, and if you push the pawn to g3, then you weaken your knight on f3, and you can't afford to do that. So
Mhm.
this is not an easy position to play with the white pieces.
Well, but knight e7 was played, but that somehow makes me feel a bit concerned because I thought knight on c6 is not a useless piece at all because uh, I was thinking about white's plan, and my the first thing that came to my mind was to push d3 d4, but after d3 d4, let's say if black makes some kind of I would say stupid move like queen g6,
hmm
maybe it's not that stupid at all. If d4, at least black should uh, pay a little attention on the possibility of capturing the pawn and taking on b4. So it's like knight on c6 probably mm, like visibly a more active piece than on e7 because after knight e7, uh, I'm a bit puzzled where it goes because if it goes to g6, then I would pretend to be super chess theoretician and
hmm
imply a rule of Mark Dvoretsky, who told that a pair of knights pretending for the same squares is just a useful, sorry, the useless pair of knights.
Yeah.
So it's better to diverse the squares covered by the knights. But if knight e7, knight g6, yeah, I mean, at the first glance, they look quite scary and dangerous because knight g2 is hanging. But like if we pretend to be like like theoreticians, super chess theoreticians, it's not like that great. Because after knight e7, we can even play rook e3, knight g6. Maybe I'm blundering h5. That's the point. So
Yeah.
knight e7. Wow.
What about d4 now, since b4
Mhm.
won't be hanging anymore?
Yeah, that's the main point. Knight e7 g6. It's like I'm not pretty sure knight g2 is hanging on the spot.
Mm-hmm.
So we
Yeah,
can
it could get really interesting.
we can even consider taking on e5 and having a pawn
Mm-hmm.
up. I know, but there is knight g2. King g2, queen f3. That's an idea.
Oh, that's a tactic, right? That's why it doesn't work.
Yeah, and if queen
Wow.
f3, knight h4, we retreat probably to. Yeah, but now it doesn't matter because black is doing fine there.
Yeah,
So that's
absolutely.
an issue. I mean, like uh, now after I realized that my idea was absolute nonsense, I may agree that 97 has a clear point and a clear idea to put on to go knight g6 and create an idea of sacrificing the other one.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and in this case, after knight e7, we can try to extra protect the g2 pawn or knight on f3. Somehow I didn't like king h2. That's why I was a bit concerned after queen h2, and I thought bishop e3 at once was a better option. Like bishop e3, if you play queen g6, we still have knight g3, at least.
Yeah, absolutely. But maybe he was unhappy with the bishop takes c3 and then rook takes c3.
Yeah, it could be, easily. It's like even queen f7. Yeah, you're right. I mean, this position is so I mean, it's just so terrible to analyze because, like, without the engine, you feel yourself. I mean, mm, well, I don't know how to express. I know a bad word, but sometimes it's difficult to find a good word for that feeling. I mean, you okay?
Yeah.
Sometimes you feel to be like, in other words, destroyed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah. So bishop. Yeah, but king h2. Well, it's very controversial for me because I'm not very familiar with that sort of positions, and
Mhm.
we should give a full credit for both players at least playing the stuff I don't ever took uh, under consideration. Queen
Yeah, for
f7,
sure.
bishop e3, bishop takes 93, king h8, knight g4, knight e7. Yeah, well, with that idea of knight g6, knight g2, I think I pretty much expect Firouzja spending plenty of time for solving this quite an unpleasant issue, but somehow I believe the position has to be equal. And maybe on that positive note, it's a good time to have a short break after first 90 minutes of the game.
Sounds good.
Stay tuned. We will be back shortly. All right, we're back from the short break, and now I have to I have to tell you, lads, that now it's Anna-Maja duty to choose the table, which what we have to follow after all short breaks, and yeah, just for a heck of it. And after and she chosen Nakamura against Fabiano. That's what we have on the board. The position
Yeah.
looks absolutely insane to say the least. I don't know whether
Yeah.
I can say much anything else about it, but after e4, it feels um like more or less white, like Hikari implemented the same plan that we've been kind of considering. So like the
Mhm.
one of the ideas was to put the bishop on g3,
Mhm.
but the problem was where the knight goes from f1. And in order not to be traded for a very certain reason, mm, a very explainable reason, after rook df7, knight h1 was played, which
Mhm.
probably looks a bit too extraordinary at the first glance, but in fact, it's a very strong move because knight can also jump to f2 square, preparing bishop g3. Then e4 was played immediately, and
Mhm.
Caruana is trying to use the a little mm, like um, I don't know even how to explain like this knight on h1, like mm, mm, so a little. I mean, like the knight being quite far away from the all action. So
Mhm.
after knight e4, knight d4 is played. Yeah, so this knight on h1 being a bit distanced, and in fact, some tactical issues may appear because the bishop cannot move from f2 because of rook f1 mate, knight d4, and yeah, it's black to move.
Yeah, it's very interesting that Hikaru is going for this line. But after e4, now with the knight on d4, I feel like the pieces of white are very like not coordinated at all. But white does have access to more squares now. And yeah, the problem is indeed like the idea was to play bishop g3, but now indeed there's a checkmate idea on f1. So this might be very difficult for white to play. Um,
No, pardon me.
I was almost thinking like that could be a sensible move because king takes f1 is not a move, but king takes f1. But
Indeed, like bishop f1, like if unless there is rook f1, king f1
yeah.
is not possible because of queen h2. But yeah, obviously it was a mouse slip. I just wanted to point out the importance of f1 square because the bishop once again, as you told absolutely correctly, cannot move because of bishop.
Hmm.
Like if you make some sort of move like h6, bishop cannot move to g3. We just have to like show to the spectator this not that cute, but a very effective mate on f1.
Hmm.
After knight d4, um, yeah, I think black should uh, somehow switch on the knight. Like the absence of knight still somehow is, I mean, is feeling, and we have to. It's better to transfer it somewhere closer to the opponent's king. Probably knight c5 is a very valid option. And then
Hmm.
even some e3 ideas may appear. Or knight e6. Like knight c5 is a move I'm kind of waiting for to make.
Hmm.
Because otherwise, unless there is anything forced, like if there is nothing forced, knight c5 like 100% should be played.
Yeah, I agree. Knight c5 is very logical. The only problem is that I'm failing to understand what the plan is of black now, because after e4 the pawn structure is fixed, the knight is on d4 now blocking the pawn on d5, and it feels like I mean obviously black is lacking pieces for an attack on the king side, and even if you could include the knight by playing knight c5 and maybe I don't know, like 96 or 97 to try to include in the attack, it becomes a little bit difficult to see where the pieces are heading. So yeah, indeed, e3 would be one of the few ideas to include the knight in the attack.
Well, in that case, let's try to find a proper and appropriate move for white after knight c5.
I'm guessing rook e3 to stop e3 at any
Yeah, yeah.
cost.
Yeah, but once again, like white pieces look a bit tied down
Mm-hmm.
to defend their own king, and a knight on h1 placed rather awkwardly than clever.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very interesting because it feels like both sides can't really make progress, but specifically white is playing very passively, and it's really difficult to see what the plan is, how to make progress with white. And black, on the other hand, is the one that is attacking, but it feels like it will be very difficult to cross this like wall of pieces.
Yeah, indeed, it won't be an an easy task, but like once again, I think it should be a very long game, like
Mm-hmm.
probably with mutual chances. So if somehow white managed to trade the pair of rooks and activate their knight from h1, they would be an upper hand. And in case if not, and black managed to push the pawns on the queen side, somehow weaken the king on the king side, obviously they will maintain a very like enormous pressure. Like knight
Mm-hmm.
c5, rook e3 has a valid point, but somehow I feel this move is also connected with some sort of risk because we are lacking protection of f1 square. So black should try emphasize the pressure on f file. Maybe queen h6 is not that absurd.
Mm-hmm.
So probably you want to unpin playing queen e1, but then I would even consider bishop b1 as a move with an
Yeah.
idea of knight d3. It looks a bit awkward, but it's not that easy for white to refute this
Yeah,
ridiculous
absolutely.
move.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this knight indica has some potential. Um, Especially that bishop b1 becomes a valid idea now, a valid move.
hmm I wouldn't be surprised if players agree on draw in that sort of position, even in this particular position.
Mm-hmm. And what is
Because
really surprising? Oh, go ahead. I want to
yeah,
mention
that's
something
great.
else.
I mean, just because there is an absence of fresh ideas for both sides, for white and for black as well. Yeah, so that's
Mm-hmm.
what I've tried to point out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes perfect sense. What I wanted to say is that it's really remarkable to see Hikaru still on 1 hour and 28 minutes, whereas Fabiano is down to 30 minutes, which is a huge difference. They do have plenty of moves played, so I don't think the time control will be much of a problem for Fabiano. But this time difference is really remarkable, and especially because I don't feel like Hikaru has like a great position or very pleasant to play in this position. But nonetheless, he has this really big time advantage.
Well, but I do believe that sort of position. I mean, especially in that sort of position, the time difference would seemingly not pay off. And now I see that after bishop f2, rook d f7 was the move
Mhm.
for which Fabiano spent almost 1 hour 59 minutes.
Oh wow!
So instead of protecting the e5 pawn, he decided to go for a counterattack. So probably like rook e5 was failing to rook f3,
Mm-hmm.
and knight e5 obviously not a good option because of rook f2 and black has a sufficient material advantage.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm still a bit surprised why he took such a big thing after rook before playing rook d7. It's not sort of kind of move that requires such a deep and profound thing. So
Yeah. Yeah, it's really surprising to see. I wonder what else he was considering, because clearly he had a few moves in mind.
yeah, for sure. Maybe he was deciding. I mean, he was choosing between bishop rook e7 and rook f7, but somehow he figured out some little differences between those two moves, and rook df7, like eventually he felt that's a more appropriate move
Mm-hmm.
to make. And in the current position after knight d4, I think queen g6 was played by Fabiano.
Okay.
So what do you think about this move?
Um. Yeah, I think the idea is to play e3 and bishop e4. So in that sense, it makes sense to play queen g6. But it feels a little too slow, and I would really want to see the knight being involved in the game. But perhaps he has plans to play knight d6, knight f5, and I think he would happy to trade off this knight from d4.
Yeah, could it be? And especially with the bishop tied down to protect the f1 square,
Hmm.
white will not be able to take with the bishop on d4. Let's say if so, let's make some kind of useless move like rook. Well, but rook e3 is not that useless. Sometimes if you try to make a useless move, you make one of the
Best
one of the
moves,
most
yeah.
the one of the best. But after rook e3, we can play queen h6, and so white is kind of a little zugzwang again.
Hmm.
So I mean, we can start with knight d6, but I was a bit concerned of rook g3 at once, and then queen h6 is not no more available.
Hmm.
So maybe it's a bit more clever to start with queen h6 first.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. But yeah, the idea is the same. You want to play knight d6 and knight f5, and
Yeah, good point. Yeah, I agree with you.
looks like a really
Good
good
plan.
position for
Hmm.
black.
Especially with, I mean, uh, com- mm, if we compare the protection of the kings, obviously white is lacking the protection because of the power of doubled rooks on f file and the pressure on the f2 bishop. Like it could have been that knight on h1 surprisingly, but found the best spot on the board. But somehow I'm mm, failing to find the move for some sort of counterplay for white. So yeah, I think we
Hmm.
should agree that we would rather pick black to play in this position because of the vulnerability of white's king.
Absolutely, yeah. Uh, it's clear that White has a lot of problems. There are some hanging pieces, like the queen on d2 is vulnerable, especially in this position. This bishop on f2 is not able to move. This knight on h1 is also not able to move. So it's really difficult to find a few moves for White here
Hmm.
to consider. And that makes the position really difficult to play.
Yeah, we can claim that white is in a sort of like middle game Zugzwang with such a shortage of
Yeah.
moves.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I'm curious to see how Hikaru is going to deal with this because Fabiano has quite an easy task in this game.
Yeah, full point.
Hmm.
Yeah, so queen g6 was played. A very decent move by Fabiano, just keeping the tension. Basically, black has a plenty of moves, and he may vary some queen g6 ideas with queen h6, just shuffling the queen and waiting for his opponent to blunder something. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be surprised that the computer says that this position is even better for white, or it is a dead draw, but somehow it's easier to make one single move with black than with white.
Yeah, yeah. Like you can even consider, okay, maybe now a5 is not so great anymore because the b5 pawn is hanging, but you have lots of ideas with black, and
Hmm.
yeah, knight d6, knight f5 is really straightforward, and yeah, even if you like make a waiting move with black at this point, like you can like ask the question to white, what do you do? Because you can't just pass the move.
Yeah, but then it becomes a bit unclear where Nakamura could, mm, where could he make a better move? Where could
Mm-hmm.
he improve the game? Because I think this is more or less what white were aiming for, to provoke
Mm-hmm.
black to put the pawn on e4, another one on c4. But it feels like black done everything what white were like looking forward to,
Yeah.
and still the position remains quite unclear, to say the least.
Yeah, and this might also surprise Hikaru to see like, okay, this position is not in my favor, and it's hard to say why. Indeed, where was a mistake? Because it's maybe not lost. I mean, it's definitely not over and anything like that. It's just practically speaking, really difficult to play this position.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's not clear at all. I'm convinced this position is not even worse for white. I think it's more or less
Mm-hmm.
equal, maybe even slightly better. So I'm trying to find the proper setup, mm, for white. So I still believe rook e3 is one of the best options. Queen h6. We play queen e1 just to unpin. Then black may choose between knight e6 and knight c5.
Mm-hmm. I think 96
Like knight
is
d6.
easier.
Yeah, and now,
Or maybe we had this idea of knight c5 and bishop b1. I think that one was really good.
well, at least it was interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe knight b5. Yeah, actually, you can implement the same stuff with knight e6 if you want to get rid of the knight.
Mm-hmm.
I can try out some b4 moves, which also look a bit controversial because now c3 pawns becomes becomes a target.
Mm-hmm.
So you can try out knight d7, knight d6. There is plenty of options. Maybe knight a4 is not that great because of bishop takes f4, and
Mm-hmm.
mm, white has a very like shrink position, and obviously some trades are in their favor.
It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I'm failing to develop this knight on h1 because all the time the f2 bishop is hanging. Probably after queen e1, like knight c5, we play some sort of h3. Yeah, because I wanted to put my bishop king on h2 and bishop to g3. Let's say this is my plan. Like if I'll be in time to do this, I think white would improve their position a lot.
Yeah, I like this idea a lot. And I feel like because of this, the white will be able to make improvements, even though it's very slow. I think black simply doesn't have much time. It's not able to do something directly. But you might have to take care of the idea bishop b1, knight d3 once again.
Yeah, you're right. Somehow it looks a bit unpleasant.
Hmm. So the idea is good, but for some reason it's too slow.
Yeah, yeah. Well, once again, it only proves the fact that, and proves our suggestion that it's easier to play this position with black pieces.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Well, but then if Caruana wins today against Nakamura, that would be somewhat unpredictable in my point of view.
Yeah, yeah, I think so too.
Despite the fact Caruana having +3, winning with black pieces, especially against Nakamura, is not an ordinary achievement at all.
Mhm.
Yeah, we can take a look on at Radjabov game against Firouzja.
Sounds good. Let's see how that game developed because it looked like Black was having some chances on the king side at first.
Somehow White managed to get rid of the knight on f4.
Wow. Okay.
So he played knight g1, knight g6, g3, knight h5, king g2, preparing knight f3. Knight f3 is played, queen d7, knight h2. Maneuvering, transferring the knight to a better spot. And still it's not that clear what is the white's plan, what is the black's plan. Probably if I would be black, if I had black, I would double on f file. And then consider some knight jumps like knight h5 for h5, h4 ideas.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not that easy for white to create anything like that. But if we we'll be prepared against this rook double on f file, somehow the position has to remain complicated and quite playable for white.
Yeah, white needs to be really careful on the f file because that's where black's play is currently, and f2 is the biggest target in the position.
Mhm.
So yeah, I think black is having a very comfortable position, but yeah, it's difficult to see how white should proceed because yeah, this pawn is a big target, and as the pieces will be traded off, I mean, the knight is currently covering the pawn f2, but soon that might not be the case anymore. So,
Mhm.
but okay, it's not that clear cut. For the time being, it's very well defended, and as the bishops have been traded off the board, it is also less simple to start an attack. And I think Black could also consider, I mean, maybe not in this position, but in the near future to play d5 at the right moment to push that pawn and put pressure in the center.
Well, that's interesting. Yeah, somehow partially agree with you because black, in order to create some real threat, they have to improve on both sides,
hmm
like on the queen side and king side. I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite convinced with the d6, d5 breakthrough, but probably black slowly and steadily can improve their position with some b6 and c6, and then even
hmm
c5 ideas. But d5 has also a valid point too.
Yes, actually, you can take on d5 currently because of the double attack after queen takes d5. So,
Mhm.
um, yeah, you don't have to worry about the pawn on e5 just yet.
It's like if king g1, black can
Then you can take.
take pawn. Yeah, and black is on time to they're in time to put the knight on d6 to cover the seventh rank and push e4 and having a healthy extra pawn.
hmm
Right, so knight fh2 is played, and d5, no, queen c6 for some reason. Maybe still preparing d5. And it's not that obvious how white should protect the pawn on c3. Probably he will opt for c3, c4 at once. Because rook c2 is not good, because the pawn is hanging on the a4. Queen c2
Mm-hmm.
has some uh, obvious drawbacks connected with d6, d5 breakthrough, and now black even emphasized the pressure on e4 pawn. c3, c4 is probably a good move, but voluntarily, normally you're not going to give up the d4 square. But with knights being on f6 and g6, it would take a lot of time for black to transfer the knight to d4. So c4
Absolutely.
probably is a good response to queen c6. No, but then queen b3 was played.
Okay.
I don't know what's wrong with d6, d5, for instance.
Yeah, it seems to work because after pawn takes, you can either take with the knight or the pawn. That's kind of interesting because after knight takes d5, you're attacking to take on the threatening to take on c3, and you're also having discovery check chances. Knight
Mhm.
f4 could even lead to mate. So yeah, this could be quite problematic for white, even if you play king g1 in that line.
Yeah, at least like black can take on c3 with the queen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think queen c3 is good enough to keep the advantage.
Mm-hmm.
So queen b3, we expect d5, and then after d5, well, e4 pawn is hanging. Maybe white can include b5 first. It still remains absolutely unclear after queen c5.
Mm-hmm.
Like if pawn takes d5, we still have knight e5. I don't know if we can consider queen d5 or e takes d5 because of knight e5. And it looks like everything is protected. So knight e5 probably not a bad, it's not a bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe still like some structural drawbacks in long term may pay off for white because like c4 and then everything starts retreating.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, like d5 could it be a bit premature? But then what? Like queen e6 is not a real threat. It's just a move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it's not so clear. And you can't consider playing rook f7 because then queen takes e6 becomes a move. Well,
Yeah.
actually, you can take on c3. Okay, but then the knight on g6 is also hanging.
hmm
So yeah. Um yeah, that is I think that's at least a slight problem for black because that is the idea to play rook f7 and then rook f8 to stack the rooks on the f file, but if you're not able to play rook f7 then it becomes very difficult.
hmm Yeah, I'm not familiar with that sort of positions that also, like from the positional point of view, I'm not a good advisor at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's difficult to see. I mean, if you're not able to play d5, then yeah, it will be very difficult. The d5 move is the main idea, obviously, and playing b5. I mean, you don't want to allow that at
Mhm.
least, and you can't really play b5 with the black pieces. It
It looks a
looks a
bit
bit premature.
suspicious, but
Yeah.
still, I've considered this particular move, and
hmm
after b5, I'm not quite sure what is the best white's option to take or to close the and potential open a file. Just play a5 and then prepare rook c2, c4.
Hmm.
Was that kind of idea? Oh, sorry. Rook c2 and then c4. But looks like b5, a5 inclusion is in black's favor, like intuitively.
Yeah, it limits white's chances on the queen side. Yeah, for some reason it looks more or less pleasant for black, and um, I'm curious to if for example playing c5 for black would be beneficial, like queen b7 and then c5.
Yeah, I mean, like potentially it can be the plan, and then like double on c
Hmm.
file, like
Yeah.
readjust yourself from the potential attack to positional game. Maybe yeah, maybe you just put the queen on d7 in order to protect
Yeah.
e6 pawn.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's a great idea in my point of view. So I tend to agree with you.
Yeah, maybe b5 is not so bad after all.
No, not at all. Like b5, I'm not sure if you can really emphasize the pressure on a file because your king becomes weaker.
Hmm. Yeah, we were not worried about the capture on b5 because the rook on e8 is well defended.
Yeah, you're right. So actually, those rooks look still a bit misplaced. We can even play rook a b8 or rook e8,
Hmm.
and then playing d5 and trying to blow up the center to create some
Hmm.
kind of attack.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's a crazy position. I mean, it's
Yeah.
a bit boring because there is lack of tactics, but I mean that's a real clash of minds, of strategical plans, of strategical vision, and
Hmm.
the stronger player will take it all. So,
Absolutely.
um, yeah, I think Rapport Duda is the game we have to take a look on.
Yeah, we haven't looked at that game in a while, so let's see how that game developed. I think it's looking quite interesting.
Yeah, let's ask the broadcasting team to give me an opportunity to switch the board. Well, so yeah, we've got this weird stuff from Richard Rapport in the very beginning of the game.
Hmm.
Bishop e3, c6, king h2, rook e8, a3, bishop. What? No. Wow. What is going on? A3, knight f3, queen f3, bishop e3, f takes e3. I think this is more or less we've considered.
Hmm.
B5, g4, rook a7, queen g3, h5, g5, h4. Oh my goodness.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's a very typical idea, and that sort of positions to like destroy the pawn structure.
Hmm.
H4 knight goes to h7 back, bishop h3, bishop takes rook g1 inclusion, knight g5. Wow, at least we got some uh, craziness
Yeah.
in that position. So knight g5, was it like necessary for black? Or knight g5 is kind of smart because now if like both, if you take with the pawn, just you close, you're closing down the g file, which is kind of not there very pleasant for white because like the previous moves were made only with the purpose of opening the g file. Or if you take with the queen, black can opt for an endgame, probably a good one.
Hmm.
Like yeah, like rook g5, black retreat to e6, and all the time if there is h5, we go king h7 and nothing is hanging. If rook g1, they play f6, rook goes somewhere, and then the king h7. Black is doing fine. Uh, kind of trading b4 or some kind of pawn breakthrough. Maybe b4 and d5 is the main threat,
Mm-hmm.
like that.
Yeah, indeed. And this knight is not a great piece. It doesn't really have many squares available. So this bishop seems much better on
Hmm.
e6 than the knight.
Yeah, that's true. Well, white can still try out some a4, but then b4, and then if knight goes somewhere, there is d5. Still, the game goes on, but
Mm-hmm.
black should have been doing great in this position. Not not
Mm-hmm.
not like winning, not even much better, but just fine.
Mm-hmm.
So knight g5, and if we take with the pawn, well, I'm still not convinced whether white is obliged to take on g5 at all. Maybe they can just a little bit slow down and make almost giving a tempo.
Yeah, but I'm failing to see what white could do instead because white has only a few moves available, and it feels like every move they make is weakening some square or just wasting time. So I'm failing to see what white could do instead of taking.
Like for some sort of arrogance, we can even try out a3, a4 because I'm not really convinced black is threatening anything.
Mm-hmm.
So for first we fix the pawn structure on the queen side, and then, well, then it becomes quite unclear what to do. Because I think we
Mm-hmm.
would be happy to put our knight to c4, but then if we play knight b1, this is a little bit unpleasant because our rook on a1 is no more connected with its colleague on g1.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe h takes g5 is the simplest decision.
Yeah,
But I
exactly.
wouldn't be surprised with Rapport playing something weird like a4 or rook ae1, let's say. I don't know. Yeah, I think h takes g5 is the main line, and if bishop goes to e6, I think white still has an idea to readjust their play, even playing king g2, with the clear purpose of doubling on h file. That could have
Yeah,
been
and
a
that's
practically
it's very
unpleasant move
dangerous. Mm-hmm.
because all the time if you push f6 there, it will be met with g6, just covering all the squares. And I think
Mm-hmm.
h6 g5 indeed is not a bad idea. Like black is forced to retreat to e6, well, otherwise, like maybe bishop c8 is clever. The point being that after king g2, you have rook e6, rook g6 plan, kind of preventing the doubling on h file.
Yeah, but maybe you were able to move the king to e2, like king f2, and if needed, you can go to e2.
You mean like even there, like king f2?
Yeah, here, and you'll be able to defend the pawn on g5 like that.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea at all. And now queen h4 and rook h1 is hanging.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, still the game remains crazy. Black can try out some f6 moves, then
Mm-hmm.
g6, as we said. But maybe Rapport is happy what he received, what he achieved on the board. So h stage g5 is played, bishop c8 is played immediately,
Okay.
and
Wow.
like king g2. Yeah, just to point out that I'm not that bad in that type of positions when they become more or less concrete. And then I do know where each piece should have gone.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Like
Yeah, this
I like the plan of putting the king on e2 or f2. It's like, I mean, it really suits the style of Robert's play and the position itself.
yeah, and you want to start an attack on the king side, so the king does not belong there anymore, especially because of the lack of pawns of white on the king side.
Mhm. Like, but the other plan for black was connected with like bishop e6, rook h1, let's say, or king g2. Like, no matter, king f8, and then black is trying to do more or less the same. Like king e7, king d7. Well, like the only drawback of black's position that we have a closed center, and usually in that sort of position, knight tends to be slightly preferable than the bishop, and white has an open h file. But black's pawn structure still remains quite flexible and with some b4 and d5 opportunities in the air. Maybe bishop c8 is still the best move in the position. So I think we expect rook h1 or king g2 to be played. If king g2, then rook e6, king f2, and then let's find something for black.
Yeah.
Maybe we're not getting mated at once. We can try out some d5, and white have to be a bit precise and to play rook h1 first, because queen h4 may fail into rook h6. So it's not like that clear, because it gives a clear opportunity of putting the rook on h3, which could have been more or less pleasant for black. So
Yeah,
we
exactly.
start with rook h1, and then I'm very puzzled with 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 the move that for black. Maybe d4 still.
Yeah, maybe d4 to take on e3 and try to open up some diagonals.
hmm But still, like queen h4.
Yeah.
I mean, all the time you have this king f8 move, but this is somewhat you, especially here, not you don't want you do not want to make that sort of move, because this endgame may become very very dangerous. Yeah, like king c7, rook e8, I think. Yeah, both moves are quite considerable, but I mean, structural wise, this pawn structure is clearly in white's favor.
Yeah, and the knight can become really strong as well, and the rook will be able to join either probably on a goes to h1 and then to h7. So black needs to be really careful in this position.
hmm Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
So well, this would benefit white a lot. Is there a way to avoid this check on h8?
Like, maybe we hesitate a lot to move the king at once. So after king g2, probably there is no time to put even the rook on e6, just by king f8. But there is nothing wrong with king. No. But then after king h1, there is no king f8 because of rook h8 check. So black have to be very precise. And if rook g6, we have rook h5, and then doubling on h file, which is a very unpleasant idea for black.
Yeah, for sure.
Somehow I believe white is doing so far so good, despite the fact that the opening decision was a bit awkward to say the least. But then he kinda slowly outplaying Duda.
Yeah. Yeah, this looks promising for Richard. Yeah,
Yeah, I
perhaps
totally
try
agree.
to include some f6 at some point. So yeah, with the rook on g6, maybe then you can try f6.
It's like king
To try to
g2,
survive.
rook e6, rook h1, rook g6. But then I just calculated a very brief line after f6, rook h1, and you have to make a better move than rook g5 is, because after rook g5, white has queen g5. Or rook h8 at once. No, I mean like anything.
Yeah.
It's even easier. So yeah, by all means, black has to be very, very precise. Very careful. Well, we've got a lot of entertainment in this particular game. So that's what we usually expect from Rapport.
Yeah, this game is pretty exciting so far. It started really really dry, really solid, and It turned into quite an exciting position, and it's remarkable to see that the pawns on the king side almost disappeared in White's camp. So yeah, that definitely brings some exciting positions, and it's surprising to see that White is the one benefiting from this, because you'd say like if there are no pawns in front of the king, then the opponent will be able to attack. But
This is not the case.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So rook g2 is played, and it's well,
Okay.
that's interesting decision. So he wants to pull out the rook, just I mean, pull out the rook from a1 to h1 at once, and then
Mm-hmm.
probably hide the king behind the rook on g2, then play king g1. So that's probably his plan for the next moves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and what do you do about that with the black pieces? Because it feels like most of the black pieces are out of the game, not able to defend the king whatsoever.
Hmm.
So yeah, it's not so clear. Even though you can start an attack in the center, like by playing d5, it is way too slow.
We still play rook h1.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm curious whether like I can allow you anything in the center, but I'll just make my all pre-moves
Mm-hmm.
like rook h2, but then you have king f8. It's not that clear, or not.
Rook h8 and queen e5,
Ah, and
and
then
then
you
queen
have queen
d4.
d4. You're just
Yeah.
crushing. Maybe you first include no, but there is no difference. So we take with the check, and if king is 6, we can
Mm,
first take on e8.
right.
That's right. So white is winning. So Rapport literally is trying to win the game by pre-moves, playing rook h1, king g1, rook gh2.
Mm-hmm.
So even if he had 1 minute on the clock, 1 minute on the clock, it wouldn't be a big issue for him to show all the moves that he prepared. Rook g2 is maybe even a better decision, a better setup.
Yeah, I really like this idea.
Yeah, me too.
And it's difficult to see how Duda can defend this because the threat is uh, quite big, and the pieces are really too passive.
Yeah,
It
black.
makes me wonder whether this bishop c8 move was good enough, but perhaps you don't have much more to play.
Yeah, let's take back some moves. I mean, and just enjoy how wonderful this idea was. Bishop h3, rook g1. It can easily be that Duda blunder this idea
Mm-hmm.
because it doesn't lay on the surface. I mean, like it's a very profound idea. So you kind of you pretend to like getting rid uh, of the light squared bishops, bishop h3, and for all of a sudden you play rook g1. I mean, that's a nice way to swindle your opponent in a
Yeah.
positional manner. Bishop c8, rook
Mm-hmm.
g2. So I like rook g2 even more than rook h1 at once. So you maintain the protection of g5 pawn and then activate your last inactive
Mm-hmm.
remaining piece. And like I can't say that I'm taking any sort of risk because like our bets are quite virtual and are not connected with any sort of any kind of money. But I would expect Rapport winning his game against Duda today.
Yeah, it looks really convincing so far, which you wouldn't expect of someone that lost the game horribly the day before.
Hmm. Yeah,
Yeah.
he just never gets down. I mean,
Mm-hmm. I mean, that makes him a really strong chess player as well. It's one thing to be able to play good chess moves, but there's also part of mentality. So,
yeah, and the most important thing that I believe he enjoys, that's I mean the way of chess he plays. I mean,
mm-hmm.
all the time he receives very unusual positions, not boring at all, with a lot of uh, like uncertainties, with a lot of uh, like obscure options, with a lot of peculiar ideas. And yeah, I mean, with that sort of approach, he can be like one of the best players throughout the years, because I can imagine computers being like absolute monsters, like telling the exact evaluation and until like the very last moment of the game. But Rapport, with his unique style of play, can be like one of the mm, players whom you would rather not play in serious tournaments because of his strength.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. We have a question in the chat, in our Twitch chat.
Mhm.
Could Duda just start running with his king now, like king f8, king e7, king d7, king c7, etc.? Or are his kingside pawns too loose then? Good question.
Well, that's a good question indeed. We can try out King of 8 instantly. So, like the only problem that you will need to spend an extra tempo playing Bishop e6 still, because after Rook f1, King e7, like King g1, you need to play Bishop e6 in any case.
Yeah.
But that's a good point indeed. That's a good question.
Maybe you now have moves like d4.
Yeah, d4 is strong. Like aiming g5.
Mm-hmm. And opening up the position if needed. And yeah, d5 is really hard to deal with. Maybe you can play d5 right away after b4.
Yeah, take. Probably. Yeah, but if pawn takes, we have g6, which
Yeah.
kind of looks annoying. You still can play king g7, but somehow I feel this position is better for white for some reason,
Mm-hmm.
despite the fact that we are a pawn down in that very moment.
Yeah.
But that's a good question. Like if king f8, I think Duda is considering king f8 immediately. Looks very natural because otherwise the attack looks very scary.
Yeah. Yeah, the fact that you always have this move d4 is obviously terrifying for black. So I feel like this king is rarely ever safe in this game.
Yeah, you're right. You know, maybe we can try to prevent king e7 starting with d4, because now after
Mm,
d4, b4 is not possible because simple a takes b4 and the rook is hanging.
right.
And it means that now king e7 is not good because we simply take on e5 and blow up the center, and there is like no safe spot for the black's king. I think king f8 may fail only to d4 immediately. Otherwise, seemingly black is on time um, to escape to the queen side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. So yeah, I hope that answers the question somehow because yeah, it is a good idea, but it can be really dangerous.
I mean,
So yeah, it's
obviously that that particular move, king f8, is considered by Duda right away.
mhm. Yeah.
Well, but if not king f8, I think like the other move was d5, but we were failing to find the like the defense against this simple plan of doubling on h file. So the position looks very scary for black, at least from the human's perspective.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to see what Duda comes up with because yeah, it's one thing to not like have a clear plan of what to do. It's another thing if you're the one that needs to keep defending and yeah, it's difficult to be on the defensive side. I feel like when you're attacking, like you're aiming for something and you have the upper hand, but doesn't feel like Duda has any sort of upper hand in this position.
Yeah, for sure. And Rapport is an avid attacking player, and obviously Duda has to be aware of any sort of options. And
Mm-hmm.
like time-wise, Duda is in a bit better time situation than Richard Rapport, but in that sort of position, time can easily disappear, like uh, like so fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the players do have 16 moves for the 14th move.
Hmm.
So they have played quite a few moves. But yeah, they don't have a lot of time for those moves.
Yeah, once again, just to mention, like if f6 is a bad move, because I think g takes f6 is not an option for white. It
Mm-hmm.
allows some queen f6, queen h6 ideas. Even still, I'm not quite concerned that it's a great position for black for some reason. Maybe even rook f2, queen check. We play king g2, aiming rook h1. So it still remains a little bit unpleasant. But it's like after f6, g6 more looks more rigged,
Mm-hmm.
like trying to implement the same ideas as we briefly took a look at in our analysis. After king f8, we can play d4 probably.
Mm-hmm.
But then king e7 and rook h8 check is kind of like we'll be happy with. So after f6, maybe it's a good way to keep the tension. No, but rook a e7, what? I think f6 was a better move. Rook
Yeah.
a7 somehow feels to be like this that sort of move. uh, I don't like at all. I mean, once again, I think f6 finally we came up to the best decision in a very complicated position.
Yeah, this looks much better, and Rook A7 as played in the game. I mean, the idea to run away with the king is out of question after that. Maybe you can still find a way to run away the king, but it feels like it's unnecessary to include that rook because you don't have so much space.
Absolutely. I mean, black has a shortage of space, and then he decides to play rook a7. I mean, like it looks like counterintuitive at all.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but f6 in comparison to king f8 immediately would simply improve black's position because in the lines with d4, e5 pawn is no more hanging, and now we're trying to solve out all the stuff like right away with g takes f6, queen f6. Black seeming black is seemingly fine in my point of view. I might may be mistaken, but it's not clear how white will progress in this position because now for all of a sudden white's king becomes the weaker one. So, but if white wants to mm, maintain the pressure on the king side, playing g6 or like if rook a1, black can simply take on g5. I think there is nothing wrong with taking on g5.
Mm-hmm.
And if g6, there is king f8, and I think black king should escape to e7 and rook h8 check. And like there is no protection against king e7, rook h8, and I think black position is just fine. But rook a7 may be a crucial mistake, critical one.
Yeah, it's a bit unclear why Duda went for this. Maybe he wants to keep the rook on e8 while he plays rook e6, rook g6, but it feels so very slow, and I'm not sure if he has the time for this.
Yeah, it's clearly out of any sort of logic.
Mm-hmm. Okay, maybe he is considering. So maybe he's seeing the move rook h1, and after rook e6, king g1, um, king g1, and then yeah, you can run away with the king. And yeah, after rook h8 check, you're not losing the queen because previously we used the rook from e8 to go to e6. Maybe that's his idea, that the rook stays on e8 to not lose the queen.
Well, it can be. Well, it means that rook a7 has some clear sense.
Mm-hmm.
Well, but still somehow I believe it's not the best move. After rook
Yeah.
e7, there might be something.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe now we can try to keep everything being tightened up to protect f7 pawn, maybe rook f1, rook e6, and then we play something like rook f2 or queen f2.
Mm-hmm.
Right, like strategically wise, we need to improve the knight's position to put it somewhere to g3 or at least f2. So after rook a7, I think it's not that senseless at all to include a4, b4, and then even play knight d1, because after d5 we have knight f2, and white is maintaining the pressure.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not a bad idea to define the pawn structure on the weaker side.
Yeah.
It's like rook h1, a4, rook f1 are the candidate moves.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Rapport has approximately 26, 27 minutes, as it seems to be on the broadcast. And Duda is a bit better on time, but his position looks, yeah, very, very shrink and narrow.
Yeah. I'm curious to see if Richard can come up with some interesting line because okay, we have seen why Rook E7 could be a good idea, but something feels off about this move, and I'm looking forward to see if Richard can prove us right in that sentiment.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've been thinking about g6, but now it appears to be not a good idea because of f takes g6, and after queen g6, we can even play rook f7, creating a threat of queen h4. Like the first thing that came to my mind was to triple on g file, but then queen h4 is a very unpleasant check. And if rook f1, I think more or less the same appears, like queen h4.
Mm-hmm.
Like queen h4, king g1, black can take with a check, king f1, and make some move like even like rook e7. There is nothing wrong, and bishop h3 is hanging. So g6 is probably not a good idea. And instead of g6, I would expect rook h1. No, queen f3 is played. So he's going to now to readjust uh, like white forces to put more pressure on f7 pawn,
Wow.
which is quite explainable.
Yeah, I really like this move, Queen F3, preparing Rook F1 and keeping all the options open still.
Yeah, you're right.
And also defending the pawn e4 somewhat, so d4 could also be a potential move. So really resourceful move, queen f3.
Yeah, very soulful indeed. All right, so I think no, we've not been lacking attention on other games, but in terms of decisiveness, Rapport Duda game tends to be appears to be decisive sooner or later,
Mm-hmm.
and it can be risky for White as well because their king looks like maybe less, but still a bit exposed. The
Mm-hmm.
position of White's king. I mean, so all right, it's quite an interesting day in terms of decisive results apart from Nepomnyashchy and Ding. Well, not obviously not surprisingly because Nepomnyashchy might feel a bit exhausted and he needs to like re-establish the same level of energy with a quick draw.
Mm-hmm.
And Nakamura Caruana has been a complete mess, and as well as Alireza against Teimour. Maybe Alireza against Teimour game seems to be like more uh, mild, more calm
Mm-hmm.
in comparison to Rapport Duda and Nakamura Caruana. So in in this case, we can switch to Nakamura against Caruana.
Sounds good because I think a lot of excitement is going on there currently. So let's see how the game progressed since we left. So now Queen f4 has been played. So okay, so Hikaru decided to move the h pawn all the way to h5, and suddenly his pieces have become more active, and he is able to escape with the king to h2 if needed. And yeah, I really like how Hikaru has approached the position now because of the material imbalance. I feel like the material imbalance is in Hikaru's favor,
Mhm.
and yeah, Fabiano had to prove. That despite being down material, he had a great attack on the king side. But unfortunately for Fabiano, it seems like the attack is dying down, and this knight on h1 can become a hero soon.
Mhm. Absolutely agree. Well, I don't know how obliged Nakamura was to push the H pawn, but probably that, like in his opinion, it was the best way to break through.
Mm-hmm.
Queen d6, bishop g4. Well, just covering the e6 square, avoiding the trade of knights. So in that case, it means that knight e6 was a potential threat for black. h6, queen e3, and then queen e4. That's a bit sudden for me. So I didn't expect queen f4 to be played ever.
Mm-hmm.
Because with such exposed and such weak king, normally black should mm, should I keep the queens on the board?
Yeah, I'm guessing he was worried for moves like knight f5 or bishop g3 because yeah, it's suddenly white is able to activate the pieces even more, and because white has four minor pieces against two minor pieces of black, there's a lot of potential for white here. And obviously, in return for this piece difference, black has an extra rook, but the rooks are not able to do much anymore because they are stacked on the f file. But since white has been able to push the pawn to h5, the attack is not so strong anymore.
Yeah, you're right, definitely. And now, in comparison to the position with the pawn on h2, finally white is planning to put the bishop on g3 and play king h2.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, if black shuffles somehow playing queen c7 or something like that, like king h8, white is planning to play bishop g3, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and even if black swap the pair of rooks, white have a clear plan to put their knight to f2 and then to h3, and if black allow, then to f4 and g6.
Hmm.
Well, obviously it doesn't come at once, but since white will be able to put their knight on f2, they finally receive a good breath of air. So queen f4 was played instead. I'm trying to get the point of this move. So after, if like let's say if white takes f4, rook takes f4, where does the bishop go?
Yeah, I'm thinking of bishop h3. Oh, bishop e6
Or
is
maybe
simply
even bishop
possible
e6.
because of the fork.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But then I'm puzzled with queen f4, rook f4, bishop e6. Maybe Caruana still has something in his mind after king h8 and trying to trap the bishop, because but visibly it doesn't even look that vulnerable because of
Mm-hmm.
the like abundance of minor pieces which are kind of uh, supporting the bishop on d5, like providing with a lot of tactical tricks.
Yeah, and if black isn't careful, there might be moves like knight e2, and if pieces are being traded off, this will favor white a lot.
So it seems to me that queen f4 could be just a blunder, because black could maintain the pressure just playing king h8, but now with Nakamura, yeah, Nakamura came up with a brilliant plan pushing the h pawn, uh, giving some space for the minor pieces.
Mm.
Yeah, now there is a plenty of room for minor pieces indeed. And after bishop g4 is h6, so I didn't know where was the exact moment when the tables turned. It's like, I mean, the old concept was knight c5, queen g6, then queen d6 back. So like this, crawling wasn't in the black's favor. They have to be more decisive.
Mm-hmm.
And after bishop g4, h6, queen e3, queen f4. I do expect queen e4, rook e4, bishop e6 to be played. Knight e6. Um, well, basically it was just a very similar idea. So if knight takes e6, then bishop e6, and after king h8, I think we are not even obliged to take on d5.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to take the pawns, but yeah, it's clear that white will have an edge because the pieces will become active, and as soon as the bishops and knight become active, then black should be concerned about their position. And this bishop on d3 looks very well placed, but it's not doing so much there. And if the pawn on e4 is not able to move, then it's hard to see where black's advantage will be.
Yeah, indeed. And just to mention, I mean, no matter what is the real elevation of this position is, it's much easier to play this position with white pieces because the pair of bishops and basically lack of moves gives white a very, I mean, just a pleasure to play, because
Mm-hmm.
you will not spend a lot of time considering um, a, a plenty of opportunities. You just make more or less the only moves, and uh, then you discover what is the position all about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so king h7 has been played now,
Yeah,
and the
the
knights
pawn
have
has
been
to be
traded
taken.
off.
Yeah, the pawn has to be taken. The pawn is taken,
Mm-hmm.
and let's come up at least with the single idea for black.
So the problem is, the first move that comes to mind is rook 8 to f5, but then after probably I was thinking of g3, and you'll have a problem defending the pawn on e4.
Yeah, good point.
But then after rook takes f2, the pieces will be traded off, and black will end up being a pawn up. So that's probably not a good idea.
Well, it means rook 8 f5 is a good idea, and rook h8 f5, I think, is played immediately.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, full credit.
And now we have to figure out what to do here because I was thinking that White was doing just fine, but maybe you have to include mm, a bishop move to E or G3. But I think once the rooks are traded off as well, so for example, after bishop E3, rook F1, there will be the rooks traded off. I think black will have some sort of chance to come back in the game because the pawns on the queen side will be attacked, and it's very difficult for white to defend those.
Yeah, that's a very important point to mention. It means that white has to keep all rooks on the board, and after rooks 8 f5, yeah, they can simply retreat to e6. I think there is nothing wrong with it. Like if
Mm-hmm.
rook h5, I think rook h5 allows me at least
Mm-hmm.
some breathing room. We can play knight g3 and then bishop e3 and then slowly, steadily improve the position of our minor pieces. So I think, yeah, we shouldn't be afraid of this rook h5 threat. So the more
Mm-hmm.
important thing is to develop the knight from h1 and keep the extra pair of rooks on the board.
Mm-hmm. We've been shared in our Twitch chat that after Queen F4, apparently the engine move was Bishop F5, saying it was +4 apparently. So,
My goodness.
and the question is, why is this move good?
Wow. Is it? Really? No, pardon
So
me,
I
like
think
what's
it's
wrong with
because
like rook? Ah
I
no,
think
the
because you can take a knight c5
yeah,
essentially.
you're right. Well, bishop f5 is not an obvious move at all,
Mm-hmm.
especially with Nakamura opting for a simpler opportunity, but bishop f5 is a kind of beauty.
Mm-hmm.
So it
Yeah.
means that
So.
if queen
Mhm.
retreats and we play knight g3, is it the idea, or bishop goes somewhere to g6?
Yeah, I guess you improve the position of the bishop, and you can maybe even include the move g4 to strengthen the position of the bishop. And I guess it makes sense. It's not clear exactly because you're not winning material or anything like that, but you're simply improving the position and not allowing any sort of counterplay for your opponent.
Yeah, bishop f5 is a great move indeed. Well, I mean, like once again, from the human's perspective, it's obvious that this move is hard to be made.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop c6 is played instead of bishop e6. This is somewhat I didn't expect. Well, he kind of keeps an eye on e4 pawn, but well, it has a valid point indeed. And if rook h5, we still proceed with knight g3, I think.
Yeah, and you might even be able to win the pawn on e4.
Hmm.
You're not in a rush, really. Like, if you take the pawn e4, that means you'll have to trade off many pieces of the board. And I think while you have so many pieces on the board, you are better off using them to, for example, take the pawns on the queen side,
Hmm.
attack them, and put more pressure.
Yeah, fair point. Well, I think Nakamura is doing a well, just an outstanding job during the game, apart from this like bishop f5 inclusion. But I mean, from the like human's perspective, this move is very difficult to be made because it feels like you right now after queen e4 you may stand a chance to transfer the game to an endgame, which is gonna be quite pleasant, and you just um, taking a look only at queen f4 continuation, so not paying much attention on other opportunities. And bishop
Mm-hmm.
f5 can easily be out of human's eye. So we
Yeah.
shouldn't blame Nakamura for not making that sort of move, but well, that's once again shows the beauty of chess, some hidden opportunities.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. That was a really beautiful move. But yeah, queen takes f4 makes a lot of sense, simplifying the position, and it looks It looks great as well.
Yeah, all white's play looks quite natural indeed. I know bishop d4 is played instead
Oh
of knight
wow.
g3. Wow, that's kind of wise. That's a wise decision because he's trying to put his knight to e3. That's the idea.
Ah.
But then like rook hf5 might be played. Otherwise, I don't see any alternative. Like rook f5, then we can play knight g3 and then knight e4 is hanging. And there
Mm-hmm.
is no way to protect. Let's say if we trade, like imagine trading everything in this position, rook f1, king h2. Obviously, black has to keep the bishop on d3. It's a very powerful piece, maybe playing rook b1.
Mm-hmm.
Because after bishop e4, this position is clearly winning for white.
Yeah, the pair of bishops are super strong, and the pawns on the queen side will simply disappear very soon.
Hmm. Yeah, but then like rook b1, and I'm not very convinced that this is an easy win for white.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's not at all.
Maybe you have. Yeah, it's going to be difficult. Yeah.
Like we're not in a rush to capture the pawn on e4. Maybe we
Yeah.
can slowly improve on the queen side, starting with bishop b7. Yeah, it's still not that clear, but
Mm-hmm.
without a doubt, this position is much better for white, maybe almost winning.
Mm-hmm.
Like white is having no risk at all.
Yeah. Yeah. So
All
you
right.
have to play very patiently here.
Hmm. Yeah, let's take a look at Alireza's game against Teimour because
Mm-hmm.
I think there have been a lot of things developed in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, but not much. So I think only an inclusion of b5 somehow affected the pawn structure, and both sides are just shuffling their pieces from one side to another.
Yeah, yeah, it's very typical for pawn structures like this. This comes from Italian relapis structures, where the game is often pretty slow paced, a lot of maneuvering, and it's trying to create weaknesses. But it's difficult to see how you can create weaknesses because both sides have very solid positions, and the pawn f2, I would say, is a weakness, but it's really difficult to attack this weakness, and it's very well defended. So it's difficult to see where both sides could play for here.
Yeah, structural wise, the only way for black to somehow change the pawn structure is to push c7, c5, but obviously this move is connected with some sort of drawbacks as well. So after knight fh2, still I would consider doubling on f-file. Despite the fact that f2 pawn is well protected, I'm failing to see any other sort of opportunity for black.
Mm-hmm.
It's if we trade the pair of knights, white take probably with a knight, and this knight on g6 is placed very badly, so it's restricted from all sides.
Yeah, indeed. So.
And then like d4 can be a potential threat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I
like
don't think much action will happen in this game other than some piece trades and some maneuvering. But yeah, I'm curious to see if one player can like gain an advantage from this position onwards because it looks very equal, and it's difficult to see where the advantage can be gained for both sides.
like in such kind of positions, I would claim that the side who has more pawn moves is better. And I think like d3, d4 is Well, it's not a clear plan, but at least an opportunity to consider. So, therefore, I would evaluate this position to be slightly preferable for white pieces.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Um, if not for the simple reason that you can, for example, take on b5 at the right moment and maybe put a rook on a7 and yeah, somehow put pressure on the queen side. So I feel like in that sense, white has the upper hand over there, but it's a very minimal advantage on the queen side. So I would take it with a grain of salt that anything can still happen, even if you have this opportunity.
Yeah, that's correct. And both players are not quite low on time. Um, Firouzja having approximately 22 minutes and Radjabov 24. And
Mm-hmm.
both players have to make just 11 moves. So if you take 2 minutes for each move, you will be like in time to pass the stage one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they have plenty of time, and that gives them an opportunity to think about their moves, but it's not very complicated. It's mostly about thinking of a plan or react on your opponent's moves. So um, yeah, that gives them at least an opportunity to think about a good plan.
Mhm. Well, I don't, to be honest, I don't see any sort of clear plan for both sides. But like d3, d4 is something I would rather consider for white.
Mm-hmm.
So even like on the very next move, d3, d4 may be possible.
Yeah,
Because if,
yeah, yeah.
no, no, go ahead.
What worries me about moving d4 is that you weaken e4 and also b4 becomes a weakness. So it's definitely a move that you need to play carefully.
Yeah, obviously you're right. So in this case, black can try to prevent some breakthroughs with queen c6 back again. And you know queen c6 is played.
Oh wow!
So probably d3, d4 was a kind of bothering Radjabov a little bit. So
Mm-hmm.
still white can try to prepare like the same breakthrough d3, d4. Even getting rid of the pair of knights is not that senseless. It's like black is more or less obliged to take with the rook, I think. Because if we take with the pawn, like you have to be aware of some queen h5 jumps. They
Mm-hmm.
might be a bit unpleasant. Like if rook takes, then we play knight g4 back. And now when the rook retreats to f7, we can uh, push d4.
Mm-hmm.
Not exactly aiming d takes e4 or even d5, but just keeping the tension and being an upper hand in that complicated position. Just because of a little
Mm-hmm.
space advantage in some h4, h5 ideas. Maybe it was even smarter to include h5 first, then knight retreats to e7, then we play d4, and then like d takes e5 becomes a real threat.
Mm-hmm.
So like after queen c6, I expect Firouzja to take on f6. Yeah, because otherwise it's not that clear how you will push d4 because e4 pawn is attacked twice. So you have to
Mm-hmm.
get rid of one of the attackers, forcing maybe like g takes f6 is not that stupid at all because I'm failing to find the forced way to uh, refute this such kind of an awkward move. But in this position, if we are failing to do it instantly, then like rook f8, f5 ideas can be kind of poisonous for mm, like against white.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's very fair. Yeah, I have a feeling that I wouldn't be surprised if we're gonna see a repetition with Queen B3, Queen D7.
Really? But have they repeated once?
No, they haven't repeated, but what caught my eye was that the queen went from b3 to d1,
Hmm?
and the black's queen went from c6 to d7, now back to c6, and it is attacking the pawn on c3. So there is a chance that we can see the move queen b3 on the board.
Yeah, there is a chance. There is a clear chance. But like, I think Firouzja has to be quite ambitious, like especially regarding his current standing in the cross table, like taking on
Mm-hmm.
f6, playing knight g4. Like this line is very forced, and I'm very curious what it will lead to. Like h5 knight has to
Mm-hmm.
move back to e7 or f8. Probably even knight f8 is a bit more clever in terms of possible knight transfer to g5. But then I'm not like much convinced that d4 is not crushing at once, because like if you uh, capture the pawn on d4, you just make your opponent's center being even more powerful. And
Mm-hmm.
I think this position is much better for white, maybe even technically winning.
Wow, yeah. Yeah, white definitely looks much more active there.
So, and once again, like these types of openings, these types of middle games are all about not yielding like the little spots over the board. So I think like Queen C6, like it has a clear sense of preventing the 3 D4 breakthrough, but seemingly he had to opt for something else, because I think after knight f6, rook f6, knight g4, I mean it's all forced, unless g takes f6 is working. If g takes f6 works, then Radjabov has a clear a clear point to do it. But if it doesn't, if black has to take with the rook, they can be pretty much devastated.
Mm-hmm.
Like especially in this line, in that line.
Yeah,
Well, like
and
still,
the e pawn e5 is hanging, so yeah, you have to take.
like still you have some like tactical tricks like knight f5, but I can
Hmm.
simply play rook.
d5? Oh, rook is hanging
Yeah,
with
yeah,
check.
yeah. This king was checked, so I need to retreat, and then like, well, you have queen c4, therefore probably I'll retreat to e2 just in case.
Hmm.
So I expect Firouzja opting for this forced line. It looks very tempting.
Oh, he has played rook a3 instead.
Wow. So probably he was a bit worried with g takes f6. Like
Right.
I don't see another explanation. Ah, but pardon me. So the pawn was hanging. So like
Yeah.
seemingly I was just talking nonsense all the time.
It made a lot of sense.
No, no,
The
no.
moves are
No, but
forcing.
like pardon me. The thing is, the most interesting thing that still probably the line works, like unless there is g takes
Hmm.
f6, because it all comes with the tempo.
Yeah,
Knight,
exactly.
like we all the time we push with the tempo, and after g4
Hmm.
we're protecting the c3 pawn.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's why it was
That's so
not a
funny.
concern.
Yeah. I just mentioned when he played rook a3, so I was like absolutely out of the vision of that the pawn is hanging.
Oh, such a coincidence.
Yeah, I mean sometimes you're just lucky that you're not like I mean that's what it means, like guessing a move in chess, not calculating but really guessing, because sometimes you think you had a quite a profound a deep think, you make a move, but then you just figure out that you were almost blundering in move one, but you've been lucky that like your line proves like like the whole essence of the position. So
Yeah,
sometimes, yeah,
exactly.
yeah, if you feel the right plan, it's not necessary to calculate all like direct lines like from the I mean, if it's all the moves seem logical in the first line, you should just go for it and then figure out what's gonna be next. I mean, like obviously this position in comparison to the position on the board, I think it's even more pleasant for white.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the ideas of knight f6 they just doesn't go anywhere, so still knight f6 is a possible option, and especially after king h7, because now if you take with the pawn, I think queen h5, well, you still have f5, which is kind of bothering me. Such a
Yeah, that's
peculiar
quite
pawn
annoying.
structure. I mean, I've never saw that type of structure with that sort of pawns. So
Yeah, it's
so funny.
it is really rare indeed. Like, I mean, it's without the f6 pawn, it's still decently normal, but with the f6 pawn, it almost feels like an impossible position because how did the pawns end up being doubled on the e file?
Yeah. So it slightly reminds me some little version of Giza pyramids in Egypt,
Yeah.
or a very tiny version of Eiffel Tower, or somewhat like that,
Yeah, indeed.
like this pawn triangle.
Hmm.
Well, so rook a3, king h7 are the moves,
Hmm. Oh
and
wow, King G1 has been played.
king g1. So he decided to unpin and prepare d3 and d4 in some particular line.
Hmm. Yeah, perhaps after knight takes f6, he wants to play d4.
Yeah, maybe it's not senseless at all. So he prepares everything for d3 d4.
Hmm.
It is not necessary to be played at once, and black, having a little shortage of useful moves, have to be aware of this threat on every single move.
Hmm.
Probably they can still double somehow, like rook f7, rook e7, like rook f7 probably.
Hmm.
Well, so I say that I mean we give up a tempo, but it doesn't like worry us much.
Yeah.
Like d4 probably still. Yeah, so it's black to move, and yeah, it's not that clear what black will opt for.
Yeah, they are move 31, but it feels like the game just started, which
Hmm.
is quite interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so it feels like we might have a decisive game between Nakamura and Caruana,
Hmm.
which could be a big upset for Fabiano's fans because in terms of decisiveness, it will be rather Nakamura winning this game than Fabiano Caruana.
Hmm.
I mean, obviously Nakamura has no risk at all. And Rapport pressing against Duda, playing very creatively with this Rook FG1 idea, was being like he could have taken it once on H3, but he opted for a very clever inclusion. Rook
Hmm.
FG1, and Alireza playing tic-tac-toe against Teimour Radjabov, and it has a very clear sense because currently black has a little, at least visible, shortage of moves, shortage of plans.
Hmm.
Well, we see white pressing in all remaining games, and uh, it would rather be uh, what is the day today? Is it
Sunday.
at Sunday? So we might have a white Sunday rather than Black Friday or something like this.
Yeah. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, that would be pretty interesting.
All right, so stay tuned. I think it's a good time to have a little breathe in, breathe out, and we will be back shortly.
See you in a bit.
Well, we're back from the short break. Yeah, I didn't know even know I didn't even know how to announce after of our returnings after such kind of breaks. I'm lack of ideas. Maybe next time you start. Yeah, and like we've got a little update in Rapport against Duda and Duda resigning after 94. So kudos to Rapport with such an awful comeback after yesterday's painful loss against Jan Nepomnyashchy, where he overpushed twice, declining the draw proposal. King G1 before pawn takes. I think Queen H5 also was winning due to the mate after B takes C3, Queen H8, and Queen F6.
Wow.
So I mean, it's all the same. But he played knight e4 instead, and probably with the same sort of idea after f takes e4.
Queen f6
Queen
or
f
queen
Queen
h5?
f6.
Yeah.
There's some
Rook
g7.
g7.
Maybe Queen h5. Let's
Mm-hmm.
make more precise.
Mm-hmm.
And the mate is more or less unavoidable.
Wow. What a sudden finish to this game. I mean, practically speaking, it looked really good for White. I believe the engine was not so happy with White's position just yet,
Hmm.
but in a few moves, it was suddenly resignable.
Yeah, I mean, but that's a very common thing for that sort of position. So all the time, computer underestimates your position, and then you like suddenly turn it around, and it becomes very unpleasant for black to play. So 94, brilliant move, and Duda just resigned, and Rapport leveled his score with 3.5 out of no, sorry. Today's round 8, so he has 4 out of 8.
Mm-hmm.
And Duda is falling down to -2.
Wow.
Obviously, a tough tournament for Polish youngster.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were maybe not very high expectations, but people were very people thought that Duda was promising for this tournament. So yeah, the result so far is maybe not what he was hoping for, but I'm sure he can bounce back tomorrow in round 9.
Yeah, with such level of density, anything may happen.
Mm-hmm.
Even Duda capable of to put himself in the plus like one position, despite the fact he's -2 currently. So I think we can see a lot of turnarounds in the last 6 games because of like the players being very exhausted, like stressed out,
Mm-hmm.
and uh, like the other factors may may show up some. I mean,
Agreed.
maybe decisive. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. And yeah, this is a great result for Richard Rapport after yesterday's unfortunate loss against Jan Nepomnyashchy. This will definitely give him a lot of confidence back because yesterday was a really tough day for him, and it's good to see him being back right away, taking on Duda already,
So
taking him down.
now Rapport is the fourth player in this tournament who managed to uh, win at least a single game. So congrats for that. I think like the only players remaining with 0 victories are Duda, Dink, Firouzja, and Radjabov, and that's why
Mm-hmm.
maybe it's a, it has a clear sense to switch to a Reza game against Teimour and
Mm-hmm.
find out like how decisive it can be.
Yeah, let's have a look. Okay, so this looks a bit similar to what we were looking at with the move queen c4 on the board. However, the knights are still on the board. Neither of the players decided to trade them, so yeah, the pieces are still on the board, and I'm not sure which side I would take. I think I would love to I would love to take the black pieces in this position for the simple reason that this queen on c4 is really annoying for white, and it it's difficult to see how white could make progress at this point.
Yeah, that looks a bit strange for white in terms of giving up the square for c4 and not achieving something by force. And just let's take a look how this position appeared d4. So I'm trying to figure out what was wrong with knight takes e4.
Hmm.
Maybe it's not that clear. Well, I assume there is some h5,
h5, yeah.
knight
Then you
e7,
take on e5
maybe even
or
queen
queen d3.
g3. Because,
Right, and after d5, there's knight takes e5.
yeah, so probably that was a trick by Alireza.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow I still feel it would be better to trade the pair of knights sooner or later. Rook a2, protecting the f2 pawn. So I mean, like the sequence of moves like rook a3 and then rook a2 a couple of moves later looks a little bit awkward to me. While black just emphasized the pressure on c file. So now I think black is doing more or less fine. And after, I think after queen c4, yeah, rook b2, rook a8 is played already.
Mm-hmm.
And players approaching to their first time control, both being down to 6 minutes.
Yeah, we're on move 35, so they still have to make 5 moves till the first time control. But yeah, I mean they don't have a lot of time, but it's not uh too little time to be worried about. But yeah, it's such a I wouldn't say it's a very complex position, but you really need to know what you're doing here because you can't just make a random move because that will give your opponent the opportunity to improve their position because you cannot just play, for example, waiting move like king g2 and king g1 back because this will give black the opportunity to improve the position very easily.
Yeah, without a doubt, I will agree with you because especially in this position, as you mentioned, king g2 won't be a good idea because like no matter how white will play, if it will not be like knight f6, black is planning to play rook a3 in my point of view. Just emphasizing the pressure on the center. And yeah, once again, let's say if king g2, like rook a3 is a very valid option.
Mm-hmm.
So white has to show off some decisiveness.
Yeah, I think yeah, the move knight takes f6 comes to mind.
At least it defines the position more or less.
Yeah,
No, but rook f3. This is somewhat. I mean, the whole setup looks quite shaky for white. It
yeah, it
was
doesn't look very natural, and I think that might be worrying for white a little bit.
absolutely.
I mean, the idea makes sense. I think Firouzja wants to take on f6 and ruin the pawn structure a little bit, create some weaknesses. But I guess yeah, rook af8, and you don't have to worry that much about your position.
Yeah, now knight a4 is threatening, and knight g4 is a threat, and so we might expect a rook e3, rook a8 back because probably both players not willing to take additional risk before the second time stage.
Mm-hmm, absolutely.
Well, Radjabov with his bending with the rook, like back and forth. Well, quite a wide decision, especially against young Firouzja, who still, I think, he's like eager to prove in this very tournament that he is a very strong opponent for everybody in the candidates tournament, so he received the right to play in candidates tournament for a reason.
Absolutely. And yeah, both players are very strong. Obviously, it is not easy to play to be eligible to play in this tournament. Um, but yeah, the expectations of Ali Reza were perhaps a bit too high, and especially with the additional pressure of Magnus only willing to play the World Championship if Ali Reza would win the candidates. But that was it is a very bold statement.
Yeah, it's a very bold statement. I agree. I mean, especially taking under consideration the fact that Alireza has an awful score against Magnus in all-time controls. I'm very surprised with Magnus, with his statements of willingness to play only against Firouzja in the World Championship match. Well, the only reason that I mean, to prove the essence of that statement is that Firouzja managed to overcome Magnus in terms of rating. I mean, so he crossed 2800 mark even earlier than Magnus did when he was
Mm-hmm.
respectively the same, more or less the same age. And somehow Magnus feels that Alireza can reach even higher velocity in terms of chess development. So who knows?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. But yeah, the I have a feeling that the inexperience of Ali Reza is showing in this tournament. That yeah, he still needs to get this experience of playing in this very difficult and high stakes tournament.
Yeah, talking about high stakes rook e3 is played.
Wow.
So it's rather fold or check. Well, so black can also check. Like, wow, rook a8, knight f6. Still Alireza
Okay.
at least wants to show off an upper hand.
Yeah, I think if anyone else was playing with the white pieces, I think repetition was going to happen on the board because it doesn't feel like Radjabov is denying this ever.
No, no.
He has been repeating the moves sometimes,
And
but
pawn takes f6.
okay.
That's the move I like. Yeah, basically because of knight g4 after rook f6 and like h5 is hanging and the pawn and e5 is hanging as well.
hmm
So that's good that he didn't spend even a single minute thinking about capture on f6. G takes f6. And yeah, so this is the current position. Knight f3 back,
hmm
maintaining the tension in the center. I think rook g8 back is a possible move to make because white cannot take the control of a file at once because queen of c4 is placed mm, more or less fine. I mean, like
hmm
it takes the control of a2 square. 92 is not trapping the queen because of queen c6. And rook g8 is a very active opportunity, very active move to make. So making some, well, at least kind of pretending to double on g file and play knight f4. So from
hmm
the psychological point of view, rook g8 is quite a possible decision.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. Especially now with the G pawn on f6, the G file is half open, and that gives black the opportunity to put pressure on the G file. And yeah, I see a lot of potential over there, especially with the knight f4 move being available, and you could start pressing with the pawn move f5 maybe even. So there's a lot of potential for black in this position, and I'm not entirely sure um, what white's plan is in this position.
I think still the position remains more or less equal. Like on the other
Mm-hmm.
hand, black has a plan to play rook a7, then rook f8, rook a8. And if they manage to trade a pair of rooks, I think they will be just better
Mm-hmm.
because then their king will feel much safer.
Right. Yeah, maybe you can even consider playing rook a3,
Yeah, rook a3 is very active move.
forcing white to defend the pawn, and then you can play rook f8 and then to e8.
Hmm. Yeah,
Yeah, we'll definitely pick the black pieces here.
indeed, it's a valid move. Well, I don't see any refutation. Maybe I can try knight d2, queen c6, then rook b3. It's like, but then you
Mm-hmm.
play just rook a2, and
Yeah.
it's all right. Definitely, it's all right. Knight e7 is played at once. Well, obviously a possible move because knight on g6 is not placed that well, but I'm a bit puzzled
Mm-hmm.
where it is going to.
Yeah, it's a bit unclear. Maybe is he planning to play queen c6, knight c8, knight b6 to c4? But it would be a lot of maneuvering that white could simply counter with knight e2. So I'm not entirely sure. Um
Yeah, I mean that looks a bit long. Like the whole maneuver will last for a while. After knight e6, knight e7, white can try out knight d2, queen
mhm.
c6, then queen h5. So that's why mm, I'm not convinced that knight e7 was the best option indeed. But Firouzja has 23 seconds to go, and um it is move 40. So he has to make a move. Probably knight d2 will be played because it's forcing queen c6.
Mhm.
Yeah, so he made move 40, and black also has the single uh, response, queen c6, and both players received an additional hour,
Mhm.
leading to the second time control. Well, it's getting interesting. It's heating up. So queen g4, queen h5 are the possible moves.
Yeah, I'm guessing rook g7 is would be a logical reply to that. After rook f3, yeah. I mean, you could play rook g6, I guess.
Yeah, rook g6 is even more logical because your need on your rook on a8 is quite active. There is no need to retreat to f8. Rook g6, and somehow it feels like white's pieces are a bit stuck on the king side, and now black can opt for some counterplay on the queen side.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow I do like black more.
Yeah, same.
Well, I'm not very concerned about does the computer say about it, but I feel like in terms of human beings, it has to be pleasant to play with black pieces because of the pawn structure in the center. Like this pyramid looks quite nasty for white to play against because there is no good pawn moves. And once again, in terms of the pawn structure, I think black has a better pawn structure.
Yeah, I fully agree. I see more practical chances here for black, and for white, it's a little bit unclear because every single attempt you have in this position can easily be countered by black, and there's a clear target in this position being the pawn on c3. So black has definitely something to play for, and white will have to play defensively.
Yeah, you're right. Well, um, I think it's been a while. Well, when we lost seeing the game between Nakamura and Caruana last time.
Mm-hmm.
So we're moving to Nakamura against Caruana, expecting Nakamura to show off some good technique.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how far he has gotten because when we left off from this game, he had a great position, but it takes a lot of time still to convert this to a full point, and I expect Fabiano to defend well at the same time. So let's see if we can pull up the game of Hikaru and Fabiano.
Yeah, we will definitely try to. Yes, we're moving to Nakamura against Caruana. Kindly asking to help us switching the boards. Okay. No, I think it's not the current position. It's been our analysis. This is the current position. And Rook is on A2. And it is move 43. So at least Caruana survived through time control.
Mm-hmm.
Having a pair of pawns for mm, like material wise, he's having some material up, but the position is not that great at all. And Bishop D1 is played at once. Wow, that's a great move. So he takes the
Mm-hmm.
control of F3 square because I think Rook F3 was bothering Hikaru after King G2.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be quite annoying because on the very next move the pawn will push towards the E1 square. G2 there is Rook E2. Well, I'm still not like convinced that it is fine for black because of Rook A2 and simple B5 B6 plan.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it might be a very interesting position.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I think it's not worth it to sacrifice the exchange, but it's definitely interesting to look at if black still has some chances here. But what is interesting to me is that white has very few pawns left, and if you don't have, if you lose all your pawns, it will be much more difficult um, to convert this game to a win. Um, because well there's so many pieces on the board, and in the end game it's really important to have pawns, because without pawns, unless you have a absolutely winning position, if you don't have pawns it will be difficult to convert a game to a win.
Yeah, obviously. Like on the other hand, white has a pair of pawns and the both pawns on the queen side for black are fixed. So it
Mm-hmm.
means white can simply protect them with the bishop on d4. So probably the pawns issue will mm, likely not to arise in this game because of the fixed a6 and c4 pawns. So simply, like in other words, it would be difficult for black to offer a trade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. So ideally you would want to play a5 here in this position, but since that pawn can be captured and there's no rook a7 to follow it up with, this move is not possible. And
Yeah, so it means that somehow black needs to uh, progress on the king side. Their only chance is to create some sort of uh, not even an attack, but a threat of perpetuals. Like
mm-hmm,
rook f3 is not that absurd as it
mm-hmm,
seems to be. Probably like bishop takes f3. Maybe we can try out rook takes f3. So I want to push e3 e2 as soon as possible.
mm-hmm,
So it's like if bishop retreats to d4, which seems to be the most logical answer. There is e3, and now I think it's getting even less clear. So after rook
mm-hmm.
f3, Um, yeah, like it's not that clear at all. Yeah, the bishop f3, probably rook f3 is even stronger.
Maybe
I
I'm
have knight
trying to find.
g4.
Yeah, I was thinking knight g4, and after rook g3, you take on g2 with the rook.
Yeah, you take on g2. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
that's what I wondered. So ideally, black wants to implement that sort of idea in the game, but like because of knight g2, yeah, it seems to be not possible. Yeah, knight g2,
Yeah.
knight g4 is quite strong. Well, besides, hmm, there is not a lot of ideas for black.
How about defending the a6 pawn? For example, move like yeah, I'm thinking rook f6. I'm not sure which one, but perhaps the rook from f5, because I'm a bit terrified that that rook will be under attack.
Hmm.
The next move. So rook 5 f6, and I have a hard time to see how white could put more pressure on this pawn on a6, because ideally you would want to get rid of this pawn so your b pawn can move forward.
Yeah, right. It's not that easy, and just to point out that rook a5, for example, with some ideas of playing rook g5, rook g2, is probably not good because of rook f2, bishop f2, and e3 idea. So
Mm-hmm.
in other words, it means that white's rook has to control the f2 knight. Yeah, so rook 5
Yeah.
f6 is kind of it's clever. Maybe I can try bishop h5 first,
Mm-hmm.
just the heck of it. Don't ask me why. Maybe you still retreat to f8 because like g6 is potentially creating some weaknesses in the black's camp because the bishop will go to d4 and then knight g4 ideas may arise. Like I think bishop h5 g6 inclusion is like clearly in the white's favor. After bishop h5 you need to go back with the rook, and then I can take on g2 and pretend to be super happy.
Mm-hmm.
I thought the other way, the other approach for black may be creating some sort of mating ideas. For example, with the rook, no, but you know the rook 7 f6 is played. Rook 7 f6.
Okay.
So basically, it's more or less the same idea. And I think now he creates a threat of playing a5 in some sort of positions because, for example, if we make some kind of, I don't know even how to shuffle.
There's not even possible to make a random move.
Yeah, like bishop d4. Well, bishop d4 is a move. But then we have to be aware of rook h6 just in case. But
Mm-hmm.
like imagine, I mean, I'll make a pair of moves, just don't take in mind. I mean, I'll try to create this sort of position, this particular position with black, and there black created an idea of playing a5, as it seems to be, because after rook a5 there is rook f2, so we're luring the rook to the fifth rank and distracting its attention from the second rank. I think, well, having a decent drawing chances in that particular position. Maybe
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
maybe it still remains quite unpleasant for black because of the powerful bishop on d4 and b5 b6 in the air. But at least it's an attempt to force the game somehow. So a5 is an idea, and if b takes f5, we have rook a6, and bishop b6 is not possible due to no, it's possible. Pardon me. So we still can play e3, and it still remains complicated, but it is more or less black is fine with because we're getting rid of the pawns and we are like shortening the material on the board and only leaving the minor pieces,
Mm-hmm.
like leaving the single pawn for white, like seemingly it has to be a draw.
Yeah.
So rook f6, I like the idea of the move.
Yeah, and bishop g4 has been playing. This is what I didn't like, that this rook on f5 could be under attack, and I mean, there's you can go to d5 and b5, but I didn't like the lack of mobility of the rooks.
Yeah, obviously. But probably he's been worried with bishop h5 ideas in case of rook 5
Mm-hmm.
h6 and also after rook 5 f6 we are not even threatening a5 breakthrough. So at least he made a threat, so it's not that senseless at all. Bishop
Yeah,
g4.
and now bishop c8 could be an idea to consider to attack the pawn a6.
Yeah, that's quite tempting.
And after that, maybe you can follow it up with knight g4 even.
Or can I go all in, playing rook h5?
um, I guess then you don't mind trading rooks anymore, so rook takes a6.
Yeah, but I do mind. I'll play rook f3 probably.
And is there... Ah, okay, if bishop g4, I'll get checkmated.
I'm not sure about the checkmate, but at least I have
Oh,
rook.
the rook will be hanging, my bad. I was thinking rook h1, king takes g2, and bishop f1, but the rook is hanging on
No, no,
h1.
no. Yeah, not really. So bishop g4 actually works
Yeah.
because I thought I have rook h1 and only I've been calculating knight h1, but you have king g2.
Yeah.
Probably it still somehow remains unclear, but I'm failing to find the proper option for black, so probably even bishop c8 is working. Not like even, but it has a valid point.
Hmm.
Rook h5 is still like the most considerable. I would rather calculate rook h5 instead of rook d6, just intuitively.
Hmm.
Yeah, and then yeah, like probably the best way to solve it out, play rook a6, offer a trade. Could it be some kind of crazy idea like rook f2? Like you probably have to take with the king because if bishop f2, I have bishop f1 with an idea of rook
Oof.
h1, quite nasty one. Probably
Oh,
even
wow.
winning.
Yeah, looks like it. So you
So
have to take
you
with the king.
you take with the king, and I don't have much,
Hmm.
so it remains bad for black. Yeah, that's all about this sort of positions with a pair of bishops with a lot of squares like d4. Yeah, black's position looks pretty much exposed.
Hmm. Yeah, and yeah, this bishop c8 move, I mean, it's, I think, one of the very few ways to put more pressure on this pawn a6, so it's also an improvement for white.
Yeah, obviously, especially if white managed to trade the pair of rooks, the position will become like easily winning because all of the black pawns are weaknesses,
Hmm.
and the bishop on d3 doing pretty much nothing unless black will be able to create some sort of mating threats.
Yeah. It's incredible that this bishop on d3 is not able to do much. It's there since, early, from the early stage of the game, and it hasn't been able to move whatsoever. And wherever it goes right now, like to b1 or f1, it's not able to get out of this cage it's in.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's been imprisoned by their own pawns.
Yeah.
Like, and a bishop f1 is not a good idea as well because at least of knight e4,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, there is a lack of rook moves. The rook is hanging, and like in the worst case, if white manage to take this a6 pawn, they can also afford to sacrifice the exchange on g2 in case of any sort of trouble. So this position
Mm-hmm.
is, yeah, I think it's just technically lost. I mean, it's so unpleasant. It's so awful to play with black pieces.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not easy, and the rooks are connected and able to work together, but because of the white minor pieces, it will be very difficult for black to do anything useful here.
Well, the other option is to play rook 5 f3, but it seems to me even bishop takes f3. But then we have rook f3, do we? Or is it just the same that we've had knight g4?
Yeah, I think so.
That's why, therefore, the rook d5 was played by Fabiano.
Mm-hmm.
And I think your move bishop c8 is like at least the most tempting.
Yeah. Yeah, it would make a lot of sense.
Talking about the other options, like white can simply take the pawn on g2 and then play king g3, and yeah, king g2 is played instead. But bishop c8
Okay.
has a valid point either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, both moves make a lot of sense. So yeah, this pawn could be annoying later on. So it looks like white can take it safely. So why not?
Yeah, from the technical point of view, king g2 is very reasonable.
But it makes me wonder how to continue here from White's perspective, because now if you move the bishop, there will be rook g6 check, and the king will have some trouble moving around. It will not be a checkmate or anything like that, but still it will be very unpleasant for White. So it makes me wonder how White could continue here.
Well, I think white's plan is pretty much clear, so I think I'll just draw some arrows and show you the perspective of white position. Like imagine white putting their knight on f4, putting the king on g3, creating a threat of some rook h2 check.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it would be quite annoying for black.
Yeah, this definitely makes a lot of sense.
I mean, in that sort of positions, white is not in a rush to like define the position at once, so you can just improve it slowly and steadily. And black, uh, black is like a prey that is choking from the rings of a big snake. So like king
Mm-hmm.
g3, knight h3, knight f4, just slowly tightening the rings on
Mm-hmm.
the prey. It's it's obvious.
Yeah, yeah, you make a good point there, and yeah, it's so interesting that black has is up 2 pawns. If we disregard the material difference between the pieces, but those pawns are not able to do much. The pawn on e4 is completely blocked. The pawn on g7, I mean, you can move forward, but not too far. So yeah, it's very interesting to see how little compensation black has in this situation, and that makes white's position so strong.
Yeah, indeed, and especially the bishop pair in an open position. Yeah, black has a lot of weaknesses, and I imagine Hikaru just enjoying his position with
Mm-hmm.
his famous facial expressions.
Yeah, it's really funny. Like I mean, it's typically like how you want, like what makes you like a good streamer as well, like, you know, being interesting to see, and his facial expressions are amazing. Everyone is like talking about it, and it's like almost a highlight of the days. I saw this video where he was looking at yesterday's game between Jan
And Richard
Richard,
Rapport, yeah.
and he was completely mind blown looking at the position. I think he walked twice across the board, and
Mhm.
he was rolling his eyes and
Yeah, he was
completely confused.
like almost freaking out. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, those expressions are gold, and um it makes it even more amazing.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm a bit curious about, yeah, just to check the Rapport result against Duda.
Hmm.
I mean, I think we've the game is over, but still, now the result appeared. Now I see that the game is over. It's all right. So it's just the same position. I was just curious why the result didn't appear yet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, that was already resigned.
Yeah, and it made me feel some sort of deja vu because I think, like in one of my dreams or one of my visions, I saw like more or less the same flow of the game between those two lads. Yeah, I mean, just like was on like making a commentary like on the eighth round, so you can easily go crazy.
So you have like maybe a sixth sense or of some sort?
I know I don't know, but like at once I just felt I have some sort of deja vu like for this particular game.
Mm,
It's
okay.
like once I saw that kind of game where the result didn't appear in the end, and more or less I
Ah,
remember the result, I remember the flow of the game, but like just a sort of feeling when you like face the same like impression as in the past.
yeah, I see. Yeah, that can be a bit confusing.
Yeah, yeah.
um,
Sometimes you can catch yourself up with with similar sort of impressions. I think it's not a very like a distant thing for any kind of a sportsman, especially a chess player.
mm-hmm. No, I fully agree. That makes a lot of sense.
Because a lot of times we fall into the same traps, we make the same mistakes, so we face this sort of deja vu maybe not even once in a lifetime. So I think
Mm-hmm.
more or less every chess player has to be familiar with that sort of feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah, I can relate to it.
Well, I have to stop trash talking. Let's focus more on chess.
No worries at all. Do you want to have a look at the game between Alireza and Radjabov
Y-
to see
Yeah, yeah,
if
certainly.
there have some progress been made? Because the position was still, when we left off, it was still a bit unclear where it
Mm.
was heading to,
Yes,
but we liked Black's position a
yeah, the
lot.
difference is that Firouzja decided to trade the d pawn for e pawn. Now
Hmm.
black has a clear center advantage, but their king seems to be a bit more exposed. And that's why Rajabov opting for queen e8. And I think, mm, I don't know. I mean, I have no pattern to evaluate that kind of position because I've never seen that kind of pawn structure. I mean, and strategically wise, from the strategical point of view, it's not that clear, like who has the better chances.
Yeah, I mean, firstly, the queen was on c4 and the target was the pawn on c3, but now with the queen on e8 all the way back, it becomes less clear for black how to make progress here. I mean, it's a bit difficult to see how you can put pressure on the pawn on c3 now, and it's easy to defend for white as well. And yeah, with the rook on f3, it has a weird spot, but it is quite annoying for black. I feel like rook f6 could be an idea. Um, the knight could maneuver perhaps for to f1, via f1 to e3. Um, so yeah, I'm curious to see how this game will develop.
Like I have such a feeling that white has to trade a pair of rooks. Let's say trade a pair of rooks, f3 to g7. Maybe that's why let's try out some rook f6 move, because I think like black is a very, I would say, clear perspective of the attack on the king side, aiming to play queen h5, and
Hmm.
then knight followed up with knight g6 and knight h4. So I think in terms of king safety, it would be mm, clever to trade the pair of rooks, let's say rook f6, like kind of provoking to play rook g6, and then trade the pair of rooks and trying to get rid of the other pair of rooks as well. Because let's say if we manage to swap all the rooks of the board, I think white will be clearly better because of the uh, weaknesses like e6 and c7. So mm, I think black is the side who has to keep all the major pieces on the board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Because with the appearance of both rooks for black, black has quite a sector, quite an active rooks on a8 and g7. One is potentially giving a checkmate, and the another one potentially invading on the third rank. And it's quite difficult for white to exploit that weaknesses like c7 and e6. So, for example, queen b3 doesn't have much sense
Mm-hmm.
because of some queen g6 probably, or even knight g6 first. I mean, it's not clear though. I would prefer
Mm-hmm.
trading the all rooks of the board for white, and with black, I would rather keep them alive.
Mm-hmm. Maybe after queen b3, you have the move rook a2 at least.
I mean, after some kind of knight g6 or
Mm-hmm.
queen somewhere. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, yeah, doesn't really matter.
yeah. That's the idea.
Mm-hmm.
Rook a2, and let's take a look if black is on time to create some mating threats. It's like you have rook a7, but I'm not
Yeah.
convinced this is the best one.
I think it's good to pinch the pawns on the queen side. And I think white is doing just fine regarding defending on the king side, but it looks a bit shaky. That is true.
It's very complicated.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be surprised if I'll figure out that I've been talking nonsense just now, and like black will be the side who will be opting for the trade of all rooks, and white would be the side who hesitate to do it.
You never know.
Yeah, you never know.
Um, but yeah, this game can still go anywhere, and it really surprises me that there's still so many pieces on the board, despite that we are around move 45 or so.
Hmm. Like the other way to proceed is to transfer the knight from d2 to e3, let's say. But I'm not convinced that this knight is more useful on e3 than on d2.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
that's a very, I mean, this position is difficult for both sides. I mean, because it doesn't have any sort of similar ones. Like throughout the years, this is the type of pawn structure I faced the first time in my life.
Wow. Yeah, it's very interesting. The c3 pawn is weak, but white is defending that really well, and the black doesn't have many attackers. Um, it makes me wonder though, is d5 a possible move, or doesn't it maybe it doesn't do much?
Well, I think d5 doesn't create any sort of like threat because
Mm-hmm.
uh, like you're not really aiming, you're not willing to take on e4, neither play d5, d4.
Mm-hmm.
I think like up to now your pawn structure is quite solid, and probably you need to like put more focus on the king side, playing like queen h5 and rook g8, while black is the side who has to get rid of the attacking potential of black pieces.
Right.
So it's like rook f6, like the only thing was bothering me is like knight g8. I don't know if we've achieved much because we have to retreat to f3.
Yeah.
Like queen b3 first, it's a very valid option, and then followed up with rook a2, rook a7. The question is if white is not risking much in that particular line.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't see a concrete way of attacking on the king side.
Well, let's just make a move. Let's say queen g6, rook a2. We still play rook g8, rook a7. And I'm trying to be super creative to create even a single threat. So basically we can play knight c8, rook b7, knight b6.
Hmm.
And now I have an idea to play queen g4, knight c4. So this is a threat, like a potential
Yeah,
one.
that's tricky. Yeah, that's removing the defender pretty much. And yeah, that might make things quite difficult for white. And yeah, I was thinking maybe you can play c4, but then you drop the pawn on e4, so that's probably not a good idea.
Yeah, at least it's not that clear.
Mm-hmm.
I think this line is not over yet, but it seems to be that it has to be fine for black.
Yeah,
Because
the rook on b7 is hanging as well.
yeah, if knight b6 there is queen b7, and simply it's a double attack, so probably it's just lost.
Maybe knight takes d6, and because you can take the knight on b6 after c
Wow,
takes.
that's the great tactical motive. That's a great inclusion.
Okay, it's still unclear because black will have 3 pawns in the center and at least one passed pawn, so still very tricky.
Yeah, you're right. Like c4 is an option to consider, obviously. Unless knight c8, knight b6 is not obliged, but that's the possible line, I agree with you. It's not clear at all, and the position remains very complicated and double-edged.
Exactly.
Is Nakamura approaching to his second victory of the tournament?
Let's find out.
And if he wins today, he levels the score in his matchup against Caruana in this particular tournament. That's important.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it could change things a lot in the tournament.
Well, like potentially it won't take any sort of effect on the potential tiebreaks because they both have to chase Nepomnyashchy, who is like
Yeah.
uh, he
Miles
was
ahead.
yeah miles ahead, like having a big was leading with a wide margin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're switching to Nakamura against Caruana, so the current position is yeah, so King G3, probably creating a threat of knight H3, knight F4, bishop F1, uh, like fighting off the threat. Like, is knight F4 possible in this position?
Capturing the pawn? It looks very dangerous to me, and I think you want to keep the bishop in this cage.
Hmm.
So I was considering to play rook a1, but then I'm a bit worried about bishop e2 maybe.
Yeah, you're right. So it feels like the trade of the bishop here is in the black's favor,
Mm-hmm.
but even so, mm, even though black will manage to trade a pair of those bishops, they won't improve a lot, I would say. Rook h1, king g8, I think we can follow it up with some precise move like king f4,
Mm-hmm.
like luring you to play rook f6, but you will probably not do it. Ah, no, you will do it. There is a funny line. Like king e4. I thought I have rook f4 because you cannot take with the bishop because of bishop g4 and then bishop f3.
Oh wow.
That's funny enough. But then yeah, that's the line. I mean, it's just a
Maybe you
joke.
have bishop e6 check instead?
Yeah, that's the point.
That's a
Bishop.
problem.
Yeah, that's a big problem indeed. But like the rook f7 still.
um,
No, but that's too artificial. I agree. Like at least bishop
yeah.
d5, bishop f3. This position is king e5, obviously, because if king d4, there is rook d7. No, there is no rook
Mm-hmm.
d7. Bishop d4.
Yeah.
That's more technical indeed. I mean,
Okay.
like for a heck of it, I was trying to make some fun of the line, which was absolutely necessary. Yeah, bishop d4 is a
Mm-hmm.
very calm decision, just to cool down any sort of activity. Bishop e2 is not hanging anymore, and now knight e4 is a threat. Probably rook dg5 is a move, but then like even king f4 is fine.
Yeah, it almost looks like a Zugzwang position, but not yet, but there's very few moves for black.
Yeah, desperate situation for Caruana,
Mm-hmm.
probably suffering his first loss of the tournament.
Yeah, it's pretty tough, especially since he's a point down behind Jan. So, yeah, that is going to be very costly.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And somehow Nakamura will be one of the leaders. Well, I mean, even before this round, he was in the clear third place. But then his like tournament standing will even be better. He re-
Yeah, and
he remains funny enough, even with the victory against Caruana, he will remain the third, but he will approach quite. mm,
yeah, you will definitely have more chances to be closer to the top. Um, Jan had a great first half of the tournament, but it's really hard to say if he will have a similar a second half of the tournament like the first half because winning games in this tournament is really difficult and like the level is so high and yeah, draws are more likely to happen. So I wouldn't be surprised if if he wins this game that he will be able to catch up um Nepo. So
Well, yeah, it will be fun to figure it out, at least
yeah,
in terms of intrigue in the tournament. But I think, uh, I saw a variety of opinions regarding the level of the tournament. I mean, the level of the play.
true.
And for example, Vladimir Kramnik pointing out that this is probably one of the weakest candidates tournaments he ever seen.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty harsh. I did. There were a few games that are a bit questionable, considering there were like really terrible mistakes made. Um, but I do know that the Kramnik mentioned that it's like 2300 level play, and I was like, well, makes me feel a bit better. Maybe that I it's closer to my level.
Well, obviously he exaggerates
Mm-hmm.
exaggerates the level of like the lack of level. I mean, still like the games seem to me pretty much pretty much strong,
Mm-hmm.
and especially Fabiano. I mean, I think he didn't have even a single bad position throughout like like first 7 games he had. Uh, in comparison to Nepo, Nepo was like clearly worse against Nakamura, and if Caruana played rook b2 against himself in round 2, I think Nepo would be in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
So Nepo seems to be a little luckier participant than Fabiano up to now.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, you don't know mm, when Kaisa, the god of chess, will turn her back in front of you.
Yeah, and yeah, I think it's interesting to see those opinions about the level of chess here, but I find it hard to say that it's really like really terrible or worse than usual. People have been implying that maybe it's because of the past 2 years with online chess,
Hmm.
that the shorter time controls have hurt the level of chess, but um I think it's just very different, and I don't know, I find it hard to say that the games are like less good than before.
Yeah, every game is quite individual, and every tournament is
Mm-hmm.
quite unique. And I mean, despite the fact that we have to respect Kramik's opinion, not quite agree with him for many reasons. Like the most obvious one is like if you're criticizing the players so badly, why you don't take part in such kind of event, proving everybody that you're still a better chess player than those who play in the candidates tournament. So I mean, with such uh, um, of statements that Kramnik did recently, the only way to prove the essence of the statement is to qualify for the next candidates and play the match against Carlsen.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's easier to say things like when you're not playing yourself, because the most strange things can happen during such a tournament. And I think also because of the weather conditions aren't, I mean, like in Spain, you know better than myself, than the weather conditions are really difficult to deal with. And it's really hot these days. So
Yeah, I mean, like despite the fact that they're playing under like air conditioning, probably the temperature inside indoor is lower than like 22 degrees. I
mhm.
mean, the all circumstances make you feel more exhausted because like it's even like at 10 p.m. it's still like more than it's above than 30 degrees above zero.
Mhm.
So I mean, obviously it's exhausting to play chess in Spain in summer. And personally,
Mhm.
I'm planning to play Spanish Championship in Linares in August, and Linares is Andalusia, and Andalusia is
Mm.
the southern part of Spain. And for example, now in some cities like Cordoba, Sevilla, like a few days ago, the temperature like under the sun, under the direct sun, has been like 47, 48 degrees above zero.
What?
Yeah,
Oh
so
my
it's
goodness.
not that pleasant to be on the street at that very period of time of the daytime.
Wow. And do you like, for example, for me, when I play under warm or hot weather conditions, I really have like problems. And I remember like throughout my childhood, I was really displeased when it was like a hot day, and like I was playing a tournament, and there was like no air conditioning or anything like that. And I was really feeling uncomfortable, and I still have it. So like I remember having my best tournaments in Reykjavik, so you can probably tell that I play better in cold weather conditions. How do you have do you have like any experiences with that, or is it like, yeah, it's whatever?
Well, for a person who was born in Russia, I can say that I have like a real connection between the temperature like outside and my level of play. But I would rather prefer like normal conditions because like facing minus 30, minus 35 temperature, it's not that pleasant indeed. Well,
Yeah.
well, but for me, I think it's more or less the same because we rarely play under in the place where there's no air conditioning, so the temperature is more or less like regulated.
Yeah, true. Typically in the playing hall, it's it's comfortable. And in some rare occasions, there's no air conditioning. That is absolutely horrible. But typically in the playing hall, it's always really cool and nice. Um, but yeah, it can be really annoying and exhausting to be in really warm weather conditions. So I can imagine if the players have trouble with this as well, because it's pretty unusual. And it's interesting that they chose Madrid in the middle of summer.
Yeah, I mean, they probably could have chosen a different period of time, like even September is more pleasant in terms of the weather.
Hmm.
But like according to the schedule of the World Championship match, probably like they need some time between the events. I
Yeah,
mean,
that's definitely understandable.
some period of time.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah, it makes it difficult. A lot of tournaments are happening in the summer as well, so yeah, you have
Yes,
not really much choice.
yeah, summer is a very rich period in terms of tournaments and even like open tournaments. I know there is going to be a very strong tournament in Biel soon in Switzerland.
Hmm.
Like was a lot of over 2650 players involved in such action and uh, other like different other else tournaments. Like I know there's some strong events will take place in the United Arab Emirates, like as well as recently in Sharjah where I played. There's going to be
Hmm.
tournaments in Abu Dhabi and Dubai, and I think it's a they're very good tournaments in terms of the like for example recently I played in Sharjah and I had
Yeah.
like that was like 2597. I played against 2700 in round one, and
Wow.
that's a very rare case. I mean, very rare case in open tournaments.
Yeah, absolutely. I was considering to play in the challengers group, or like group B in Sharjah, but I decided, I mean, it was very last minute and I decided not to play because, well, it was on short term, and I thought, well, the weather conditions are like not the greatest for me. I know in like hot weather I will not
Mhm.
survive. So yeah, I had to cancel that, but it was definitely on my mind to play in this tournament.
Well, I have to point out that the organization of the event was on a very high level, and
Hmm.
well, it's been a pleasure. I'm very curious where it's gonna be like I would say like warmer in August in Spain, in the south of Spain, or in Sharjah in May. So just to compare the weather, the circumstances.
Yeah, yeah, that will be interesting.
Aside, we've got Bishop D3 on the board, played by Caruana, obviously a very unpleasant position.
Hmm.
Like I'm very curious with King F4 move. Is there any sort of idea against King F4 aiming Bishop F5? A very clear threat.
Yeah.
And like even like provoking bishop f5 is not that wise because after rook f5, king f5, e3, knight takes on d3, c takes d3, and we have bishop takes e3, simply winning the pawn.
Yeah, that would be an easy win. Um, but yeah, bishop f5 is a big threat, and it's not so easy to see how to counter it other than simply moving the rook from g6 or moving the king. But I think moving the rook from g6 would make more sense. However, I'm failing to see a good square for the rook. I guess rook h6 is one of the better squares.
Yeah, that's true. And you know what I like most in this position? That white is not in any sort of hurry. Yeah, so when the king f4 is played and if rook h6, I was planning to still play in a rook f5. I think rook f5 shouldn't work due to the same reason because of knight d3. And if you play g6, I simply retreat to g4 or bishop c8. So I
Hmm.
want to provoke you to play g6, but king g8 is played.
Okay.
Um, Is there any kind of trick after bishop f5?
Yeah, I was looking at it as well because now if the rook moves, for example, to g1, there's bishop e6. So black needs to be careful about that too.
So like that.
This is the same but worse.
Then the rook is hanging as well.
I think you still have to take a pawn, otherwise there's gonna be promotion.
Think so. I've been curious about king g6. It's like if
And after d2, do you take on a6?
of course. And if king f6, I play rook e6. I would be sneaky.
Well, if the game will finish like that, that will be insane.
Yeah, at least some sort of excitement.
Yeah, it will be quite dramatic too.
I mean, just to point out that in such kind of position, it's so pleasant to have whites. Like no matter what is, we can even add a pair of pawns in the queen side for black, like b7 is b5. I mean, well, probably it wouldn't be winning, but still it would be like it would be a pleasure to have whites in this position because nothing is hanging and it's only black at the side that has to be aware of any kind of tactical tricks. It's like king g8 is played, like bishop f5, potentially winning the game, but again, there is no necessity to force it, so we can even improve the position of the knight, starting with knight d1. I think it's not a bad idea at all. And then knight goes to e3. That's what I also like in that kind of position. So you can just show a clear plan, not not spending any single minute calculating the first lines. Just make the move. Put your pieces on the better squares and wait for your opponent to resign. I think like knight d1 is a very valid option.
Yeah, I like this move. Improving the position and yeah, the rooks are very awkwardly placed. I mean, there is just very few squares available for the rooks for the simple reason that the bishops are cutting off many squares. So yeah, if white simply improves the position, it will be very difficult for black to hold.
Yeah, maybe just simply impossible. All right. Let's check whether we have a little update in Alireza game against Radjabov.
Let's have a look.
Quite an unusual game. Quite an unusual pawn
Yeah.
structure.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Okay.
finally, white managed to get rid of the pair of rooks, and queen b3 was played. So you were right predicting Alireza move, proving me wrong. Queen g6, rook a2, rook a2, queen a2, queen g4. Well, I'm
Okay.
a bit concerned. What is a threat? Like knight g6, knight h4.
Yeah, it looks like it. I guess, I mean, like, one way of defending would be. Oh, actually, you also have to be concerned about knight f4. I was going to suggest something like queen a8, queen d8, but if you allow knight f4 as well, then you have a slight problem. Here, knight f4.
Yeah, good point.
I think this is simply lost already. So yeah, what do you do against those threats?
Well, I can be.
Very passive.
Yeah, I can be like a true coward. Play queen b1 and then queen f1.
I think you don't have many choices. So.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not about being coward, but that's about the necessity the position brings. It's like queen b5 is hanging because after knight f4 we have queen f1. No, but then knight h4 is hanging. So like queen f1 not creating any single threat apart from maybe queen h3 trade.
Yeah,
Well,
and I think I want. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
I think once the queens are off the board, the game should end very peacefully because there's very little going on.
Yeah, that's true indeed. So
Yeah.
yeah, Radjabov opted for a very active opportunity, and like queen b1, queen f1 is one of the fewest valid options in the position because king knight g6 looks quite terrifying.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a feeling this game is going to end peacefully because there is only a few threats you can create in this position, and if the game continues like this, I think we
Yeah,
will see a draw at one point.
yeah, there is just few. mm, there is not there is no any kind of weaknesses in both uh, positions in both from both sides. So like trading the queens will cause mm, both sides to agree and draw simply.
Yeah, exactly.
Like white can still try pushing c pawn, but still, I mean, with that sort of solid pawn structure, like I barely imagine white really trying. Maybe like they're slightly better when the queens go off the board.
Yeah, I mean, you can consider moving the rook all the way to a5. But I think it's very easy for black to defend this. And yeah, if anything, you always have c6 at your disposal. And the king, once the king comes closer to the pawns in the center, then it will be very difficult for white to make progress.
Yeah, fair point.
So yeah, I'm curious to see if Alireza will go for this line. If he won't, then I will be a bit concerned about his position.
hmm
I think we have an update in the game between Hikaru and Fabiano, so let's take a look what has been played there.
All right. And bishop f5 was played instead of knight
Yeah, that's
b1.
what we were discussing.
So he opted for a very direct way of converting the advantage.
Hmm. You can
So
even consider playing knight g4. I think we were considering knight d1.
mhm.
Um, but he could also play knight g4 with the same idea to play knight e3.
Yeah, this position is like pretty much that's pretty much over. Like Nakamura winning this game. I
Yeah,
can't see this scenario how he will not win this one. So I mean he has to blunder something very very badly.
yeah, and Fabiano's time management is also a bit concerning. I think he doesn't have to play many moves till move 60 for an additional 15 minutes, but the fact he is down to 9 minutes on the clock is enough to raise concerns about that.
Yeah, that's I pretty much agree with it. But I mean like it's quite explainable because his position was so unpleasant in terms of play. Like once in the same line, he already lost against. He lost to Maxim Vashilagraf just in the same line, and afterwards I decided to take a look, a more profound view on this particular line was sacrificing on f2, and I made a conclusion that despite the fact the position being like equal in terms of like computer evaluation, it's a bit easier to play with the side who has a pair of minor pieces.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm a bit concerned why Caruana decided to opt for the same line where he already lost a classical game against Maxim Vachilagraf, again in the candidates tournament, because like he could easily play something else like a normal Rui Lopez or even Berling, but he opted for an active line, and
Mm-hmm.
Nakamura executed everything precisely.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, we see rook h6 now on the board, so that is also inviting knight g4.
Hmm.
Um, are we worried about a move like rook h4? I don't think we should. Oh no, wait, there's bishop e6 right away. So
Hmm.
I was trying to find a way to not allow knight e3, but that will be punished right away.
No, I think like knight g4 is killing, unless there
Mm-hmm.
is some idea of rook takes f5 and an e3. No, but it's not. Like
I think in
e3,
the worst case, you play bishop f2 and you're fine.
like, yeah, you're right. So like king f4, and if rook h4, we can even take with the bishop because there is no way to attack the knight on g4.
Mm-hmm.
So knight g4, I think he and Hikaru will make a double check and make this move.
Yeah, and White has such a comfortable position. I mean, the way that he moves his pieces around is very instructive too. Like the bishop on d4, the bishop on f5, and moving the knight around. And I think this will be a game used for educational purposes because there's so much in this game that happened and very high level, but very instructive.
Yeah, you're right. I'm a bit concerned with the previous play, with Fabiano's previous play, because like putting the bishop on d3 and playing c4 and e4. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, obviously, like optically it looks active, but he gave a lot of central squares. He gave the crucial d4 point, like square for White's bishop. So, like I've been taught, and I I carried out this advice quite carefully. That's the pawn moves are the most difficult in chess because uh, pawns are like the only pieces, or if we consider them as the pieces that never move back. So every pawn move has to be made with like preciseness.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, pawns don't go back and yeah, that makes it so difficult to I mean, you have to decide like if you move them forward, like is it worth it? Can you like afford this to weaken this square that you're crossing, etc. So yeah, it goes to show that pawn moves are really important and can really define the position.
Like in my point of view, pawn moves are the most difficult in, I mean, in all entire game of chess.
Yeah, exactly.
I think now Nakamura can try to finish the game in style, because I think after knight e3, like no way he will try out rook takes d4.
Yeah.
Like pawn takes, like rook takes, because it's the only move. We play king e5, like pretty much rook retreats to d8, and then like we make a check, king f8. Otherwise, it's probably a mate somehow. I feel
Mhm.
so. And then we follow it up with some like rook h2 or rook f2 first. I don't know. It's like
Yeah,
I'm.
you can
It's it has,
add knight
yeah,
d5.
it has to be a mate, like for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, White has a plenty of moves in this very position.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very difficult to find moves here with black and for white there's many. After 93, what happens after rook b5, I wonder, because still not over yet.
Not over for sure.
But I mean, yeah, you can even play bishop c5, cutting off the rook on b5, and
Hmm.
you're simply dominating position. The king will enter on e5, and the bishop e6 check will follow. And I think after this, the position is already like falling apart.
I
You
think
just can't hold anymore.
I would rather opt for rook g2, forcing you play
Oh yeah.
the rook b7, and like even king e5 like looks so crushing,
Mm-hmm.
and bishop e6 and so on. Like basically, I think after knight e3, black should resign. I mean, because there is nothing to check. There is no like if there has been some sort of direct line where like whether white opts for it or not, and then it becomes unclear. But so white simply can make any kind of move. Like knight
Mm-hmm.
e3, rook g2, like they can shuffle the rook and the position won't change at all, and it would be like an everlasting torture for black to to continue the game.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, this game could finish very soon, and obviously Hikaru has plenty of time to think about the position currently. Fabiano is down to 6 minutes, but I believe they are almost they're very close to move 60. So well, the time is not a problem, but the position is.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, like I think we've missed the very moment where Caruana's been outplayed. Like knight h1 is a very clever decision, as uh, it's been figured out later. E4. I mean, if he provoked e4 and it's been nothing, because like you remember that initially in this very position, I told you that black is a side that has to like keeps attention and not make any
Mm-hmm.
sort of like sharp moves, like or mm, like they should push their pawns with mm, precisely and carefully. But then when he played bishop d3, c4, bishop d1, rook d7, and then put his other pawn to e4, and basically white was the side who's been ready for it. And this
Mm-hmm.
h4, h5 was just an ingenious decision to be made. Bishop g4, and then white managed to develop all the pieces. And after the queen straight, black's position became just like so devastating. Like became devastated. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's incredible that from that position, with the 4 pawns on the fifth rank, it turned out to be this position where black is completely lost and has is struggling to find moves here because there's very few moves in the position, and white has amazing coordination of pieces, especially with the minor pieces.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's really impressive. Yeah, he's taking his time. It's like, you know, you're winning, but you want to be very precise, or you want to finish it off as soon as possible, so you don't want to like make an inaccurate move or something. So yeah, I can really relate to this, that like I'm aware I'm winning, but I want to like play as clean as possible.
Yeah, not to give any kind of a chance.
Mm-hmm.
So we expect rook b5, rook d4, but well, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, the position is lost. Like maybe rook d4 in terms of shorting the material. Like take king e5, and I think black is getting checkmated sooner or later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would be a shortcut to a loss. I mean, you can still play rook b5, but it's simply losing on the position. There's many things that white can do, so
Hmm.
it's only a matter of time till white will win here.
No, but rook b5, so he decided to at least to keep the material on the board.
Yeah.
Like I expect rook g2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
It's
rook
a
g2 makes a perfect sense,
it's a very
attacking g7.
very rigged move. Well, not yet, but soon to soon to appear.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because if rook g2, you're forcing black to play rook b7, and then you can easily enter with king e5,
Hmm.
and then all the pieces will move forward, and sooner or later the king will be checkmated.
Well, now I find out how similar it was to the comparison with the like Python rings. So you remember this position, and like now we have like this position.
Mm-hmm.
So white improved a lot.
Absolutely, and it's really impressive, but it's for the simple reason that there is just no coordination between the black pieces, and you're basically playing four pieces against three, so that's an really obvious disadvantage for black.
Hmm. Yeah, that's correct. Well, let's take a quick look on Alireza game against Teimour.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good. Let's see how that game developed there, because there's still quite a few pieces on the board, and not too much action.
Hmm. So instead of transferring the queen to f1, he decided just to out the queen with f3.
Okay. This is weakening a lot, and I'm not sure if he's like being very ambitious with this setup, because the g3 pawn is weakened, so you always need to keep an eye on that pawn. Um and it only allows you to play very passively.
Well, I think like f3 looks a bit rough. I would rather opt for queen b1. Because now
Mm-hmm.
there is another objective in the white's camp, like the pawn g3 and like rook g7. Actually, it's been smart. It's a smart play by Radjabov playing rook f7. So in this very position, after queen g4, he played rook e3, allowing rook f7, provoking for f3 himself, queen g6, and now like Radjabov definitely will go king rook g7 back, but not after knight f1. So probably he has a plan of playing knight g8 and knight f6, knight h5. Could it be?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would be interesting. It's
Still,
still
the
easy to defend for white, but yeah, it's hard to see how white could ever make any sort of progress.
well, I think his main plan is to try to hook one of the pawns on the queen side,
Mm-hmm.
play queen a7 and attack c7 or b5,
Mm-hmm.
and then while when he manages to take one of the pawns, he will like try to convert the material advantage. It's not that clear how black will protect those like temporary weaknesses.
Maybe by bringing the queen over to the queen side, like maybe queen g8. Oh, but then the east. Well, currently e6 is hanging, so.
Yeah, so it's not that obvious.
Mm-hmm.
I think queen f6 is played instead. I'm trying to get the point
Ah,
of queen f6.
maybe knight g6, knight takes h4,
Hmm.
and
Yeah,
you
that's a good
can
idea.
support the attack with the rook to g7.
You're right. And if queen a7, let's check it out. Knight g6, and even after h5, I think you can try knight h4.
Mm-hmm.
And white is lacking protection on f3 square, f3 pawn. If knight d2, we can emphasize the pressure playing queen g5. Probably, like queen h5, and yeah, it's quite unpleasant to receive that sort of position after he had like just a few moves before.
Mm-hmm.
Knight g6, yeah, well, queen a7 is an option, but after knight g6, queen f2 is played.
Okay. Very solid.
Yeah, very solid. After f3, he decided to solidify for some reason. So rook f7, queen f6 was a very good decision made by Teimour.
Mm-hmm.
And again, preventing knight g6, knight h4 sacrifices.
Yeah, this game, I feel like, I mean, it's very slow paced, but um, I don't think either side at this point will try to go really crazy. Maybe Black could even play d5, but I can see Black being like, okay, if I play d5, then I weaken the c5 square, and maybe that is not in my interest. But I definitely don't see how White could make any sort of progress. So
Yeah,
I think this could end in a very peaceful draw in a few moves if neither side decides to take action.
yeah, I don't think so either. I think no way how both sides can progress in such kind of
Mm-hmm.
position. Yeah, well, queen f2 on the board. I think we can enjoy the very last moments of Nakamura and Caruana because Caruana was so low on time.
Correct. It's a good moment to switch back and see how that game will continue because, yeah, Karana is very low on the clock and they're still not on move 60, so that could be very interesting.
Mhm. All right, he opted for bishop c5 instead of rook g2.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think like approximately every move was winning. Bishop c5 was winning either.
Yeah.
Rook f6, king e5. Well, probably I've got the idea. He wants to play rook h2 first, and then bishop e6 check. But obviously, it's
Mm.
not the only one. Also, knight d5 is kind of threat.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's simply it's difficult to make a move. Bishop e6, rook a6 is a very clear threat, and the most obvious one. Just get rid of the pawns, not allowing any sort of a6, a5 trades, and converting an extra material.
Mm-hmm.
King f7 is played to avoid bishop e6.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Now I'm guessing knight d5. Or wait, can you play? Okay, maybe knight g4 is not so accurate. I mean, you're taking away h6 square, but I think knight d5 is more powerful.
Yeah, that's interesting. But knight e5 may allow some rook f5 tricks, like e3.
Mm.
Well, I think still the position remains absolutely winning, but probably like from the psychological point of view, it's necessary to have that kind of sharp position on the board.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
I don't know if white has something simpler, for example, bishop c8. I think bishop c8 is a move. No, knight d5 is played. You being absolutely right predicting Hikaru's move, so you deserve full credit for it.
Thank you. Yeah, I did like your approach with Rook G2 more because it looked more straightforward. This looks a bit creative, but I think, I mean, it's obviously winning. It's just I feel like torturing Black a bit more.
I mean, this is the very moment where black has to decide whether to sacrifice I mean, to give up the exchange or play rook h6, like yielding psychologically, and like maybe rook f5 will be the last chance, and king takes e3, like disturbing a little bit with the pawn on e2, but not for a long time.
Right, yeah.
Rook f5 is
It has
played.
been played. Okay.
Yeah, king
Yeah,
f5.
this is like a final chance to make something happen, but
Mhm.
yeah, it's completely winning for white.
Maybe king e5 is a bit more precise because we protect the knight. After e2, we are able to play bishop f2, and then rook takes a6.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like super obvious to play. Like
Right, yeah.
even if you play rook b8, I think like this position is like completely winning. Like king d4, e1, take, and then b5.
Mm-hmm. And the pawn is pretty much unstoppable. I mean, if rook b1, you always have to move knight b4.
Yeah, that's the point.
Mm-hmm.
King f5, e3 is played. Maybe he has something even more accurate. Because the only thing was disturbing me after king f4, e2. Obviously, we cannot play bishop f2 because the knight is hanging. If rook a1, there is some trick like a5.
Mm-hmm.
And now black is getting rid of the pawn on b4. I mean, at least trading a pair of pawns, which is vital for them in terms of like literally praying for a draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, by all means, king e5 is a bit more precise.
Absolutely, and it makes a lot of sense. It may feel a bit odd because you stand on the same file as the pawn on e3, and it exposes yourself like for checks like from e8. So if rook b8, rook e8, then yeah, you allow white black to support the pawn even better. But yeah, practically speaking, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, so king e5, e2 on the board. Rook
Mm-hmm.
a1. Oh, sorry, of course, bishop f2 because of rook a1, a5. Rook b8 has to be played. Otherwise, they all play just has no sense.
Yep, absolutely.
Maybe after rook b8, we can try to show off some patience. I mean, not taking on the a6 pawn immediately,
Mm-hmm.
just to opt for something more solid. I don't know exactly how.
Yeah. Do you have a move like bishop e1 to just stop any sort of promotion?
Yeah, bishop e1 is a very good move indeed. And also, if we take on a6, which also looks quite reasonable,
Hmm.
I think it's very important after rook e8, king d4, e1, take, include the check on a7, because the king cannot move to e6 or g6 neither because of knight f4 and rook e7. So king has to retreat. No, bishop e1 was played, so a more accurate decision. Yeah, probably it has a clear point.
Hmm.
Yeah, but then it's absolutely winning. Rook e8, king d4.
Yeah, and pawn a6 is falling, and then the b pawn can push easily, and that should be it.
Well, probably after king d4, black like is almost checkmating with rook e4, but there is king c5. Like, it's a pity that there is a square on c5 from black.
Yeah, and even if you try to protect the pawn on a6, so after king d4, rook e6, there's always moves like knight c7. So
Hmm.
this pawn is not gonna last for long.
Obviously. Yeah, I wonder Nakamura pretty much enjoyed his time today during the game because he had a very pleasant position. Besides his winning,
Mm-hmm.
King f4 was played instead of King g4, which is also a valid option. Maybe like g5 will be tried out, but like both King g4 and King g3 are fine. Maybe I would rather play King d4 than King f4.
Yeah, this feels a bit odd, and I understand he wants to be on the king side to simply make sure this pawn, the g pawn, will not get very far. But it felt more natural. It felt more natural to be on placed on c5 to support the b pawn.
Hmm. All right. I think we don't have much to talk about regarding certain like ongoing games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm very curious to hear from you your like chess plans because I'm wondering you're a very ambitious player, already a bronze medalist in the European team champ.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm very curious whether you have some not like special, but your life plans for your like future chess career.
Yeah, so I'm currently hoping to finish my studies soon. I'm still studying in university, so I hope to finish my bachelor's soon. But after that, I really want to focus a lot on chess and combine it with streaming. So currently, I compete in tournaments still, but not as much as I would want to. I really want to play a couple of tournaments in a year. Currently, I'm barely able to do two tournaments, so that's not a lot. But yeah, over the summer, I want to play two tournaments. One of them being the European Women Chess Championship, and yeah, so I just hope to gain some more rating because at one point in my chess career, I dropped a lot of rating. I went from 2300 to just below 2100, so that was very unfortunate. But I sincerely believe I can go back up there. It's just a matter of time and practicing a lot because of my studies, I haven't been able to as much. And if studies are out of the way, then I am determined to fully focus on chess.
Yeah, we're all right. Fair point. If you ever been on like 2300 level, no doubt, there's no doubt you will be able to reach it again. So with
Hmm.
just maintaining some level of consistency, being a bit more
Yeah.
focused on chess, I'm pretty sure you will be capable of reaching the same heights.
Yeah, yeah, it's
Please.
I mean, streaming has also been very motivating for me because yeah, if you lose a lot of tournaments in a row, it starts to feel a bit strange, and you start to ask yourself, why am I still playing chess? But because of streaming, I'm like enjoying chess a lot, and I've gotten so many opportunities, and I really feel like playing chess again competitively. And I never really quit, but I really did feel like it was not fun anymore, and it makes it really hard to stay focused and to take it very seriously.
Well, it means then good luck in finishing your bachelor's degree. So
Thank you.
by the way, what are you currently studying?
Artificial intelligence.
Wow,
So
that's quite a modern topic to be
yeah,
studied.
it's pretty cool. It's also quite difficult, but I'm enjoying it quite a lot. I just don't feel ready to like start a career with that, and I think I'm also a bit too young for that, so I want to focus on chess first.
Yeah, fair point.
So yeah, hopefully I get to finish it as soon as possible.
All right, g5, knight, king g3 is on the board, and well, I'm curious if there is any sort of threat.
Um,
Well, not much. Maybe we can be. Well, rook h8 looks a bit slow because of many reasons, like rook a6, rook h1. We can simply retreat with the rook, and then like b pawn seems to be unstoppable.
mm-hmm.
Well, still you can somehow fight off with king e6, but it won't take. It won't affect the evaluation. Rook e6 is played instead, like more dense move, and knight c7
Mm-hmm.
probably will be played.
Yeah, knight c7 would make sense. The knight is very well placed on d5, but I mean, if you have to take a pawn, you take the pawn, and also you might be able to place the knight on c5, which will help to end the game a bit quicker, because it supports the pawn to push on b4, and also you're attacking the bishop on d3.
Somehow I didn't like Nakamura's decision to put his king on f4 instead of d4,
Mm-hmm.
because king would be quite useful on the queen side to support the b pawn. But then, like, if knight c7, I'm not convinced that this position like is clearly winning. Like,
Mm-hmm.
probably it's better to take with the rook because the knight will stay closer to d5 square. Rook f1, rook a1, and then maybe some checks may appear. Or we can start with bishop e4, which could be a bit mm, like more clever decision than king g6 and trying to create some sort of mating net or a perpetual check.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
So to be honest, I don't like uh, a little bit the execution by Hikaru.
Mm-hmm. It feels a bit imprecise.
Mhm.
So yeah, he definitely could have finished the game earlier. But yeah, this must be winning still, surely.
Anyway, it won't last long because Caruana has 30 minutes on the clock and Nakamura is 43.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah, they do get 30 seconds of increment now, but yeah, even then, it will be very unpleasant to play on the 30-second increment.
mhm. Yeah, you're totally right.
Yeah.
Well, now it makes sense to make a short break
Mm-hmm.
because the all things remain quite uncertain in both games, Alireza against Radjabov, and so we're not like entirely sure which game will finish first.
Yeah.
And we do expect both games to be active when we come back to the studio just in few moments. Stay tuned around 8 FIDE Candidates 2022 Madrid.
Seen a bit. Welcome back, everyone. This is me, Anna-Maja Kazarian, and Grandmaster Daniil Yuffa, and we are back with round 8 of the candidates, FIDE Candidates Tournament. We still have 2 games going on, Daniil, and I'm not sure if we will have a result soon because it seems like both games are still going on for quite some time, and Hikaru made it very difficult for himself to convert this game.
Yeah, indeed. So, yeah, for all of a sudden, he had two very clear opportunities to solve out the game, just sacrificing a bishop for e2 pawn and grabbing this important a6 pawn and pushing b5, b6, and etc. But he opted for a very ridiculous option, just putting his king in the very angle of the board, and now his position looks so awkward, and it may lead to like literally a miraculous bailout for Caruana.
Yeah, indeed. It looks like you can. Well, so I mean, it currently it's black to move, but the pawn a6 is hanging. So I would expect black to try to defend that because it is quite difficult for white to attack it more times.
Yeah, right. But also we have to check. So now rook a6. I'm not even sure if it is a threat because like I can try out some awkward knight king g7. Just showing off that after rook a6 I still have bishop e4 attacking the knight on g2.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems not that clear how white will maintain all pieces. I mean, to keep all pieces on the board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Black is attacking to take, threatening to take the defender of the bishop. So yeah, that would be even more difficult to make progress with white.
Hmm. Yeah, so but if the a6 pawn is untouchable, then there is no way to proceed because uh, all pieces are tied down to protect e1 promotion.
Mm-hmm.
So by all means, Nakamura just wasted a clear chance to win the game. I mean, like initially, it's been a point when I think it was much easier just to take the pawn on a6, like approximately, yes, he was winning, he was converting it well, and then it was much easier to take on a6, like I think it's just more or less the same, take, check, king d4, obviously, rook
Mm-hmm.
e1, and then make a very like technical move, rook a7, almost forcing black to play king f8, and then like push the pawn like b5. So I think it's completely winning due to the very passive king on f8.
Mm-hmm.
And then after spoiling the first moment of rook b8, it was much more, well, it was very natural to retreat to d4. And I'm like, I was literally confused why he opted for king f4. It's quite
Mm-hmm.
an explainable decision.
Yeah, and yeah, king d4 looks much more natural, and the king f4 is running into problems like g5, and there is a chance that he did not expect g5 or just not miscalculated.
No, but you think like probably by all means, even if there is no g5, black can start with rook e4. I mean, it
Mm-hmm.
may lead to more or less the same position, with the king being cut off the main action. So
Yeah,
I mean, I'm
exactly.
so surprised how like the top players, like obviously Nakamura is a top player.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes those kinds of players are lack of understanding of like lack of endgame understanding. So they're capable of calculating like very difficult and complex lines, but in the very easy positions, they're just yeah, they're just freaking out. I mean, I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, yeah, it's pretty insane. So yeah, I mean that goes to show that these players are also human, and yeah, it would make sense if he would have finished it off easily, but yeah.
You know, Anna-Maja,
like this. Hmm?
wait for Kramnik commentary to emerge after
Yeah.
this game.
Yeah, I think Kramnik will be pretty upset at Hikaru for his play today. I mean, at first it was brilliant maneuvering all over the place, but now the end game conversion is, yeah, it's very taking quite long.
It won't be such a big problem if it took quite long, but the result is under a big question mark
True.
right now.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the current position, rook h6, king e3, rook e6, and it's quite difficult for white to progress. So he played knight e3. Now it means that a6 pawn is no more under attack. And obviously with such pawn on e2, black has a sufficient counterplay to make a draw. So I think this position is just simply drawish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Like
it's difficult to make
the
progress.
only thing which is worrying me a lot, frankly speaking, that if we transpose to some sort of position with the opposite colored bishop, black will promote the pawn for the knight and white will take on a6 and we'll have another couple of hours of entertainment.
Yeah, that would be quite incredible. But we see a few moves being made now, and Fabiano is on 3 minutes, and we have to know that he is receiving 30 seconds of increment each move, but there will not be any additional time anymore. So they are past move 60 already.
Well, obviously in that sort of position, Nakamura will try to trick using his time advantage.
Mm-hmm.
After rook a5, well, it's not that clear how black should proceed. Maybe it was better to keep the rook on the first rank and to play king g7, as I said.
Yeah, just anything.
It's like after king g7, if you play bishop d2 with the same sort of ideas, maybe I can try out simple rook g1. Can I? Because once again, I'm creating a threat of bishop e4, which is very annoying, and you cannot move your bishop to g5 because of e1 promotion.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it was more like even king g8 is even a more technical move than no king g7 for sure. Yeah, like king g7, I think it's just a dead draw. But then somehow he played passively, played rook f6. I think there's been no necessity to do it. Bishop f2, at least a little improvement in comparison to the position Nakamura had just a few moves ago.
Absolutely, and I like Rook A5 because he has ideas to either attack the pawn G5. He's also able. Maybe he could play Knight E1 to attack the bishop, and Rook D5 could support the attack on the bishop. And if the bishop has to leave, then the E2 pawn becomes more vulnerable. So there is several ideas in this position now for white, and I'm failing to see I'm feeling to see how black could proceed here because black is now very defensive, and it's difficult to see how black could make any sort of progress. I mean, the pawn on e2 is just standing there, and yeah, I think white could slowly start making progress again.
Mhm.
Okay, we have rook e6 on the board. So I'm expecting a move like knight e1 just to keep things safe.
Well, anyway, there is no way how to proceed after rook e6. I mean, in terms of improving the position, because bishop e3 fails to many reasons. Rook e3 or e1. Rook e3 is even stronger because it's winning. Knight
Mm-hmm.
e1 is played indeed. Bishop f5. So that's another approach to keep things safe. Well, somewhat. This is somewhat I try to dislike from blacks for black because now in comparison to this position with the rook on f1 he received that one.
Yeah, and now rook c5 is also in the air. The c4 pawn could be attacked, and Yeah, it becomes very difficult now for black to defend this position.
Yeah, well, it was a bit early to cheer Fabiano, but obviously, like rook f6, the move I would never make in that kind of position. Like it looks so in natural. King, no,
Mm-hmm.
sorry, knight f3 is the move I like. So he's aiming for bishop e1, king f2, and knight e4 setup. So I'll just show with the arrows. And rook f5 is hanging on the spot. So this is the setup he wants to achieve.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that looks really that looks much better than before. I like the maneuvers that Hikaru is making throughout the game, but the king movement to the king side was a bit inaccurate. But throughout the game, he has shown great skills in terms of improving the position and yeah, gaining an advantage.
Well, I think eventually just the time difference paid off, and Fabiano
Mm-hmm.
became very nervous on having only few minutes till the rest of the game, and while Nakamura cruising with 37 minutes to go,
Yeah.
like rook d6, like well, but anyway, like in the bad position, there is no good moves. Like
Mm-hmm.
simply knight d4, because obviously there is no rook d4 because of c takes d4, and white is winning with ease.
Yeah.
Like he can pretty much pre-move all the moves. Maybe he's
Mm-hmm.
considering rook e5, but it has no sense. He can also play bishop e1, there is no difference because rook d3 is not a move because of knight e. No, rook is d3 is the move, but probably it's just senseless.
Yeah,
So
just king of two and threatens a lot of
knight
different moves.
knight d4 is played.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a very logical move. Attacking the bishop and attacking the pawn. So bishop d3 seems like a logical response. And then I believe rook e5 will happen.
Yeah, let's say rook e5, king f6, rook e3. Like, is there any way how to protect the pawn? Probably no. They just lost.
Mm-hmm.
Like after rook d, yeah, bishop d3, rook e5 is on the board, and I think black has to resign. King f6. Can be even more attentive playing rook e8 first, king f7, and rook e3.
Yeah, that's very precise.
Yeah, all right, rook e5, king f6, and
Yeah, this should end in a few moves. I mean, once the e2 pawn is off the board, it will be much easier for white to convert this. So
mhm.
I know Hikaru messed it up a little bit with the conversion, but I think without the pawn on e2, I think it will be much easier to convert.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm. No, he's taking his time, and Fabian is down to 2 minutes, so that's also not a pleasant situation to be in. But yeah, at this point, okay,
What?
so
Knight
knight
e3?
f3.
I mean, like in this particular game, his technique is so like ridiculous in my point of view. I mean, I don't know if like rook d4 was hanging, but not really. Like all the time,
No,
look, the rook can move to c5 and protect everything. With the king being cut off, the main action. Well, like knight f3 is the move, but well, still winning.
yeah,
Well, knight
yeah,
f3, it's
yeah.
not the move that I will blame for, so it's all right with it. But before, obviously, he he've messed it up so much, and he could
Mm-hmm.
easily be punished with the drawish result.
Yeah, I think he's aiming for bishop d4 too, and a checkmate pattern possible with the three pieces, but he could get really far with the three pieces, and additionally the king.
Yeah, like, obviously this position is like completely winning. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, zero chance for luck.
Yeah, yeah. White is completely dominating the pawn on e2. Neither of the other pawns can move, so
And
yeah.
Fabiano,
And
yeah, eventually he resigned.
oh, he actually resigned in this position. Wow.
Well, but there is not a lot of things to do.
No, I know. I just expected this game to go on for another 10 moves, considering the game should have been decided like more than 10 moves ago.
Yeah, that's a crucial moment of the tournament. And Fabiano probably losing part of confidence after today's loss. It
Mm-hmm.
could have been quite unpleasant for him from the like tournament like point of view.
Yeah, this is a really impressive win by Hikaru Nakamura. I mean, throughout the tournament, he has been doing relatively well, but not good enough to be at the very top of the scoreboard. But he's slowly catching up, and he could be a big contender for the top places if he continues to do well throughout the tournament. But first, he needs to take down Jan Nepomnyashchy because he is leading with 6 points.
Yeah, and we have to point out that it's not over for Caruana. Obviously, 6 more rounds to go, and they haven't played their direct encounter of leg 2 of the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
And I think like it's not over at all. Maybe like the chances for like qualifying for the match uh, have fallen a bit, but not drastically. So I think everything is like is more or less fine for Fabiano. He just has to get over this a bit painful loss. And I mean, anyway, the game between him and Nepomnyashchy will be like the crucial of the tournament, the most crucial game of the tournament.
Absolutely, yes. So that is going to be very important. Now, there's one more game going on. Let's have a look between the game of Alireza Firouzja and Teimour Radjabov. They're still going on, and it looks like not much has happened, but they did cross move 60, I believe. So
Yeah,
let's have
let's
a
take
look
a
how
look.
this game is, how the game progressed, and if something interesting happened while we were looking at the game of Hikaru against Fabiano.
hmm let's take a look. All right, so that is the current position.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I believe like the players like lastly been kicking the tire for a while. I mean, doing pretty much nothing, like circling, but not being very decisive to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, this was pretty much expected because there's few weaknesses in the position, and the one weakness in position, the pawn on c3, is only able to be attacked once, and then white can easily defend it. So yeah, this it seems really difficult to make progress here, and there is a big chance that after the move queen c4 now, that they will opt for a repetition by the move knight d2, and then queen c6, knight f1, queen c4, and back and forth.
Yeah, it looks pretty much forced.
Yeah, otherwise queen b3 might be really annoying. It may not be um, lost or anything like that, but it only feels natural to play knight d2 just to
Yeah,
not
yeah,
allow queen
you're
b3.
right. You're absolutely right. And white cannot really improve the position because while they play rook g1, it has almost no sense because g4 is not a threat, allowing f4 square is not what white is aiming for. So Black's pawn structure looks pretty much fine because
Mm-hmm.
a6 pawn is kind of important, like covering all these central squares like d5 and f5, and like this double pawn doesn't have any kind of drawback because of the absence of any active ideas. I think like queen c6, knight f1. Yeah, they have to stop this game as soon as possible.
Yeah, this it's incredible how they have been playing with the queens on the board for so long. Like there was so little progress, but so many moves have been made, and the game has also been taking quite some time. Like it's not like they reached move 60 with an hour left on the clock. They've been spending their time pretty well, so it's pretty impressive. And it was not like a very complex position, right? Like it was very solid and very strategical, but not much was going on really.
Yeah, indeed. And like in my point of view, well, I think we've considered knight f6 to be an option, even there. Like
Mm-hmm.
we were failing to find something for us after g takes f6, but obviously it's been a very interesting idea. Rook a3, king h7, rook king g1, rook f7, and then after a takes b5 and d4, like everything started to fizzle out. I mean, they just started moving back and forth, and it's pretty much doing nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Rook g1 is played, so Firouzja keep like tries to be an upper hand in this like dead draw endgame.
I'm not sure why he's continuing because, like, especially after Rook G1, like, what are you playing for exactly? Because I don't see any way that he can make progress. Like, he can't make any single pawn move. G4 is weakening F4 square. F4 is
Is not good either.
no, that you can't make that happen. C4 is just simply losing the pawn, and yeah, maybe you can prepare c4 by playing queen d3, but I highly doubt that that will give you anything because the b4 pawn will be weakened, and it will
Yeah,
only make your life more difficult.
so do I. Probably he'll just play queen d7 or queen e8. Not making a lot of threats, but in some sort of positions. Like for example, if we start with queen e8, aiming to play queen d8, probably, then knight f4 ideas may arise, connected with
Mm-hmm.
rook g3 along. So after rook g1, queen a8, a more flexible move because it also covers a7 square and some queen a2, like sort of the move you have to be worried about in some lines.
Mm-hmm.
And once again,
Yeah.
just underlying the absence of any active ideas for white. Knight f1, what?
um yeah, he could have played that a move ago with the rook on a1.
Yeah, it's like it looks like he's preparing f4, but not really. Well, probably he prepares f4 with like queen e2 first and then f4.
Mm-hmm.
But then I'm convinced he's not like exactly in time to do it after queen d8, queen e2, and we can simply play knight f4 and just show off the absence of any attacking ideas. And then the another repetition may arise like that. Queen g2, then still like knight
Mm.
f4. Yeah, that's pretty much over. It has to be draw.
Yeah.
I mean, if you would ask me whom I would pick, rather I would pick black.
Me too, yeah. I mean, white has no perspective. I mean, especially with the rook on g1 now, it's clear that white is not able to do anything. And it really surprises me that Alireza is going for um, this position because it was clear that the draw was on the board. And I don't feel like there is a need to continue considering this position is completely drawn.
Queen d8 is played indeed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think everything is gonna end in a draw. It's just I'm just worried that if Alireza pushes too much and does not agree to the draw, he might end up losing.
Well, but that's what I explain. That's what I say. Like it's a school of life.
Yeah.
I ended up many times losing, like after over pushing the drawish positions.
Hmm.
So obviously it made me feel more like relaxed during the game and be fine with any sort of result, like a draw.
Hmm. Yeah, it's these kind of games that teach you a big lesson that it's okay to take a draw, and yeah, obviously you have to evaluate the position properly, but I think we can all agree that there is not really something to achieve in this position.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I'm not sure what. Yeah, Queen F2. What is he trying?
Well, at least he prevented knight f4 jump.
Yeah.
So black still can shuffle like queen f6. Not
Mm-hmm.
very concerned what is white's idea. Maybe knight e3. Put the knight on g4. Like, but then we just play like everything. Every move is fine.
Maybe Rook F7.
Yeah, rook f7 is a good move indeed.
And then King G2, maybe Rook G7 back.
Yeah, for example. Like knight g4 is not really worrying us at all, but maybe we can somehow avoid it. Like queen f2. It's not that senseless to put the knight on e3 and then to g4.
Maybe just Queen A8.
Yeah,
Just go
queen a8
back.
just fine. But if knight e3,
Then Queen A7. I'm not sure if that benefits, like a queen trade would benefit black. I'm not sure.
it will be just a dead draw as it is.
Hmm.
Queen e2. But then knight f4 is possible. It's funny enough. Like if you take it, take the rook and take the pawn.
Hmm. Oh,
Pardon me? No, I think it's there is something wrong. Knight e3 is played, but obviously not knight f4 because it just simply loses the knight.
yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like if Radjabov goes mad, he can play knight f4, but not in his normal condition.
Yeah, I think that's a bit too much.
Well, like that's a little issue that has to be solved out with like this knight g4 queen e3 idea. This is one of the
Hmm.
fewest ways how white can progress.
Yeah, that's true. And it's actually incredible that there is still some idea in this position.
Hmm.
But I'm guessing you can simply defend it with Rook G6.
I mean, like even there,
Or yeah, even right now. Yeah, I mean, any move should be fine.
yeah, like rook g knight
And then Knight
g4.
F6?
Proposing the trait. Yeah, clearly it has a lot of sense. I agree. Well, I'm not sure that it's even needed to trade the knights in this position, but also it's not that clear how we prevent knight g4 idea.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe black has to decide ASAP. Knight f6. Knight takes, rook takes. I was a little bit worried about some queen jumps like queen a7. Like
Mm-hmm.
we have a little lack of pawns on the king side and there's double pawns. Somehow I felt it's more flexible to keep the knights on the board. But knight e3 is the move, and Firouzja having 2 minutes against 10 minutes for Radjabov. Yeah, like
Yeah,
a lot of entertainment may appear.
true. And I'm slightly concerned about Ali Reza's time and game overall, because he is the one that is trying to go for more than a draw. And with so little time on the clock, he could make decisions that will be disastrous for the game. So anything could happen at this point.
Hmm. But according to the fact how Radjabov is solid, I would rather expect Firouzja to make a crucial mistake. Obviously,
Mm-hmm.
take into account that he is like below than 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Like knight g4 is a very like a little issue that has to be solved. Like I
Yeah.
liked your approach with rook g6, knight f6. Probably it maintains the level. Like knight f6 at once, probably not the best idea because of g4, and now knight like is not
Mm-hmm.
uh, coming back to h5.
Right. Yeah. I think, by the way, the clock is not very accurate, because obviously it's Rajabov to
Mhm.
move. So I'm not sure if the time is precise. But
Yeah, obviously.
yeah, we're waiting for Rajabov to make a move, and yeah, it's clear that the knight wants to jump to g4, and I'm curious to see how Rajabov wants to deal with that, because well, anything can. He can play a lot of different moves, but yeah, you gotta be careful that you don't make a slip.
Now for all of a sudden, Rajabov is lower in time than
Oh.
Alireza. Yeah, probably there might be some technical issue, but
Hmm.
well, let's claim that they're both slow on time. So
Yeah, I think that's a fair claim.
knight f6 is played, but
Okay.
that's a kind of a little yield that I was kind of trying
Mm-hmm.
not to appear, because after knight f6, g4 has to be played. No way. I mean, that's the only move to progress with.
Mm-hmm.
Like in any sense, g4 has to be played.
Yeah, because when the knight was on h5, at least you could jump to f4, and now that the knight is not on h5 anymore, you can simply play g4. And even though the square f4 is weakened right now, there is no piece that can access it currently, and you will be able to play g5 at some point.
Yeah, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Well, still, like g4 looks a bit controversial because after g5, black may not react and simply play knight h5. So knight f6 is not that senseless in terms of maintaining the real like pressure on the board, because after rook g6, knight f6, like the game becomes pretty much decided. With an absence of the knights, it will be like a dead draw. But after knight f6, g4, it becomes double-edged once again.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know what is the exact mistake in this very moment.
Yeah, it's not so clear. I still believe there is very minimal chances of gaining an advantage somewhere, because the c3 pawn is still a weakness, and you still need to keep an eye on it. And black can easily play queen c6 again.
Yeah, true. Queen e2 is played.
Okay.
like keeping an eye on b5 square, on b5 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And now it means that white is not obliged to play g4 at all, because after knight h5, white has knight g4. So knight f6, this is somewhat I don't like at all.
Mm-hmm. What
And
about queen c6 now?
it looks like Firouzja is gaining some important squares.
Mm-hmm.
I think after queen c6, white still can try some. I thought we can try knight g4, but maybe it's too much. Like take, queen c3, and then some kind of g5, but that's a
Mm-hmm.
bit too much, probably. Now queen h5 is played instead.
Oh wow. Okay, that's another move to stop g4.
Hmm.
And after queen takes b5, f3 is simply hanging, and I think that would lose the game for white because the e4 pawn is dropping and white's position will collapse.
Hmm.
So very good practical move, I feel like.
Yeah, you're right. So queen h5 is obviously another possible alternative. And white has to solve the issue with f3 pawn being a bit weak.
Mm-hmm.
Like they can play rook g2, extra protecting the queen on e2. I think it's a very solid decision. Because black as well has a little absence of move. So they can shuffle the rook like playing rook g8, but then it means white can somehow improve in this position.
Yeah. Hmm.
Like the alternative is to play rook f1. But after rook f1, you have to be aware of some kind of ideas with like knight h5 back. But no, but not really. No. Because like I've tried to trick you after knight e4, queen d3 or queen c2. Like still it remains not that clear.
Yeah.
King h3, wow.
Oh wow, that's a very unexpected move.
Isn't a good time for black to push d6, d5?
Yeah, perhaps because what is the problem exactly? Is g4 concerning? I guess you can always retreat to e8.
Yeah, we can, but it's like it barely suits Radjabov's style of play. But he can opt for counterattack, so d5 is not that bad. And I would be
Mm-hmm.
so excited if players finally like reach the moment where like one of the side will like start pushing, really pushing.
Yeah, it's been very quiet throughout the game. A lot of maneuvering and very little progress. So
Hmm.
that'll be very exciting. I feel like King H3 is the most exciting move of the game.
Yeah, indeed.
So this might.
At least it leaves some sort of questions for black, like whether they're ready to push d6, d5 in an appropriate moment, or they will manage to put the knight back to h5.
Mm-hmm.
Like probably still it's a little bit more pleasant to play with white. Like once again, like now if knight e4, like is it that clear? Probably g4 was the idea.
Mm-hmm.
But then after g4 there is
Knight
a check position.
G5.
Knight g5, king g3, and yeah,
Yeah,
probably
the
you're
piece is
winning the
lost.
piece. King h8 is played.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. I feel like the king on h7 is pretty exposed, so
Hmm.
yeah, it makes a lot of sense that you put the king on h8 instead, and yeah, pretty much waiting for your opponent to make a move.
Yeah, true. I think white is a side who can only blunder in this
Yeah, I
position.
think so too. Unless black plays knight takes e4, but
Yeah, all the time it fails to g4, but
Mm-hmm.
white also has to be aware of some kind of like it may be once an appropriate moment for black to take on e4, and then white's position will simply collapse.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, yeah, after king h8, even there, knight e4 is not hanging due to g4.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
white still can make some sort of waiting move like maybe rook a1, or it is too much little.
I guess king h7 back.
Hmm. Yeah, easily, it easily can be. Knight g4 is played instead.
Okay.
So, and now it becomes more or less principled for black to decide what to do. With the king on h8, the h6 pawn becomes the target. So knight
Right.
g4 is a
So.
very clever decision, like
Mm-hmm.
psychologically.
True. Yeah, perhaps you can. I guess knight takes g4, f takes g4. You can simply play queen g6 because b5 is not hanging. E4 and g4 need to be protected by the queen.
Yeah,
So I think a trade is logical, but I can see Radjabov simply retreating the knight. However, if knight d7, then you just lose the pawn on b5.
yeah. So Firouzja mm, waited for the moment to offer the queen, the knight trade. No, but the queen g6 is played. Wow.
Okay.
So like kind of offering the trade on his own terms makes sense. Yeah, obviously, like if knight takes g4, it's a clear improvement for white because uh they obtain the like 3-on-1 on the king side and the possible pair of passed pawns. So queen g6 is just a brilliant decision, like the best move.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's super interesting to see how patient the players are. They are playing now for over 6.5 hours, so that's really impressive. That they're still so patient because I can imagine it's very tempting after 6.5 hours to be like, okay, let's just trade pieces and do make it very simple and easy. But no, they're fighting till the very end.
Yeah, knights are traded, and now like it appears to be that the player with better physical conditions will probably stand the chance.
Hmm.
Like queen e3, like I don't know what to play with white. Like queen b5 is not a move due to many
Hmm.
reasons, like queen f3, you can make a check, king h7, queen e6, and there is queen e4 covering all important squares.
Yeah.
And this position is just worse for white because of the pawn structure.
Hmm. Do you think white has some sort of chances if white puts the queen on f2 and then moves the rook around on across the board through a1 and then maybe park on a5 or give a check on a8? Do you think there are still some slight chances or it's just a dead draw?
Well, I think queen f2 is the move that has to be made, you're right. Because with an absence of knight, no, he played rook a1 at once, so basically it's just the same position.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Well, it could be a little bit unpleasant for black. Yeah, I
Hmm.
am agree, clearly. So I think it's kind of clever to like play queen g6 first,
Hmm.
or even like he can play rook f7 because of king g2 we can retreat to g7 emphasizing the tension. So queen g6 is played instead. Like I'm a bit puzzled with queen f2, how black will progress.
I
Probably,
guess you'll have to retreat to e8 with the queen.
yeah, that's one of the fewest options. Otherwise, the rook will invade to a7 or a5, causing some damage.
Mm-hmm.
I would rather play rook f7 instead of king g6.
Mm-hmm.
As I explained, after rook f7, if king moves back to g2, there is rook g7 and we start the lower again.
Right. Yeah, I think it's yeah. I mean, he might be considering the move g4. And after he does. Okay.
Yeah,
And I was going to say after h5, you can simply play g5, and then the h5 becomes a weakness. So
yeah,
that will be
obviously.
very difficult to deal with.
Now black has to regroup quite quickly to create any
Mm-hmm.
sort of counterplay connected with weakness of f3 pawn. Yeah, somehow white has managed to press. So it's not like super obvious how black will protect the pawns on the queen side. Maybe queen e8 has to be played anyway. Like queen e8, queen e3, king h7, probably rook a7. I mean, yeah, it's not like 100% clear.
Mm-hmm.
So Firouzja, yeah, it's been a great time for him fighting till the very end.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I think it's still very difficult to see how exactly
White
he could
progressed.
make progress.
Mhm.
Yeah, because it's pretty simple and straightforward for black to defend, and there is barely any weaknesses. I mean, the pawn on c7 is the biggest weakness I see in a position. Maybe the pawn e6, but the pawn e6 is pretty much inaccessible for white, and pawn on c7 can be so easily defended. So
Yeah, that's actually true. I think he has to keep the rook on f7 and put while white play rook a7 to meet it with queen b8.
mhm.
That should be pretty much the setup to make a draw. Still, the game is not over. I mean, it's not like a dead draw. It's still playable position.
Mhm. Yeah, absolutely.
Queen f7 is played instead.
Okay. So I mean, the same idea. If queen takes b5, the pawn f3 will be hanging. So yeah, that's really devastating.
Like, I think queen e3 has to be played anyway,
Hmm.
for more or less forcing black to play king h7, and then some invasion, like rook a5 may appear on the board.
Hmm.
Obviously, it would be much more fun to have a video of players being in mutual time trouble,
Yeah.
like the nerves, impulsive
Yeah, and it's
decisions.
yeah, it will be a very tense because both players are now in 2 minutes and they do get 30 seconds of increment, but um we all know how quickly those fly by if you're so focused and if you're in your classical game.
Yeah, queen e3, king h7 played instantly. Rook a5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so here you have the option to play c6, but if you play c6, it's worrying that you weaken your pawns even more, and it might be difficult to protect all of them. However, maybe you can park your queen on either c7 or d7 and protect the pawns like that, but it feels currently unnecessary to play c6, so I'm guessing that queen d7 would be enough.
Yeah, queen e7 or queen e8 was an idea to play queen b8.
Yeah.
Yeah, so as we mentioned before, pawns never go back, so I think c6 has to be played only when it's needed. So that's why queen d7 was the move. Queen d3.
Mm-hmm.
And now, well, in terms of flexibility, I think queen e8 was a better option. Because if queen e8, after queen d3, I think black still has some rook f7. Well, still there is
Mm-hmm.
king g3 and maybe no much difference. Well, queen d7, queen d3.
And you're pretty forced to play c6. You can also try rook f7 indeed. But yeah, king g3 and
Yeah, it will lead to more or less the same position.
yeah, there's no need to play
Yeah,
rook
so
f7.
it means that Firouzja achieved something, forcing black to
Mm-hmm.
play c6 at this very moment.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think it's not the worst to play c6. I mean, if you're forced to do it, surely you must do it. But I'm failing to see how white could actually make use of this. I mean, if there were one more pair of rooks on the board, I think white could have great chances to convert this with the activity of the rook, with the weaknesses in the position. But with only one rook and one queen, I think it will be very difficult to break through.
I don't, well, I have a slightly distinctive opinion because now I think like all black's play was connected with the counterplay on the king side.
Mm-hmm.
Now when Firouzja provoked black to play c6, now he can regroup to d1, forcing black to play
Mm.
d5. And once again, so it's I mean the pawns never go back, and this is the very vivid example of the essence of this word like phrase.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, you're absolutely right. Now that I see indeed the rook a1, rook d1, it becomes not so clear. And like you don't want to play a move like king h1 in this position. I mean, you can't waste time like that.
Queen f7.
Hmm. Yeah, same idea. If queen takes d6, there's queen takes f3. Um, yeah, after king g3, there's even queen f4 check. It doesn't do that much, but will be helpful for
I
black.
think I would try to emphasize the pressure on d6 pawn playing rook d1,
Mm-hmm.
just intuitively. Even not threatening at once, like rook d1 can be useful.
Mm-hmm.
And just to mention, d5, d6, d5 is not possible because of discovered check e takes d5.
Yeah, exactly. If only the e6 pawn was on g6, I think. I mean, maybe it wouldn't make a big difference, but it would help black a lot. Or if the pawn was on g7, I think that would help black a lot. But like this pawn structure, there's quite a few weaknesses.
Yeah, especially after c7, c6 played.
Mm-hmm.
Now white has a clear advantage. Maybe not big enough to win the game, but still less sensible.
Yeah, white has the upper hand, that for sure. Yeah, and Radjabov's time is ticking down. He has 1 minute on the clock, so that's not a lot. And you would actually want to have like 30 minutes in positions like this to make accurate decisions. But yeah, they've played so many moves already and they've spent quite some time throughout the game. So yeah, at some point the clock just runs down.
You know, like the paradox of chess, the less pieces on the board you have, like the more difficult the game is. I mean,
Yeah.
and like it's normal. Like having
Mm-hmm.
only a couple of major pieces each, it's not that 100% clear which move to make because it all needs mm, some like preciseness.
Yeah, exactly. Like we know all sorts of end games that require really precise play, and one small mistake can ruin the game, even though the move seems really innocent. Whereas with a lot of pieces on the board, there's a lot of moves that can't be played because they're simply blundering material in one move. So in endgames, you have few pieces, but the few pieces have a lot of possible moves. So that makes it pretty difficult.
Mm-hmm. It's a little bit unpleasant to play this very position with black pieces.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with the open 7th rank like this, it feels very uncomfortable, and
Yeah, for
I
sure.
don't think it's enough to make use of it because the rook is on the 7th rank, and rook a7 is actually losing material if you play rook a7. Because after queen f4 check, queen takes f4,
Yeah,
and pawn
that's a good
takes.
point to
There's
mention.
and yeah, after queen takes f4, or if you retreat with the king, you can it's the same line basically, but you capture with check, and the rook will be hanging on a7.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean it's a very tempting move, but it doesn't work currently.
Rook g1. And then I'm failing to understand to evaluate the consequences after pushing d6, d5.
Yeah, me too. I'm a bit worried about queen b6, but it does allow queen f4 check, and
Rook f7
yeah,
at
it
least.
becomes very chaotic. Yeah.
Like d6, d5, like it's now or never. Well, he still can play rook d7, but then I'm not like very convinced with queen b6 because after rook d1 we've covered the d2 square.
Mm-hmm.
Queen f4, rook king g2.
Perhaps you can play the same rook f7 now.
Yeah, you're right.
Then if queen f2, then you retreat to
Yeah, yeah, I'm
d7.
pretty much forced to play queen f2 because if rook d3, black will keep some tension
Mm-hmm.
playing queen c1. Well, obviously it's much easier to like to maintain the level than to gain some decisive advantage for white.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Radjabov does all the best with just shuffling the rook on the 7th rank, not making any kind of like rough decisions like d6, d5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, especially since he's in time trouble. He needs to play as safe as possible.
Yeah.
But it gets really exciting now that both players are on 1 minute on the clock.
Actually, white can improve playing rook g3, queen d2. Maybe that's the way how to
Hmm.
practice the game. Like eventually.
I think you still have the same idea if you take on d6 eventually. There's still queen f4
Ah,
check.
you're right. Yeah.
So you have to move the king
That's
at
actually
some
so
point to
that's so
g2.
provocative. No, rook g2 is played instead. Rook g1. Yeah, that's so funny.
Yeah, and like I mean, you have to keep defending the pawn on h4 with the king, so you can't really move far with the king either.
Yeah, true. Like, but once again, I've been a bit curious of maybe rook d3 in order to protect the c3 pawn. I know, finally d5 is played
Mm-hmm.
for some reason, or for a heck of it. Because, like, I had a feeling that one of the fewest options to progress was like rook d3. Well, thank you from preventing me. Thank you for preventing me from blundering queen f4. I'll play f4 myself. Like, and then, like, you can't really go rook f8 because I play f5, but if you trade the queens, I think white has some slight winning chances.
Mm-hmm.
Because of like this 2-on-1 on the king side, because of like kind of uncertainty in the center. So it won't be an easy task for black to make a move.
True. Yeah. Yeah, you have to play really precise.
Well, but d5 is played, and that's a different story. Like we've got an absolutely and completely different position.
Yeah, and now actually d4 could be creating a passed pawn, surprisingly enough.
Hmm. Like even there. No, but probably the point of rook e2 that after d4, a white can ignore playing queen d3.
Mm-hmm.
But
It's
as
actually been played.
you think so?
Yeah, rook e2 is on the board.
d4 is quite tempting, but I think white shouldn't take on d4, just keeping the tension.
Mm-hmm.
Because black is not really willing to take on c3 voluntarily.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think after d4, it will be much more difficult for white to make progress because the whole idea was to um, put pressure on the pawns on the queen side. But after d4, I have difficulty seeing how the queen could enter on the queen side again because the queen also needs to keep an eye on the square f4 so that the black queen can't infiltrate from there.
Yeah, you're right. But I think d4 can be played pretty much on every move. Rook f7 is more flexible because e5 pawn is
Mm-hmm.
untouchable because of the check on f3.
Mm-hmm. True.
So yeah, white is still tied down to protect f3 pawn, and some queen f4 checks may arise.
Ooh, Radjabov made the move with 2 seconds left on the clock.
Mm, pretty much a lot of time. Like no,
you
no,
know,
no, there is no need to hurry up.
it's funny because me myself, I've played online blitz so much, like 3+2 or 3+0, and then you play over the board game, and you'd say that the 30 seconds increment is a lot, but when you're playing in a classical game, this 30 seconds suddenly becomes like very little time. So.
Yeah, that's true, but like it's once again, it's from the psychological point of view, it's quite explainable because like the weight, the responsibility, like for the classical game, obviously you are more responsible for the blitz one, and that's why
Mhm.
you are trying to weighten up all your decisions like in a way more precise manner. And
Mhm.
that's why sometimes you're afraid of making a move having 10 minutes while you don't really care of your decision like blitzing out when you're like less than 1 minute in the clock.
Exactly.
It
Yeah.
all depends on the level of confidence, on the level of responsibility, and obviously the time
Mhm.
control.
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense.
Because if you play the blitz tournament, you will have like at least like 11 games to bounce back. But if you play a classical one and you make a crucial mistake, uh, like you would end up the day with on a negative note.
Mhm. True.
So finally, Rajabov forced white to play h4, h5,
Mhm.
and just shuffles his king and waiting for Alireza to improve his position. It's not that clear how white can really improve. Maybe he will play rook f2 back.
Yeah.
Maybe it's still a bit
Yeah.
easier for black to freak out than for white.
Yeah. Now after d5, and since e takes d5 is pretty much out of question, it's not a great move to play. Suddenly it looks much easier for black to play, and
Hmm.
white is the one that needs to keep an eye on the pawn f3.
Absolutely.
Yeah, queen d3 was a sneaky move to threaten e takes d5 check, so that's why king g7 was played. Let's see what Alireza does next because he's really determined to win this game, but I'm failing to see how he could make progress from this.
Yeah, not really. Like I expect queen e3 and now it's time to repeat them. No, rook e3. I mean, all the time he finds the way how to continue the game.
Yeah, not like make a more worse move, you know?
Yeah, not improving much either. So queen f4 can
Yeah.
be played. or queen g5. Queen f4, maybe it's a bit more precise decision.
Mm-hmm.
Queen g5 is sensible in terms of rook f4. Maybe queen g5 is more solid because it doesn't allow some kinds of e takes d5, queen g6 ideas. So I
Mm-hmm.
would rather play queen g5.
Yeah, that makes sense. That feels pretty dangerous, but the queen f4 is at least defending the pawn on h6. So if anything,
Queen
black should be
f4,
fine.
and yeah, not losing the pawn at once. So e takes d5 is a bit premature due to any response. Even c takes d5 is fine.
Mm-hmm.
It's like c takes d5, queen g6, king f8. There is nothing wrong with it.
Mm-hmm.
So queen f4 is quite sneaky as well.
Yeah. Okay, rook a2. Let's see if Alireza finds a way to make progress, but I have a feeling we're not gonna see that because if he leaves the rook to, for example, a2, then d takes d4 becomes an interesting move.
Yeah,
I
you're
think that
right.
might actually lose a pawn.
Yeah, you're right. Well, he'll just simply retreat to f6, so there is no need to. No, king f6. Wow.
Wow,
Isn't
it
Radjabov has
feels like
decided he's kinda.
he's tired of the solid play.
No, that's actually great.
Mm-hmm.
So he wants to put his king on d6, saying that the king on d6 is even much safer than on g7. Well, and probably we will agree on that. Queen d1, maybe king g5 is a move. Like king
Oh yeah,
g5 looks so nasty because if queen d3, then I think king h4 is almost winning.
yeah. You can't stop queen g3 check.
And we will be witnessing some sort of, I mean, insanity.
Yes. Yeah, both players are literally playing on seconds now.
Yeah, come on,
So
Rajabov, play
anything could
play king
happen. I wouldn't be
g5, king
surprised.
g5. Yes.
Yeah, he does it. I think Queen f1 will be played.
Yeah,
I
the
mean, yeah, okay, it's safe.
yeah, the point being that also queen d2 is not possible due to d takes c4.
Hmm.
Like like it's all overloaded.
But after Queen f1, can you play d4 at that point and then enjoy a
Mm,
passed pawn?
I think so.
Huh.
I believe d4 is a good move.
Ooh, I start to feel really worried for Ali Reza now.
Like rook e1, pardon me. Well, if king h4, there is rook h1's check.
Oh,
And now maybe it's a good time to play rook d7, then d4. I mean, implementing your idea.
you could play d4 without preparing it, right? I mean, f3 is hanging still.
You're right. Yeah, d4 is even stronger. He will play d4, I'm pretty sure. No, king h4, he decided to repeat it twice. Yeah, because rook h1 is the only move. Yeah, I mean, like it was just a very tremendous decision by Radjabov transferring the king to g5, activating it.
Hmm.
Yeah, we should point out that it's been very, very strong continuation. Because sometimes
Absolutely, yeah.
you just forgot that you can easily forget that the king is the most literally is the most powerful piece on the board.
Yeah, yeah, it can be so crucial, and it's nice to see that Rajapov is also proving that the king could be really important, especially since the dark squares are weakened. So,
I remember in
okay.
another game of another Azerbaijani player, Shakir Mamediyarov, playing
Hmm.
against Wei and like mm, implementing more or less the same plan, but with even more minor pieces on the board, like putting his king like from I think h8 to h4.
Hmm.
Well, obviously, we all know the famous game between Jan Timman and Nigel Short and Jan Timman, where the king had a nice journey from g1 to h6, creating a checkmate net.
Hmm.
Was, I think, Tilburg 1991 tournament. Yeah, it's been a famous game in the Alekhine defense, one of my favorites.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, it's obviously one of my favorite mating pattern because I love playing Alekhine with black pieces, and I'm not quite happy seeing how black getting checkmated on Alekhine. No, but what's going on? Like king h4, rook h1. I mean,
I guess we're gonna see repetition. I mean, Radjabov was fine with the repetition 30 moves ago, so.
yeah, that's true. But like, wasn't a good idea to play d4?
Yeah, I think he definitely had a chance to play d4. Yeah.
Like, probably the only reason that he was worried about after king g5. Yeah, like if d4, white can simply make some sort of move like queen d3, if I'm not mistaken, because all the time if you take on c3, there is unpleasant queen d8 check.
Ah, yeah, that could cause problems.
Well, it's, I mean, still the line is not over because after queen f6, queen g8, we have king f4, but somehow I feel the king is quite insecure on f4. I mean, maybe at least white can retreat somewhere. Well, it's a bit complicated.
Hmm.
Rook e1. Yeah, so let's see if d4 will appear on the board.
Oh, they agreed to a draw.
Well, somehow I don't believe d4 was winning, but d4 was probably a decent chance to keep like maintaining the fight. I think maybe he was afraid of c takes d4, and if e takes d4, there is some unpleasant e5 move.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah. I guess
It may lead
he
more or
was
less
not
to the same
convinced.
position after king h4 and
Yeah.
some kind of repetitions. Probably that was the issue. So he decided not to like force out the things.
Hmm. Yeah, what a game. I mean, in the end, it got pretty exciting, and both players played pretty well in time trouble, so that was really awesome to see.
Yeah, I think we have to underline the fact that despite being so low on time, both players managed to to level the game up.
Hmm.
So I can't say it's been the game of ups and downs. So it's been like pretty leveled, but
Yeah.
at some points after d6, d5, we felt that white had some sort of a little advantage due to some
Hmm.
weaknesses. And but then Radjabov came up with a nice plan, putting the king on g5 and creating some big threats. And the players agreed on draw. Rapport won against Duda, very brilliant game. I mean, just an artful decision of playing rook g1, Nakamura beating Caruana, a little
Hmm.
shaky game.
Yeah.
I mean, like obviously he was like cruising all the game, but then like the advantage almost disappeared at all. And that's pretty much everything for today.
Yeah, we had some really exciting games today. A very long one too. Yeah, the players did their best today. But we are going to round 9 with Nepomnyashchy leading with 6 points and Fabiano Caruana right behind him with 5 points, and Hikaru Nakamura on the third place with 4.5 points. So anything can still happen. It's still a couple of rounds left in the tournament, still 6 rounds to go. So, yeah, I'm expecting a lot of fireworks to happen still.
Yeah, indeed. So thanks for being with us, and probably that's a pity that we have to say so, but it's a good time to say goodbye, having a good night, and hoping to see you and hear you tomorrow at the same time, 3 p.m. Berlin, Paris, Madrid. FIDE candidates round 9. Stay tuned.
Yes. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. See you tomorrow.